Hunter Wilds. So it's just one of those disappointing moments of being a grazer because I am still hyped. It's not like it's gone away. I'm so hyped for Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah.
And to not put any time into it. It's like, bro, like what? I mean, opening weekend I did, but that was it. And I'm like, I love that game. I loved what I was playing and I want to go back. Right. And I haven't
either, bro. I mean, but it's also because I got some other games in rotation. I have beat the game.
Yeah.
So there is that. But I get what you're saying. Huh?
Did you get 70, 80 hours into it? What'd you get?
But in the Monster Hunter, yeah, I think I'm right around there.
Yeah. So I mean,
that's not even where I wanted. That's not even where I want to be. So it's
no.
But
I'd be fine if I did that. As a grazer, like I didn't expect to put a couple hundred hours. It's not that type of game for me, but I want to put in regular time and beat it. But that just hasn't happened, man. That hasn't happened. But it's not like I'm not enjoying myself in the other games. It's just that, and then now I keep buying, and now we got more. I mean, we got Claire Obscure coming out next week, right?
Is that next week?
That's next week, bro. Yeah, that's next Thursday. Next Thursday, Claire Obscure is dropping into Game Pass. So
it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, again, it's just there is a shit ton on the table, bro. There really.
Well, we might be getting Oblivion. So if we get Oblivion, then it's done. Like. It's over with. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do because I just picked up Lunar, right? Popped on Lunar last night. I got Tempest Rising, which I just bought. Right, I'm deep into playing my Templars. So now I got another RTS with Tempest Rising, which is freaking fantastic. I played a bit of the campaign, first mission to campaign, and then started a skirmish, and it's freaking everything that the demo was plus more. It's freaking awesome.
You said Tempest Rising, right?
Yeah. Command Conquer's back, so I've got that.
I saw some. I was tempted. I was like, the nostalgia is strong.
It's Command and Conquer, brother. It's Command.
I've seen. It's just dope as fuck.
It is.
It's dope as fuck.
Again, I feel left-handed because I can't do keyboard and mouse. Like I'm not like that, so I gotta get my speed up on that. But other than that, it's beautiful. But yeah, no, I've got that. And then I just picked up Lunar yesterday and fired that up last night before Xbox Ultimate for just a minute. And oh my God, the waves of nostalgia from Lunar. It's just like I got all these games. And then we got Claire Obscure. We got potential of Oblivion dropping soon, if not next week, soon. And then we got Doom right around the corner. Like, brother, it just doesn't stop, man. It just doesn't stop.
No, it keeps going.
And I got this catalog now of Steam games that I've purchased, Steel. I'm like 350 games deep in Steam already. Of all these games, a lot of them older CRPGs and stuff that I want to go back to that I fire up and I look at every single freaking time. And I'm like, bro, I want to go play these games, but I have zero time. And this year, because I have less time because of everything that's going on, like it's so frustrating, man. It's just like, I got to be patient. There'll become a time and point when I can go back and play these games, man. I mean, the other thing too is that my thing that I'm finding personally, because I am so picky, and there are certain games that will pull my attention more so than others. Like right now, I'm really fiending for Mecha Break. I'm not even gonna lie to you, like because I want a PvP game, mech-based game as well. Like there's just so many things after playing that. That's part of the reason why sometimes I can't stand playing betas, which is why if I get into the marathon beta and it ends up being, alpha, and it ends up being good, that could also be an issue because right now I'm having I've jumped back into Destiny, playing that for PvP or whatever, mainly, found a good deal to get the DLC. I thought that getting some of the DLC would actually help with the load times in PvP. Apparently that is not the thing, right? How because I'm thinking like back in the day, you got the Halo, you got Halo 2 for an example, and if you didn't get the map pack, there were certain you just weren't going to find matches, right? Until you got that map pack. Battlefield was kind of the same and stuff like that. When you got that expansion, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't play that additional content, or you weren't finding as many lobbies. Now you were still going to have those full lobbies because that's all we had back in the day, but bro, I'm even in Destiny 2, I'm still getting and that's the thing that I'm still so upset about by Bungie, and still making me feel some way going into Marathon. Bro, it was still taking 5 minutes to find a PvP game. It's like, bro, I don't
at this point, when I sit down and I'm trying to jump into a game, it's telling when I jump into Call of Duty. In Call of Duty, I can find a match pretty instantly, especially Warzone, multiplayer, it doesn't matter what it is. You can find a match. Right now, you got to load into the Warzone. That maybe takes time, but at least there's something happening. You're loading me into a match. I can run around. I can shoot. I can practice shooting my guns. I don't play as often as I used to in COD. So then when Destiny does it, it's like, yo, I'm just sitting in space for 5 minutes. Like, what are we doing? And then it's like, it's just rotating. It's acting like it can't find people. I'm like, bro, now when we get in, I'm having a good time. We're getting back into the PvP
no
flow.
sound. Tim says we have no sound.
Yeah. Still? Hold on.
Yeah, that's what Tim's saying. Tim just said no sound. He just said it. So I'm assuming so because nobody's talking about what we're talking about. So
I don't know why there wouldn't be sound, actually.
Stanley Francois says I hear you guys. Oh, okay. Lower Masters. Oh, got sound now. Oh, okay.
Oh, did y'all pick up or?
Yeah, everybody jumped in and said we're good now. Tim the Sorcerer says got sound now. It was earlier on in the show, I guess. But Tim, it screwed me up because that popped up just for me now.
Oh, okay,
so maybe my
it was early on.
YouTube
Okay.
that was delayed because Tim just popped up out of nowhere. So yeah, okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
Oh, okay. I was about to say it shouldn't be. I see the bars moving and things are shaking and it looks good, but yeah, you never know, man. Again, my webcam got this stop motion effect and act like it can't run normal. It's the Razer Kiyo. I got it more recently. I was using my GoPro before that, hooking up through the web, making that my webcam, and I never had issues with that. And now with this one, didn't have issues before I moved, and now now it's acting the way that it is. So it is what it is.
It's a South of Midnight filter. You're fine. It's cool.
That's true. That's true. I've been showing some love to South of Midnight this week. So
it's in vogue now, man. Stop motion's cool now.
It's all part of the thing. And again, I still will stand behind the fact that the stop motion effect in that shit was not bad, bro. Like I can understand people who don't like it though. Like I get it. Again, that's why the option is there. They obviously knew, right? But it's not as drastic as people try to make it seem. The same way that I'm just gonna put it out there, yo, Destin, you may not ever hear this, dog, but you got to reevaluate the way you look at things, brother. Just want to be real with you.
You've been on one this week, brother.
I mean, you got to tell people what it is, man. You know, you get people that are big, you know, they're bigger than us. They got a decent audience, and they may be jaded by certain things going on behind the scenes, or maybe they just feel a way. It's okay for you to say that you weren't enjoying, that you just didn't like it. But when you use the example of, oh, well, the child abuse in this game is something that's hard for me to deal with, and then I play the game where people go through it, and that's not even what's happening in the game, it's disingenuous, it's dishonest, it's not reality. You literally just made some shit up to fit whatever narrative that you wanted to spit. Point blank, period. Because there is, like, Pong, like when somebody says, yo, there's subjects about child abuse in here, like you would think there's like something dramatic. You're hearing people about getting whipped. It's during that time too. Now they touch on certain things, but they're literally focusing on more so fixing the inner pain, not what caused the pain per se. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you may feel these certain ways because of what has happened to you. I understand your pain. Let me help you, you know, kind of crossover kind of thing. Let me help you relieve that pain. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. More so aspects. Right, so that's more so where I was hitting it. And again, people have their own things that they go through. I know some people have had some traumatic experiences happen in their life. So I'm not trying to, I don't want it to get it misconstrued like I'm trying to downplay how somebody feels about it. It just, when somebody puts a certain label on something and it just doesn't quite line up with the way that they're interpreting it, maybe it was something that touched you more on a personal level that triggered something for you. And again, there are those things. It could be something small that can be a trigger for somebody, right? So, you know, and I'm not trying to put people's shit on Front Street or anything like that, because I don't want to know if you were touched by the Pope or, you know, whatever you had going on back in the day. That's not my business. It's just
more likely a school teacher these days. So
I mean,
let's correct that right now.
You know what's funny?
Public schools got a bigger problem now.
They do
than any time in the Catholic Church. I'll tell you that much.
I find it funny because I actually had somebody come through this week. I won't say what's his name or where he works, but he comes to the store, stacks stuff up, stocks us up and whatnot. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can't tell, we are backstage, or I'm setting stuff up. I'm trying to get the show stuff screen situated. So if we look all discombobulated right now, that's why. We're just kind of me and Paul we're catching up, and fuck it, why not? We're already past time. I wanted to make sure to deliver you guys some content. But where was it go? Oh, dude was coming by, he stocks us up or whatever, and he had asked me, yo, so you've been hearing about all these students snitching on their female teachers about, them getting down with their students? I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, man, it's crazy. Back in the day, I was giving him the perspective. Back in the day when we were young, we thought that was cool. Like when you heard something like that, it was like, damn, man, I would have loved to have that type of that sounds dope. But now when you get old, but when you actually realize it, because I had to break that down to him too. He was like, yeah, like I understand where you're coming from, man to man. Like I get it. You know what I'm saying? Sure. That perspective, the cool factor, the older chick hitting on you, but we can't feel the way that we do when men do it to young girls and it be okay in reverse. Yeah. Now, I get that there are certain stigmas and there is always going to be that barrier, but pedophilia is pedophilia, bro. There is no grooming, and it has a psychological effect on the kid. It's not okay. I get from back then, hey, it was seen as okay. You were giving kudos and all sure. But at the end of the day, it is still that's pedo behavior, bro. It's not okay. There's no reason why a 30-year-old, 25-year-old, whatever, should be trying to get at middle schoolers, trying to get at high schoolers, trying to get, you're clearly taking advantage, and there's science to prove that these people do not have the same mental state that you do. You know what I mean? Like, so I just thought that was funny. That's where we had to end the conversation as well, because I felt like he didn't quite get where I was coming from with that. Because it's like, oh man, but if it would have been me, I wouldn't have snitched. And it's like, but see, that's the problem. You know what I mean? Right. But I just found that interesting having that this week, because you do see those differences, between men and women, but there are certain subjects, certain topics where it's like, bro, like I get it, but at the same time, I would want somebody to say something. I would want somebody to speak out. I would, if I was the parents and I found out about that, I'm burning the school down, bro.
Oh no! Yeah, everything they're trying to hide from the parents nowadays. Yeah, no, this is not good, because there is a lot of cover up going on in these school districts too. Obviously, we found out stories that was known for years that somebody was doing something, and nothing was ever said to the parents. Come on, man! Like, no, we're not going to excuse this shit, but it is also goes to a wider discussion for a completely different podcast and channel about the changes that have happened in the relationship dynamics between teachers and kids, and what a certain group of adults thinks is okay to become friendly with children, and we're friends now, right? We're friends. This is not a teacher-student power relationship. This is now we're friends, and I want to relate to these kids on this level, and we're going to also discuss things in school now that back in the day never were discussed, like personal relationships, etc. I didn't know if my teachers were married unless they were wearing rings. I didn't know about their real life outside of school,
how they were addressed. Are you a miss or Mrs. or that's how you knew. That's when we learned about the difference between MS, MRS, and MISS, right? Like that's how you knew whether that person was married or not. You know what I'm saying? That's how you knew what they had going on. And now I do agree with you. There is a lot more personal information that's seemingly being given to folks, where it's just like, bro, what are we doing?
No, you're not going to be friends with kids. Like, that's not cool.
You shouldn't. That's not the aim.
No. That's not what school is for. But again, this is what we've gotten into. And again, there's a lot of teaching of things that should not be taught in school, in my opinion, that is now taught in school. And that, again, crosses lines and blurs lines, especially with a young mind. And then you got somebody on the other side in that age group that hasn't fully developed or has their issues of their own. And all of a sudden, they are now all of a sudden attracted to young kids. And those lines are already blurred. And all of a sudden, it's very easy. And that's a problem. That's a massive problem. Yeah, Legendary Yobi, that's awful, brother. I'm sorry you had to experience that. That is freaking awful. Again,
what did you say?
You said when I was in elementary school,
I had a teacher put their hands on me. It was hitting from every. See, I don't want to get too deep into it, Yobi, because if it was if it was sexual, like I just want to kind of leave that alone for sure.
Violent. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, but back in the day too, there was, you got paddlings and stuff like that. Now, in Yobi's time, we were past that. Like me and Yobi's time, we were past that though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that was completely left up to my the parents.
Time. We were past in my time.
Okay,
by about a half a decade.
Okay,
because we still had brothers. Because I went to Catholic high school. I went to Catholic school throughout my entire life, except for 1 year. But we had brothers that were still working at the school that were, the stories were there from the older brothers and sisters of them taking the kids out in the hallway and laying down the smackdown. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. Absolutely, man. Yeah, we had one brother, Michael, who everybody was still scared of because he had got in a fist of fights. He was a brother. He was a straight up brother, right? That's what I'm saying. Priest, but the dude was built, the dude worked out, and like he back in the day, like again, decade prior, there were still stories about him breaking up fights, but then actually getting into fisticuffs when the kids wouldn't break it up and knocking kids the fuck out. So yeah, no joke. In the name of the Lord, I now spite you.
Yeah, no, that's not okay either.
But that's how it was way back in the day, right?
That's how it was.
Yeah. Punishment like that was known, and the sisters were no better to the girls, right? In the all girls schools, the nuns were even worse, right? Rapping knuckles. My aunt went to all girls Catholic school when she was growing up. Rapping knuckles, man, with a ruler. Oh yeah, straight up, bro. Lay your hands out.
Yeah, I remember hearing stories about that.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And see, and that's what it's like. Certain things, like as we move forward, like I get, you know what I mean. You definitely want that discipline. You definitely want to get attention. There are better ways to do it, and And again, some people do need that hands-on experience, but I do think that there's a reason why things change. There does need to be some additional change because it does seem like, things have, like you talk about all the time, smoke pong, that whole pendulum, it has swung the complete opposite way. And now parents have less control than ever before due to trying to make the experience easier or whichever the case. And again, take it for what you want. Nothing. And again, it's just become a very, complicated scenario as far as like teachers go and schooling goes and how we had to go about everything now. Yeah. It's all over the place.
Def, man. Again, man, tough.
Mine was too, Def. I mean, hey, you preach to the choir, brother. Like I get you. My father was too. He left bruises. I'm light skinned, brother. I'm not saying that I bruise easy, but yeah, dog. Like my mom still has CDs and shit of some of that stuff that transpired. And again, for better or for worse, a lot of times our parents are passing along things that they were taught and the way they feel is best to handle something.
Correct.
And that's why, like today, like I don't crucify my father for that. You know what I'm saying? There are other things that have transpired since I got older and became an adult, and questions that I've had and, conversations that I've tried to have that seemingly don't get answered. But, it's neither here or there. You got to take the experience for what it was and just kind of learn from it and try to do better with the next generation if you can. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that has to be the answer to everything. I'm not saying necessarily it was okay, but I tell you what, I mean, I understood wrong from right for the most part. You know what I mean? And I think that was one of the main things. I think one of the main reasons they did that, especially back then, was so that when you went out in public, you were more scared of what your parents are going to do to you than the thought of you going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was more so the scary thing. So it acted like for lack of a better way to put it, kind of a deterrent for certain shit. And for some people, it worked the opposite way. You know what I mean? So.
Oh no, again. I have never. Listen. If you had to pin me down, I would say never. Right? I would literally say never. If I had to be pinned down, am I going to sit here and say I don't understand it? Being a parent myself,
there's nuances too.
there is nuances, and kids are kids. All kids are different too, right? And it doesn't even matter if you're the great. Now, I grew up in a household that never happened. Okay, never once, never needed it to happen. Does that mean I was perfect? No. Does that mean I never got in trouble? No, of course not. But I had a respect for my parents without the use of that, right? Now, was there yelling? Of course there was yelling, right? Of course there was.
But even that could be, and that could be abused too, right?
And that can be in a way too, but it was never that way in my household. It was when my parents literally I knew when my parents were upset because that's when the voices got raised, right? It was never like a consistent thing. So therefore, when it was used, it had an impact.
You knew that, you knew.
I knew I was in shit, right? I was in trouble. So, but again, are there certain, again, like Froggy was saying, and other people have been saying, again, do I understand certain instances where parents might feel that was necessary, especially back in the day? Of course I do, where it was a deterrent, like you said, Steele. Do I think it does do harm to a kid mentally? Yes. Do I also think it instills that, like you said, for a kid who doesn't have that voice that goes, what would my parents think right now? Maybe I shouldn't do this. Does it instill a secondary voice because of the addition of that punishment of a spanking or whatever? Yeah, I think it can do that as well. I mean, there's plenty of kids, there's plenty of adults who grew up and say that without it, they would have been in deep shit.
Well, you don't know, but you also don't know, right?
You don't know that, correct? That's why I say if you had to pin me down, I say never, ever. It's not worth it, right? There's
you're only saying that today based off of new knowledge that you've been given and seeing that there are alternative ways. But it's also, that's why there's also not a book about how to parent, because there is no right way. Every kid is different. Every person is different. Everybody goes through their own things, right? And if it was just a flawless experience every single fucking time, and then I mean, kids have their own thing. Like I give y'all an example. My oldest has a hard time expressing herself. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of different ways. So, and that can be something that can be an issue for you as you're trying to figure out things. Even if you give them the space, they may find ways to, figure out what they got going on. So it's definitely, we're in an interesting time, interesting space for sure. Hopefully I like that heartfelt topic there. Us, it's like sidebars, but all right. Looks like everything is set up here now. That's looking good. So we'll leave that be. We'll get back to the main show screen here. Boom. Oh, I know, it still became Pong. I thought us being in a server wouldn't change where we were at in the thing. I wonder if I could just change that. I guess not. It didn't used to do that, I felt like. But anyway, I'm going to introduce the show here coming up in a second, ladies and gentlemen. Still got to get some things set up here on my end, but hopefully you can hear us good. Got gameplay for you guys in the background. The layout's looking as it should. So I think that is good. If y'all notice anything off, please let me know. Just chop it up with y'all real quick before I introduce the show. Froggy says every parent is learning and struggling to figure out life just like everyone else. 100%. I mean, even I'm 32 and it's the same thing for me. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that's majority of us. Until the day that you die, there's always something that you learn, always something that you can look back on. And I think that's the kind of the whole purpose of that experience. So, Jasper says left click and drag his screen over in Discord. Really? That doesn't work, Jasper. It's all good. It's all good. He's good. It's every time that you disappear, I become Pong, or the reverse. If I disappear, then you become Steel. So I don't know why it does that.
And then I won't turn off my camera, I guess, when I leave.
No, you're good. You're good. All good. Yeah. Let's see. JB152021 says, I'm in the DMV. They just had to shut down Pentagon Mall a few weeks ago. Damn.
Oh.
Yobi says, my nieces and nephew don't play with me. I always tell them I am not your friend. Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
See, with nieces and nephews, that could be different. But it does depend on the relationship that you have with them. Because if they look at you like Unc, you know what I'm saying? If you are the Unc, then again, it does still come down to relationship. But if you holding it with them like, yo, you know, I'm not the one to be played with. Like, I'm cool with you. You know what I'm saying? I may understand you more than even your parents do, but I'm not your friend. You know, at the end of the day, that's something like, you're good. That's something even our godmother going through. So
yeah, and I don't envy parents nowadays, because again, influence back in the day was like the parents had a lot of control over influence, because it was basically they knew your circle of friends, and your circle of friends that you hung out with, they could talk to their parents, and if shit was going down or shit was going bad. Nowadays, with social media and with the reach that everybody has in so many ways, the kids nowadays are being bombarded from all angles and being influenced from all angles that the parents don't necessarily have control over. Back in the day, it was much more controllable. If a kid was getting in trouble, you generally knew who the bad kid of the group was, right? Who the bad friend was that was influencing.
For the most part,
you could take care. Yeah, for the most part, and you could take care of business as a parent, right? That's getting less and less, because now you don't know where they're learning shit. You don't know where they're coming up with stuff, right? And I've seen it because I've got younger, friends or coworkers and stuff that now have younger kids too, that come in and tell me stories just of their young kids coming up and saying stuff randomly that they have no idea where they heard it from. Right? Or where it came from. It's like crazy.
The kids.
Yeah, but they're kids, but I'm just saying stuff that they would have had to have heard, right? It's like adult speak. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like adult speak that you don't know where it came from. Like, it's crazy. So, I don't envy parents nowadays. It's a lot tougher. I've told you that, Steele, about your situation too. I don't envy you guys. My kid was on the cusp of that, right? But we still had a lot of control. Like, he didn't get a phone till late. Like, he didn't have that access. So we still had a lot of control, but now forget about it, brother. Because
the kids are going to give them. Yep. Yeah. The kids are going to do it.
Yep.
Somebody else said something. Somebody said something towards the effect that a lot of people don't allow you to discipline their kids or something like that. And I think they're mentioning like other people disciplining their kids, which and I mean, again, we're having a heartfelt conversation this morning.
Totally different podcast this morning. Yeah. Anyways.
We're just, it's interesting. We're going to get to gaming, but don't worry. I think with that, what it comes down to is there is also the reality, unfortunately, nowadays, where seemingly not everybody has the right intention, right? And not everybody disciplines kids the same way. So that's the other thing. It's one thing if you called me and said, yo, this is what I'm about to do, and we talk about it, and we have that consistency, right? Because what happens at home should be able to happen. Like, if you go to your grandmother's house, if you go to your uncle's house, whatever the case may be, it should be consistent, so they know that no matter what, I know what the expectation is. Now, is it always the greatest? No, everything is moment to moment as well. But it does get tricky because, like, let's say your kids had a play date or you're hanging out with somebody else or whatever the case, you're starting to get to know these people. That's what also makes it difficult, at least what I have found, just to let people go to other people's houses, because you don't know what people have going on. That is the thing that seems to be so, like, more blatantly obvious today, and it's unfortunate. Maybe it's just we're seeking negative in all people outside of the home. But there is those circumstances where it's like, damn, you hear all these stories about people going to these people's houses and the kid being mistreated, or your kid being mistreated, or your kid getting abused, or your kid getting touched on, and then you finding out years later about whatever happened at this place that you thought it was safe for them to go. And then, you have parents who kind of feel like they failed their kids because you put your trust into somebody and they abused your trust. Now, again, it's hard to do something about somebody abusing your trust or anything like that. Because now that sets an expectation that you think everybody's going to do that. But it does get tricky, because even people that seem like normal people, you come to find out that that's not the case. And there does seem to be a lot of that happening. And again, we do have in administration, we do have people in the health field who are trying to label pedophilia. And I've seen conversations about it all the time, not all the time, but I've seen conversations about it in passing where people will excuse pedophilia and say that, oh, it's just a mental illness. This is something we need to work with people through. And it's like, I don't, sure, maybe there's some science to back that. I just will never be okay with that. There's no way that I'm looking at a 12, 13, anybody that's less than the age of 21 and being like, oh yeah, that's what I need to get down with. That reality has never passed my mind. You know what I mean? And I can't speak to somebody who has those thoughts, but I do think that's fucked up. And for it to label it as a mental instability, I think you're treading very, very, very shallow water. As an example, because if that happens, then what? Can you trust those other people? It's just, there's so many nuances and shit now. And maybe it's just because we do have more access to the social space. So
it's different. It's different. Times have changed. Bad people have always existed, but not to the degree they exist now. That was going back to what I was saying too, as far as friends groups goes. Parents used to talk to each other. It was normal to know how the other parents were, and it was normal to allow other parents at your friend's house to discipline you if necessary. That was okay. Nobody got upset. If I came home and said, my buddy Jim's mom got mad and yelled at us or kicked me out of the house and I had to come home because we were getting in trouble, my mom would side with the parents automatically and go, oh, you were probably doing some bad shit then. All right. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Yeah. That's the way it was because they knew each other, because they talked. Nowadays, let's set an appointment for a play date and let's get together and what? No, that's not the way it was back in the day. It was a quick phone call. That's all it was. It was a chat, bro. And usually, if you did get sent home, the phone call already happened back to your house from the other parent going, this is what happened. You walked in the door with your parent, with your mom or dad expecting it, right? That's the way it was. Now that's gone. And then on top of it, you have this extra layer of there just seemingly to be a lot more evil in the world right now. There is just a lot more evil, especially when it comes to kids. We did not have, kidnappings happened, right? Yes. Obviously, the other stuff, pedophilia stuff existed forever, but it just wasn't prevalent. But that's why we could roam our neighborhoods within a square mile radius without fear, without our parents ever worrying about us for 8 hours, 10 hours in a day.
Same.
Never worrying. Even if we did come home for lunch, they figured we got fed somewhere. By who? Nobody cared because there wasn't that fear. But nowadays, hell no. No. I did let my kiddo roam in our neighborhood because we knew a lot of people in our neighborhood.
That's your neighborhood.
But it still was a check-in. But I wanted him to roam because I think it's good for kids to have that freedom. I think that's something that has been lost. It's good to get out and just roam and go explore and do shit with your friends, right? Instead of being stuck indoors all day. But you do have to be careful. I made him check in all the damn time. It wasn't like me where it was come back with the lights on, right? We know that. Again, that's nothing new. People have heard these stories and it was true for our generation. And a lot of people in our chat are that generation too. Come back when the lights are on. You never... Unless you are in some type of neighborhood where you know everybody, you're never letting your kids do that nowadays, brother. That ain't gonna happen. No. And that's the sad part. Again, the world has changed in a lot of ways and not for the better per se, in my opinion. Again, I just think there's a lot more evil in the world now, and especially towards kids. It's not.
There seemingly is. Seemingly it does seem extremely negative, and that's extremely unfortunate because again, I'm born in 92. I feel like I was part of the last generation that really knew being outside is like that whole adage of being outside when the sun came up, 9 o'clock in the morning, you ate breakfast, parents is up, on the weekends, again, like you mentioned, it was literally sun up to sundown. You know what I mean? Street lights come on, you back in the house. I was at my friend, whether you're at your friend's house all day. And that's the thing. It's like we were outside, but maybe I was at the park. Maybe we were in the little forest area we had back there. Maybe we were playing tag. Maybe we were at a friend's house playing Nintendo 64, getting down on some Smash Bros. Maybe we would, you know what I'm saying? It was just, maybe we were riding bikes through several different neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the types of things that were going on. So it is definitely different time, different space, and it's going to be interesting to see how it goes.
Dude, we had this old lady in the neighborhood. We had this old lady in the neighborhood, brother. Literally, like she was just an older lady. Like if we were out riding our bikes, she would invite us inside for peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah,
like you would never let your kid do that nowadays, but we used to go in her house. It doesn't matter if she's an old lady or whoever she is. You're not letting your kids go into anybody's house. She was just as old, and she'd be like, "You guys hungry? We got peanut butter and jelly. You can come in and she just wanted to visit with us.
Ice cream,
nice old lady."
Frozen cups. I used to get. That's how we used to get frozen Kool-Aid cups and stuff like that. That shit used to be hot as hell outside. Freaking Jabril's mama or whoever. I'm just coming up with a random name. You know, his mama come up like, "Yo, y'all want some ice pops? It's hot out here. You know, y'all want some water?" Of course, we were drinking out the water hose. You know what I'm saying? Can't be coming in and out of the house.
But you're the last generation to do that for sure. For sure.
Don't be wasting my electricity bill. The hell? But it's either in or out. Don't be wasting. Yeah, no, that's what it was. Don't be wasting my AC. Yeah. Oh shit! It's funny, man. It's funny. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're somewhat set up. Still not fully complete, but I think we're locked and loaded now. Interesting conversation. Again, I think it's dope to always live in split screen being a perfect place for that, to bring that realism, to bring those personal touches, because I think that adds on to the additional content that we do, you know, because we are more than just gamers. You know, we got professional lives, we got personal stuff going on, you know what I mean, and be able to have those heartfelt conversations, and even chat was getting involved and stuff like that.
JB had the candy lady. JB had the candy lady. Fahim Scott said he had an old man who would check on him and give him soda. Again, they called him Pop. He was a neighborhood grandpa, right? It's nuts, like how many people have these same stories, and again, showing how different the world was. It was just, again, I know we get old and say the things were better, but I'm gonna die on the hill that
it just depends. Depends on what we're talking about, for sure.
It depends what we're talking about, technology wise, ease of life. Obviously, that keeps getting better, whether we realize it or not. That part of it does get better, but man, some of the innocent shit, like, that's been gone.
Oh, we'll never get that back. Yeah, we're never gonna get that back.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be right back. I gotta grab the doggo.
Oh, you good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and start winding things up here. I gotta still adjust our other layout that's over here. That's fine. I'll adjust that here in a second so we can get our clips rolling. I need to continue to be better about that. Part of the reason why I got the Stream Deck, although the Stream Deck is acting like it doesn't want to act right, so I'm gonna fiddle with that later. Ever since I moved, you know, things just ain't the same. The webcam got stop motion effect now, and it doesn't work as intended. The Stream Deck ain't working as intended. At this point, just throw it all away. It's all good. Anyway. Oh yeah, no, the green electric box. It probably wasn't good for us to be standing by that and be chilling on it all day, but there's probably some internal science or something behind it that would prove like, hey, there's a lot of radiation coming off of that. You're not supposed to be like right next to it. But that was the chill spot. Hey, as we sit down there all day. Bullshit. That was fucking fantastic time. Let me see. I want to get Pong's thoughts on the green electric box when he comes back. Let's see. Okay, he got a headphone in. Pong, how about that green box outside? The green electric box that used to be outside. That used to be a chill spot as well. Did you have one of those?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're talking about like the big main cable boxes that they have?
the one that you can sit on. It's literally like the perfect to sit. Sure. You can put food down. Like you could literally do whatever.
Yeah.
For sure. That was another key. That was another good, cool, dope part of it. All right,
bro. We had our corners.
Yeah.
See, I'm old enough to remember corners. Like everybody would decide on a corner to meet, right? That was the meeting corner, and that was the spot where everybody came out. Like between like whatever time, like Saturday mornings, like between 8 and 9, you just roll out and you see kids start gathering on the corner, and that's where we used to gather, and everybody
that was the
big,
thing.
big wheels, bikes. Yeah,
you knew what people were going to be outside.
Yeah, and then you decide what you were going to do from that point on, man. Whether it was going to be whatever, man. Which way are we going? Which way are we going?
Whose house we going to? Where we going outside? What are we doing? What are we getting into today?
Right. For us, it was all outside because we didn't have anything inside besides, if we were going to play even action figures and stuff, because we didn't have video games.
You could bring that outside. Yeah.
Yeah, we brought all that shit outside. Hot Wheels, action figures. If it was summertime, man, that was all outside, man. We had our bases built in the grasses and on the sidewalks, man. That's what we were doing. We were running over anthills and shit with our stompers and all sorts of shit, man.
Exactly. Fucking fantastic time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think I got everything set up here, at least for the most part. Let's finish setting up our shorts, verticals and everything here in a sec when I pass it back off the Pong. But let's introduce this show because it is more of a gaming show than anything. But again, like I said, we love to bring those personal touches in. But if you're unfamiliar, if you're new here, or if you're coming back, welcome to Living Split Screen. Living Split Screen is a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. We believe in that RTS approach. That means real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. That includes mobile gamers, guys. That includes mobile gamers. I see a lot of people getting hype about ZZZ. Hey, guys, let me tell you, that's a mobile game that is on console. I see y'all peeping out these gotcha games. I see y'all. Xbox players getting excited. I see y'all. But we are also the home of that ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. Even if we did, we are just two dudes who bring plenty of our personal knowledge, professional knowledge, and tie in those gaming experiences to have a full out conversation here and maybe play a little armchair CEO every now and then. This is what we like to do. With that said, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere if you want to tune into what I got going on. X, otherwise known as Twitter, is the place that I frequent the most. Or, I might be inside of a mech somewhere. You never know sometimes. Anyway, with that being said, I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, not Iceman, and I don't know, maybe he maybe he can get down with the female Silver Surfer, because it's classic. It's part of the comics. It's part of the comics. But the comic book ones are usually always the better adaptation anyway. But nonetheless, get a little female Silver Surfer. I actually like. I thought she was alright. I thought she was solid from that trailer that I saw. We'll see. Nonetheless, I feel weird about Pedro Pascal being Mr. Fantastic, though. I don't think
I'm done with him. His 20 minutes of fame needs to be done and over with. I'm done.
I liked him in Game of Thrones, and I like him a little bit as Joel. I'm
not saying he's a bad actor, Steel, but there comes a time and point where enough's enough, bro. I can't with him, and he's not perfect for every role. I'm sorry, I don't care what you say. He might be the nicest guy on the face of the freaking planet. I'm not gonna defend this shit, man. Pedro's been way too many places and way too many roles. Sorry. Side tangent. I'm done.
No, you're good. I just realized, like, when I was watching that trailer for the Fantastic Four, because they just released that one. In comparison to the previous dude who played, and I'm not talking about the more recent Fantastic Four. I'm talking about from the original, like, 2 that they did. It's just hard to make that comparison. I can't even think of that actor's name, but it's just hard for me to make the comparison between, like, what he was giving off. And I get that they're trying to go for, like, the more old timey feel and all that, whatever. Sure. But anyway, back to the introduction for the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops or Iceman, but he is my brother from another, the one, the only, my confidant, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How you feeling? And, yeah, man, what's going on?
Do good, brother. What a great start to the show. I always enjoy when our topics go sideways. And when we start shows, or when we, in the middle of the show, have different topics, man. So appreciate that start to my Saturday morning. I love thinking outside the box and having good conversations in the chat.
That's amazing, yeah.
we've developed this chat that shows up on a Saturday, the weekly basis, our regular group of people. And if you're new here, this is not abnormal for Living Split Screen to have conversations outside of gaming, or taking gaming in a different direction and looking at it from a different perspective that winds and leads to a different type of conversation. So if you're new here, you listen to this in the future. Again, nothing but love and respect. But that's pretty normal for us. So, and again, we've got a chat that also chimes in and joins in, and a lot of times dictates what we talk about, and love that you guys do that too. And you guys don't just go, "Oh, I came here just for gaming, guys. Just talk about gaming, please." Like, nah, man. We're
deeper than that.
Steele and I love to talk, and obviously we wouldn't be podcasting if we didn't. But we love to talk about everything. And again, just Living Split Screen, we kind of have that freedom to do what we want to do. So appreciate y'all for being here. Great Saturday morning. Great start to my morning. I did get to the gym so I could match Steele's energy this morning. Need to do that every Saturday. So feeling great, starting off great. And this is even better right here, right now. So yeah, guys, listen, as far as gaming goes, done a little bit of everything, man. So again, I got to shout out World's Edge and what they've done with the Age series in totality. But Age 4 and Knights of the Cross and Rose expansion is just a beautiful expansion, because the Templars are they're my favorite civilization, or whatever you want to say, to play. By far, out of all of them. And I played I think I've tried every single one at least twice, I think, at this point, in skirmishes and stuff. I love my Templars. The Templars are just freaking fantastic, brothers. So I'm having a good time with Age 4. I won't bore you guys with the RTS talk too much, but I will add in some more RTS talk and say that Tempest Rising dropped in early access this week. The full release is next week, but if you bought the deluxe edition on Steam, and again, this is PC only, Tempest Rising for the time being, hopefully it will come to console. This thing is, I think it's sitting at like an 80 right now, which for an RTS is pretty damn good. I read the reviews, especially the early reviews that came out, and the only thing people seem to be knocking it down for was because it is the spiritual successor, or one of the spiritual successors that are being made to Command and Conquer, that they wanted the story to be more cheesy, like the old Command and Conquers were. And like, I love the old Command and Conquers. I love the old FMV, full motion video, that we got. I say that should come back more in games, that they should use live actors and do the full motion video. And I love that. I love what they did with Command and Conquer back in the day. It was cheesy as hell, but it was cool as hell. And going back and playing, it still holds up. It's like a B movie, right, that you're watching. And I love that. And it seems like that's what the reviewers were focused on, because almost to a T, every reviewer was like, they brought back the old school Command and Conquer RTS. They did it. They pulled it off. They modernized it. But this is the old school Command and Conquer. Well, if you guys love Command and Conquer, let me tell you, Tempest Rising is that. I played through the first mission on the Tempest side, which is the bad side. You can play from either side, the GDC or the Tempest. I play from the Tempest, of course, because I always pick the bad side because I like it. And had a great first mission, great run. Performance is freaking amazing. Everybody's talked about the performance of this thing. I think Digital Foundry even broke it down and said it's got great performance. It really does. It's running flawlessly. The graphics are up to date. It looks beautiful. You can zoom really far in, and the units look great. It's kind of a combination or in between of reality based and cartoonish style, but there's a lot of details in each unit, and they look great. Zoomed out, the action is fantastic. It's silky smooth. It is Command and Conquer through and through. Like, this is not. It's like. It's not dollar store Command and Conquer. This is like a modern version of Command and Conquer without that licensed IP from EA. And again, a lot of the devs on this team are former Command and Conquer, original Command and Conquer devs. So they just brought all that up, and it's awesome. So I did the first mission and started a skirmish. And again, it's only keyboard and mouse, no controller support. You guys know I'm not a keyboard mouse guy. So I feel like I'm left-handed. I'm slow as shit. Even playing on normal against the AI in skirmish mode. Like, I thought I was starting out pretty good and getting a handle on things. Bro, they started rushing my my locations that I was taking over in about the 5 to 7 minute mark, which is pretty normal for AI for a rush. Bro, they were destroying me. They had so many units compared to me, it wasn't even freaking funny. I was like, okay, this is going to take a lot of time and practice to get up to speed with this game. But if you're looking for it, $39.99 for the regular version, $49.99 for the deluxe edition on PC. Go pick it up. If you're a Command & Conquer fan, just go pick it up. It's an instant buy. This is a freaking fantastic game. So that was out. What else did I play this week? Blueprints, the puzzle game that came out onto Game Pass and has been the indie darling lately for a lot of people. This thing's sitting in the 90s, I think a 92 or 93 rating right now. It is early year game of the year quality stuff for an indie. Blueprints is a puzzler. So if you're not into puzzles, you're probably not going to like this that much, but I would still say try it if you're a Game Pass subscriber, obviously. No risk. But basically the thing is you've been left an inheritance through this mansion of your uncle or great uncle, I forget what he is. And it's been left to you, but this mansion is magical. And you can you open up the doors, and it starts in the entryway of the mansion, and there's 3 doors to select from. Every time you open a door, you get a choice of 3 different rooms that you can put down. And basically the goal is to get to this final room, right?
You said this is Blueprints, right?
Yeah, Blueprints. And it's on a grid. It's on a grid. You can pull up the grid, and you can see where you are. So you're basically placing tiles, room tiles, Steel, if you get what I'm saying. Okay. So you open up a door, and you got a choice of 3 tiles. Now, through different things, you can change those tiles and blah, 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 but we'll just stick to the basics. So you pick one of those tiles. Well, you could pick sometimes a closet will pop up. Well, it'll have items in there, but that's a dead end because there's no doorways out. So now you've blocked off that door. So you got to have another doorway, right? So you go to another doorway and you start again. So you get a hallway, etc. Bedrooms, etc. Some of the rooms will have puzzles in them, which will grant you items like gems or keys. You use gems to buy certain rooms, require you to have gems. And then there's also certain rooms, certain areas that you wind up into where doors start getting locked and you need keys in order to unlock those doors, right? So this is kind of what happens throughout the game. And so what you wind up doing is eventually just dead-ending yourself. Now, there's also storage rooms that you can incorporate. If you get a storage room, you can, one of the items that you found through your run, you can store and use that in a later run. So it's got roguelike to it. Okay. So then you just, when you're finished, when you've dead ended yourself, you don't have any more plays to make.
Okay.
You just end the day and it starts over the next day.
Okay.
And you walk into the
roguelike side of it.
Again. Yes, sir. I've played, I think, 8 days worth, which again, the runs sometimes are longer, sometimes they're short. Just depends kind of what you get, right? It's freaking dope. I understand the hype. I understand why people rated it so highly. Single developer who created this. All hats off to him. Freaking awesome. It really is cool. And again, because I like puzzles, there hasn't been any mind-bending puzzles where I've gone, holy shit, what are we doing here? They give you hints. Most of it is you can figure it out if you think about it.
Okay.
But it's challenging. It's not easy per se. Not every puzzle is easy. Some of them are easier. But they are really well done. And I just love this game, man. So Blueprints is well worth it. If you guys are into that type of game, download it, try it out.
So far from what you've played of it though, do you think that it holds that metric for you personally, at least?
Yeah.
The 91 plus or whatever that it has, as far as like how people have received it as well? Because I've heard up and down things. Again, was listening to some people talk. They don't talk about they didn't get. Like I was listening to ACG. There's some people on there that was like, I jumped into it, didn't really get the point of why people saw this as such a great grandiose thing. Again, no slight to them. Everybody, I could see that it wouldn't be something for me, even, right? Because I just don't care. It's a mentality thing right there as well. Because if you don't have genuine interest, it's hard for you to like, oh, I'm going to play this. I'm going to force myself into it to give myself interest if you don't have that already. So that could be playing into it as well. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of get your thought on
I mean, it depends. Again, this is always so subjective, so it's very tough, but I'm just saying it's a extremely well made freaking game that has mechanics that I find extremely the loop is fun as hell, Steel. Like it is fun as hell. And like I said, the puzzles are not overwhelming so far, but they are thinking puzzles. They're not just simple puzzles, right? They are thinking puzzles. So if you're into that kind of mode, yeah, I can see why you would rate this highly. There's no performance issues. There's nothing like to take away from, right? So for me, yeah, I think it combines different genres together. And this is what indies do. Now, again, this comes back to a discussion that's been had and will continue to be had. Are indies judged differently than AAA big budget games? Yes, they are.
Yeah, they should be. And they should be.
Yeah, and I believe so too. Are they given more leeway? Yes, they are. And I think that the also thing that, and the big thing for me, when I look at the reviews for indie or AA games or smaller games,
right,
I do believe reviewers do a better job of avoiding comparing it to other games. Whereas when you get into the AAA big budget, they compare them to other games. This is missing. This should be here. This should be here. Like this is the game I wanted. It's not that, so I'm knocking it down 10 points. Like there's a lot of that for it. But for the indie side of things, they do a much better job of just taking the game for what it is and going, is this a great game? Is this a really good game? Is this a bad game? And then they just do a good job on giving it its merits on its own face value instead of what other people have done prior to that game. And so I think that for this type of game that kind of blends some genres together, it is from a solo dev. And the way that it's turned out, I can see why people gave it 90s. I can see why people might say that this might be one of the early front runners for game of the year, that indie game of the year, the one that always sneaks in at the end of the year. I like Balatro was last year, right? So I definitely think it's got that quality to it. So I don't have a problem with it. Now, do I understand why some people might not like this game as much? Of course, it's not going to be for everybody. It's again, the indies especially are not made like that. So I can definitely see how some people would say, nah, it's a good game, but it's just not, it's not there. No, I can see that too. But for me, it gives me a taste of everything that I do like when roguelikes and puzzles and the idea of building this grid-based, placing these tiles and this grid-based. I love that. I love that, and figuring out what tile I want to place. If I select one of these tiles, am I going to get another good one on the other door? Like all that kind of stuff that comes into play. For me, in my brain, I like it.
Plays into that.
So, yeah. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, what else? Warriors Abyss. Back into Warriors Abyss again. Loving the hell out of that. I made some posts.
You almost got me this week. You almost got me.
Bro,
I was like, it looks like it's a good time.
And they added a harder mode now for the people who have said
that
they think the game is easy. They've added a free update to it with a new mode that's even harder. Again, maybe I'm just getting old, and I've talked about this. I don't have a problem admitting that my reflexes in gaming stuff isn't what it used to be. I don't have an issue admitting that. I have found that maybe I just haven't put enough time, because a lot of it is just opening up a lot of the characters, getting the bonuses that you get through unlocking them, finding the unique weapons, which also gives you additional bonuses. Maybe a lot of people just put more hours into it up front than I did, and it got easy for them. But for me, I still haven't completed a full run. Now, I almost did. I was very close to beating it. It was about an hour-long run. And that was some of the video I posted was freaking insane, bro. When you get up there, it gets wild, man. Like, it is non-stop. I love this game. I think it's fun as hell. Even if I don't find it easy to beat, even if I'm one of these people that kind of, struggles, quote unquote, I don't feel like I'm struggling. I feel like I'm just having a good time running through. And I love all the different characters, because I love that Dynasty Warrior mentality where you get selected warriors. They got different unique abilities. They act differently. I love the way that you build out your group of characters that are along with you at that time, and get special bonuses based upon the abilities that they bring to the table, and it increases your skill in that ability area, which then in turn increases damage, or whatever the case may be, ups your speed, whatever the case may be. I love that strategy too, as well. Warriors Abyss is a great time, man. It just really is. It continues to be in the rotation, but I was having a good time with that this week. And then finally, if you guys were at the beginning of the show, you heard me touch on it. Now, I just flipped it on last night, got to the first cave area, and then saved it while I was in the cave area. But I did pick up Lunar. I told you guys I was going to pick up Lunar collection.
About that a little bit.
Day one, I picked it up. I made a post about it earlier this week because I was looking around at the stores because I was trying to decide if I was going to buy it in Steam, if I was going to buy it on Xbox. Well, I went to Steam. Okay, it wasn't available, so it wasn't like it was available for purchase. They didn't launch it until the day that it showed up, right? And it's $50 for anybody who's wondering. It's 2 games. You get the original version and you get the remastered version. So you go back, play the original version if you want to, and you also get the remastered version of both games, of both Lunars. But I was looking through the stores and I was like, okay, am I going to buy it on Steam? Where do I want to play this? I went to the Xbox store, and sure enough, they had the Play Anywhere. I'm like, decision made, man. These are the benefits because I'm not the Steam only guy. It's like, bro, I get two copies for the price of one. I'm like, so I made that post, so I picked it up yesterday. Like I said, $50. Popped it on last night before Xbox Ultimate. Nostalgia. Just again, this is one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. It's well known, but I still believe it's underrated when it comes to the classic JRPGs. Not everybody knows about Lunar. If you had a Sega CD and you were a JRPG player, Lunar and the Silver Star was an oh my god moment when it dropped, okay? And you popped it in because you got the CD quality music, which is simply fantastic throughout this game. And then you also got the anime cutscenes in full motion, like it was straight up anime. And we didn't get that back in the day until Sega CD started, really, right? So when we popped that in, I was like, oh my God. So yesterday, popping it in, hearing the opening song. Now they've redone for the remaster, they've redone the voiceovers. They brought the voiceovers in.
That's
all of that kind of stuff.
Work.
Yeah, it's really good. And it's really well done. I'm playing on the English version right now, and the English people the characters are
sound
really
decent.
Well acted.
Nice.
Yes, they're really well acted. But just it washed over me, man. And it's such a good JRPG. It is so highly respected. If you played it, you will understand it. The writing, again, it's classic JRPG. So it's turn-based, exactly what you expect. They don't hold your hands. The early battles are tough. First cave, they're not messing around. You can die in the first cave. Like, they're not giving you any breathing room. So you're fighting slimes. You think it's going to be easy? No, man. Those suckers gang up on you.
Like
you've only got like 20. You've only got like 20 hit points to start, right? So they're ganging up on you. They're hitting you 3-4 times in one turn. Yeah, your character's down under 10 hit points now. All of a sudden, you got to be healing already. Like, this is like out the gate. So it's like you got to be careful. They got tougher enemies in the first cave too. So it gets wild right away. But yeah, I got to the first cave, started playing through it. It's just, again, it's a JRPG. If you love classic JRPGs, you should play it. If you have not played it before, you have not experienced Lunar, it's a great story. It's a great RPG. The combat system is fun. They have auto battling. So if you get sick and tired of doing turn-based, you can auto battle. You can do the auto battle. They also included now speed.
That turns me off.
You can
speed. Okay.
Yeah, you can increase the speed so it goes super fast. So the turns go super fast. So yeah, you got a lot of control, but it's a great game so far from what I played. It's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what I knew it was going to be. Again, they haven't recreated this, right? It's not the Final Fantasy remakes that Square has been doing where they turned it all into this, 2D, 3D background and all that kind of stuff. It's just a high definition version of that. They cleaned up a lot of the things from the old versions and redid, like I said, the voiceovers and all that kind of stuff are great. So yeah, if you're looking for a classic style, go pick up Lunar. It's awesome, man. It's awesome.
It's dope.
So yeah, that's what I've been doing, Steve.
Dan, some pretty damn good games that you've been jumping into there, man. That's pretty fucking fire. It's definitely a mix there for sure. Well, for me, what have I been into? What have I been doing? What have I been acquiring? No, I've gotten knee deep into South of Midnight. Ended up completing it. I think I beat it in right under 20 hours.
Perfect.
And I think that's perfect for that style of game. One of the main things that I do want to start off with is I think it's interesting seeing how games like this get turned out. We have the conversation about the length of games, what's in the games, having the variety. And having those shorter experiences that you can, even for the casual, can jump into over a couple weeks, or a few weeks or whatever, or a month or whatever time that it takes them, and actually feel like they're progressing and also get to completing the game, right? We do know that most people don't end up completing a lot of their games, but I do think that South of Midnight is a good example of a game that, at least for me as well, and it seems to be a thing trending with other people as well, is that it's a game that grips you and wants you to continue to progress moment to moment, and it feels good moment to moment. Beating the game, again, I did beat it on Grand Weaver, so again, that's also to give perspective to people. I still will stand behind, last time I talked about it all right, hopefully we are back. Sorry for that little bit of a blip there. OBS said fuck me, so fuck it. At this point, Lord Jesus, man, you never understand why it happens. But anyway, to get back on topic, hopefully you guys can hear and see me just fine. It looks like everything is back live. So, but what I was saying was, to go from that few hour experience to now going to 20 hours and being at the end of it, I still stand behind the fact that I think that the people that were complaining about the combat, saying that it was overly simplified, saying that it's too basic, I still think that y'all are off base, right? Now, if this experience would have been 10 hours longer or whatever the case, because I got basically to the end of the skill tree, maybe I could start understanding why someone would feel that way. But the reason that's hard for me to grasp, because there's so much happening in a moment to moment kind of scenario. Now, if you want to run with, hey, the combat feels like it's a kind of a last minute thing, or it's like, it's not the main focus. You're right. The combat is not supposed to be the main focus, at least from what I have noticed. It is definitely more about the story, the art, and just it being compelling to you as the gamer. But for me, playing on Grand Weaver, and it's not like I was entering these fight sequences and they were staged, or I was entering these fight sequences and I didn't feel some form of progression. Every time, you get through a fight sequence, especially from the beginning, you unlock a new ability, or in between, you end up unlocking an ability, and per fight, you end up, at least from what I was noticing, you end up understanding how your abilities start to work, what you can combo together, what options that you have. The enemies are aggressive. So when you have multiple big type of enemies, medium style enemies, smaller enemies, that all need their own separate attention and all have their own separate things that you can do to them. Mind you, all the enemies you can essentially do. You could do the freeze, you could do the pull, there's so many different things you could do to them. Now, certain ones have, I would say, mechanics that help eliminate that enemy quicker. For an example, like there's this blob thing that you can pull out the little flies that it has, that it shoots at you. You can pull it out and you can throw it back, right? That's one example of something that you could do. The ones that hover and look a little spooky, they shoot like a little bit of this like energy ball, void ball, whatever you want to call, and you can push that back at them, right? Gives you some of those force feelings that maybe somebody would draw akin to like a Star Wars or something like that. The combat progression, and again, maybe I'm just not the god gamer. I've never claimed to be, and maybe I'm just not the greatest combat dude that I personally know. And I'm not saying that I am. Shout out to Sonny Legend. I think he's the one that, like, that's a whole different echelon. The art he puts into his shit, but playing on Grand Weaver, I'm still having a hard time understanding how people felt like it was simplistic from start to end. Again, 10 additional hours after the ending, I could see it, but it didn't feel like it was a nuisance. It didn't feel like, oh, I just want to get through this. It didn't feel like, oh, this is boring to me, right? It just felt like, hey, this is okay. This is the combat sequence. I know what I'm here for. It's the same thing with the whole zones aspect. I know people were like, oh, well, it feels too staged. It's a game. It's not a high budget game. It's not supposed to be the most phenomenal game that you've ever played. It is a game that is more so trying to tell you a story and give you sequences in between, whether it be the platforming. And I do think the platforming is probably one of the most fun that I've had in a platformer style game. Just because of how they incorporate everything. You being able to run on walls and use the right stick to go up and down on the wall, that's such a cool feature. Like, that's not something that I typically would have like suggested to somebody to make it more interactive, but it does give you additional options. You can jump higher, you can jump lower, you can do this, you can do that, along with the grapple hooking and flying and all the other additional things that you can do in the game. By no means am I saying it is South of Midnight a perfect game. What I would have liked to see a little bit more variance in the combat as far as the animations, right? That's something I always speak to. Hey, when I do a move, add a little bit of variety. You know, if I do a move one way, if I do an overhead, that's my first intro to my move, and you know that's then let me mix it up. The second time, if I dodge, the second time I do that first hit, let it come from a different angle. You know what I mean? That may be me asking for too much. That may be the attention to detail, but I do think that helps help somebody perceive that there is more of a variety of combat, even in simple gameplay. On the easier difficulties, I still would have a hard time understanding why somebody says that they didn't enjoy the combat. And again, you hear a lot of people talking about it as if like, y'all are these combat dudes and you have experienced the breadth of what the game is giving you, and that's just not accurate. Playing the game, beating the game, and seeing what the game is giving to you has a nice mix in there, has a nice variety in there. And again, I'm somebody who's very critical about combat, and I would say that combat is probably the least I'm not as critical about it in this experience. We had that indie conversation a little bit earlier, and I know this is Compulsion and they've made other games, but for this to be their first foray chasing down this rabbit, right, giving you those Alice in Wonderland feels, also tying that into the South, the way they portray the character, the game just being authentically exactly what it was trying to be, right? That Southern Louisiana Gothic folklore, it being a truly Black experience, at least how it feels to me. How I connected with it, some of the giving you that Southern feel, some of the country vibes as well, and it just felt like a very special experience in many ways. I saw people, kind of clowning or speaking to the musical side and aspects of some of the things that happen in the game, and I think that just played into the game more, right? Again, that's one of the areas where a lot of that's like jazz and stuff like that was very prolific. So it's like seeing them lean into that blues and stuff like that was really dope. From start to finish. I liked all the characters. I liked the way that they portrayed the story. Seeing the dichotomy between hugging Molly and thinking that, oh, well, this is the evil character, right? This is somebody I'm supposed to have a feeling against, and seemingly getting the opposite side when you see more of the story get revealed, and seeing things that aren't just, oh, this is not black and white. It's not just, oh, I see monsters and the monsters are bad. No, there's more to it. There's some underlying things are happening. And it does lean into more of the a human trying to get powers that does not belong to them, or they should not have, or was not forgiven to them, and them using dark magic or using dark matters and dark ways to accomplish something, right? So I'm trying not to give so many details because the game is still new. I don't want to spoil it for everybody, but I just think that there's a lot of variety in there, and I do think it's one of the best examples of the games that we speak to, where we say, hey, I want a game that's a shorter experience, I want a game that's a tight experience, I want something that's going to have me from a moment to moment. If those are the things that you're looking for, and this game seemingly hits all those things. And matter of fact, I would say that this is probably, for Compulsion, this has to be the number one on their list as far as games that they are proud of, right? Just because you can see the love, you can see the effort, the talent that went into it, and just just the attention to detail as well. So South of Midnight was really dope. I give the game a 9 out of 10 for me personally. The moment gameplay, the storytelling. I played with stop motion on the entire time. It didn't bother me. Of course, you notice it, but again, like I spoke to last week, I like things like those Tim Burton films, like Coraline. Like I like that stop motion effect, especially when it's done right. And at Palm's point that he made last week as well, you can tell it has been pulled back some. It's not as much as I would have liked to see. Lean them into it a little bit more, especially when you have that option. But it was a really dope experience, man. Had a really fucking good time with it. Glad that I played it. Glad I was actually. It's another game, at least for me, because I felt similarly about Kena, Bridge of Spirits. But I think this one just hits a little bit harder just because of some of that Southern connection and stuff like that. Stuff that I can relate to, her interaction with her mom and stuff like that. It was just really dope, man. So shout out to South of Midnight, man. Compulsion. You're high up on my list right now, especially in comparison. I didn't play any of your previous games, right? So for this to be my introduction to you guys and just hearing about your previous experiences shows me y'all are in the right direction, man. I would like they left plenty of room for a second game to be done if they wanted to do that. Maybe they could even. They definitely left an avenue open for them to like chase down other impactful stories and kind of put their own thing on it. So it's really cool, man. Shout out to Compulsion. The other thing that I've been getting back into as well, I jumped back into Destiny 2, mainly for the PvP side of things. Jumped into a little bit of the story. I don't care about the story at this point. I'm disconnected from Destiny after what I experienced with, I think it was Lightfall. It might have been before that. It was the Neon, when they introduced all the Neon City stuff and all that great stuff. That was the last time that I was like, oh, I'm interested to see what's happening. I can give a fuck less. I'm really there for the PvP, and honestly, I don't know if I'm there for that either. When it takes me, especially when I jump on, it's taking me 5 minutes to find a match, right? That's something that I was having an issue with when I was trying to jump back into Gears 5, as an example, and it's something that I mentioned then. When you're waiting 5 minutes in between matches and there's other things that it just slows down the flow and it doesn't feel like you're really taking advantage of the time. So it's like, damn, I might as well play COD because I know that I can get in, run some matches, it be consistent, feel back to back, feel like there's that progression there. And I just wasn't getting that out of Destiny. Now, when me and my brother were teamed up, we seemingly were finding decent matches, and I'm going through all the playlists, you know what I mean? In PvP, whether it had been regular Crucible, they had one without abilities, even doing ranked, right? We were playing all of them, the 3v3 mode that they had. And it's a good time. I mean, we're getting back into it, getting the groove back in. But you know, it's the closest thing probably that I have to a game like Marathon, but Marathon started that interest back up for me, man. I want to make sure that I'm right. I understand what that Bungie gameplay is feeling like, how the shooting's feeling like. I want to make sure that I'm kind of hand in hand with that. So that's been my main aspect of that. So I've been playing that kind of casually, feeling good about it. Feeling decent about it, I should say. And then other than that, like the game that you see on screen, it's the first Berserker Kazan. I think that the first Berserker Kazan is better than even Lies of P was, for me, at least so far, right? I haven't completed the game yet or anything, but I do think Lies of P does story better still, right? I think that's the top-notch, top echelon as far as story goes, just being very direct, you being able to connect those dots with Pinocchio and whatnot. But the first Berserker, I still stand behind the fact that I don't feel like it's the easiest game to jump into, that you're going to see me probably get my ass waxed for 90 minutes in this gameplay by this boss, just because.
Is there an easy mode?
Yeah, there's an easy mode. Okay. When you die your first time, it asks, hey, do you want to play on easy? Okay, cool. So you do have that option. So there is that option for that. But as far as like the parrying goes, how the game wants you to play, it does lean into more of the anime-esque side of it. I'm using Greatsword, right? So that has been a little slower, and apparently it's one of the more difficult weapons to use in the game as well in comparison to everything else. Like I know for the spear is nasty as far as like how it just makes you feel in the combat sequences. The dual blades, it's really not dual blade, it's an axe, and then you have a blade in the other hand. That one is probably the most like over the top. That one feels good as well. And I think there's another one, if I'm not mistaken, but either way, yeah, the greatsword being a slower weapon, it still has some interesting things. I will say, as far as like a Souls experience goes, this is probably the first game in these style of games where the greatsword just feels fucking phenomenal. Just like you, like the way you doing the moves, it being impactful. You like when the, like some people describe it as, you know, you and the boss are taking turns, right? Engaging. It's kind of like how people look at turn-based games. You take your turn and the boss takes their turn. I feel like there's a little bit of that in the greatsword gameplay. Of course, Kazan allows you to do additional things because it's all based off of stamina management more than anything. The abilities that you could do, your parrying, blocking, because once your stamina gets broke, you're essentially vulnerable. You can get completely taken advantage of. But I do think that this is some of the greatest action greatsword gameplay that I have personally experienced. It has me like, I want to continue using the greatsword. I don't want to use any other weapon. I want to use this weapon just because of how heavy it makes you feel and how over the top it makes you feel. It still has some flow to it. Still has some anime-esque things to it, right? I have this move where I can essentially call out the demons that are with me. I could call out 3 of them and I do the slam attack and they all 3 come in and do the slam attack with me. So you have stuff like that. It just feels good, feels impactful, feels meaningful. The damage is nice. So, but yeah, man, first Berserker Kazan. It's a really dope game, really fun to play. I do think it's one of the better Souls-like games that are out there. It's definitely Souls, so don't like try to misinterpret what I'm saying as, it's an action adventure game. I'm gonna have fun with it. No, you're probably gonna get your ass beat by some of these bosses, right? Again, this boss that you're seeing on screen is the first boss that I truly like hit a little bit of a wall on. Before this, it was a goat. It was the ghost goat boss. He was a problem a little bit, but it is definitely one of those experiences where as you progress, as you fight the boss, you start seeing more of their moves and you're not dying to dumb shit. You're just dying to, oh damn, that's the first time I saw that move. Oh damn, he can do that. Oh damn, you know. So when you get to that, when you finally get that defeat on the boss, you're so familiar with it, you feel like you have progressed as the player or as the character when you beat it. So I think it does that really well, man, having that balance there. So yeah, man, that's pretty much all of that I've been into this week. I'm going to finish out Berserker Kazan before I go back to Assassin's Creed Shadow. Again, in Shadows, I didn't even unlock Yasuke yet, so I haven't even completed that first act or whatever. So right. I think that was a perfect place for me to kind of put down and come back to because I hadn't progressed the story. I wasn't in the middle of anything, so I think it's got a lot lined up that's looking really good. So man, I'm excited. Gaming is better than ever, at least at this point, at least for me, in what I've experienced. Albeit, I'm still looking for my multiplayer game, man. I think Mecha Break is going to be the one. Hopefully I can get into this alpha for a marathon so I can really see and get my thoughts on how the game feels for me, whether I think it's going to be something for me day one or not. But yeah, I mean, that's all I got on the list. I do have some other things. Possibly, I'm waiting for an email back. But I got some other things that are going to be working on. I know y'all saw me talking about Where Winds Meet. I can't say much more than that, just in case they do send some additional things through. But yeah, there's some other things on the radar that hopefully I'll get into that I'll be under NDA for, but we will definitely want to chop it up, get my thoughts together, and maybe that'll be content that comes to the channel. And again, Where Winds Meet, I already have a playlist on Live in Split Screen. If you guys have seen it in passing or you want to see some gameplay and see what the game is kind of looking like and feeling like.
I want to.
Bro, that aerial move that they do.
Yeah.
The one that's going around right now, that's something that they used to tease before. That was one of the things that they teased with the original video concept or whatever when they were trying to pitch it, I guess, to us, showing us trailers and whatnot, and just seeing that actually in gameplay and not really like clicking, oh, that's gameplay, until she starts floating down and you see her start moving around. You're like, oh, that's not a cutscene. That's something that you could do. Lord, that gives me those crouching tiger, hidden dragon feels. Like you're playing into the fantasy that I've always wanted to see come to life, and seeing that in this game, knowing that it's going to be co-op, knowing it's going to have the PvP, knowing it has the versatile style combat as well. It looks super dope. Looks super dope. There was some shout outs that I need to do. Unfortunately, since OBS crashed, I don't have that the chat up for whatever reason. Every time that last week when I put chat in OBS, it was no problems, and then this week I do it, and of course it's a problem. So
I can give shout outs here. I think MF, great member for 13 months, says it's 10:45 a.m. Do you know where your children are? Yeah, no. Our parents didn't care. Our parents just didn't care, man. Back in the day.
They cared, but they weren't worried. They weren't
worried. No, but they didn't really care either. Like it was like whatever. I mean, my mom would get upset if I didn't check in for like a while, but if like I slept over and I didn't call, like there were times where I slept over at a friend's house and stayed multiple days and just didn't call my mom. Like she eventually would call and check in again.
I couldn't do that.
They knew the parents, but no, I'd forget. But she wouldn't call till like the next morning or the next afternoon. It'd just be like, "Hey, just making sure that my kid's still there. Is everything good?" Like that's how it was, man. God, I miss those times, man. God Emperor Sofa King joined the Splitters. He bought the single ticket to the hype train this morning. Got us to a nice Mach 2.5. Thank you, God Emperor Sofa King, and welcome aboard the Splitters hype train, sir. Appreciate you so much, brother, for being here. So those are the two that I can see, Steel. So just want to get those shout outs.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that was the main ones. If you want to go ahead and finish shouting out the chat as well, we can do
that.
that.
We can do that right now. If you're ready to rock and roll, we'll get the chat rolling here. Bro, we've been live for over an hour and 20 already. Had a nice full morning conversation outside of gaming, and now we're getting into the gaming stuff. Love you all for being here. And again, if you're listening to us in the future, whether you're here for 5 minutes or the entire time that Steele and I go, we love you. And it's the same type of respect. And I know so many of you support other channels as well. And we love you all for that and as well. Again, this is a community thing. This is, we love the gamers that we have in this community, and you guys mean everything to us for being here on Saturday. So thank you for all for this. Ghost Wolf 3599 member for 12 months. Thank you so much, Ghost Wolf. Freaking incredible, man. Freaking incredible. Love you all. So let's shout out this chat. We got the Froggy T right in the house, says good combos here. Appreciate that, Froggy, so much, man. Yeah, we have a good time doing it with you guys. Jesse James in the house. He says, when Oblivion dropping? Rumor is next week, brother.
Next week. It's supposed to be.
Rumor is the announcement is next week.
And that's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting because I definitely want to get into that a little bit for sure.
Yeah, because we got Claire Obscure next week as well. So it is interesting. We will find out. But next week is supposedly the announcement. And it's got to be. I mean, again, we saw the screenshots. It got the Virtuos got data mined, so we've got the screenshots. It's real. It's legit. It's got to be there. So we'll see. Who else we got in here? Again, Faid Scott, thank you for joining us, brother. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Ghost Wolf 3599. I just talked about you, but I'll shout you out again, brother, as part of my regular shout. Appreciate you so much for being here. Xbox or XBX.Lord Chaos 78. What's going on? Great to see you. Says there's too many helicopter parents nowadays. I agree, but there is certain reasons for that as well. But it is over the top with the helicopter parenting. I hated that. I had my kids' buddies had helicopter parents, and I was like, bro, no, we're not. No. Decado, what's going on, Decado? Great to see you, brother. Always dropping by. I hope things are still getting better for you, sir. I hope you're recovering well.
Much love to you, Decado.
Thank you for being here. And again, once again, the God Emperor Sofa King. Thank you for being here, God Emperor. Appreciate you all the time, man, for joining the show. JB1521. What is going on, JB1521? Appreciate you. What's going on, Oats? Great to see you. Says, where wins meet? Another one missing Xbox. Do we confirm that, Seal? They are skipping
PS5 and PC? Currently, it is not on Xbox.
That's right.
Currently.
Okay. All right.
Currently, that could change when they get to full release. Right, there's apparently some deals being done. Zenless Zone Zero came way sooner than I was anticipating. I don't think it hasn't even been a year that the game has been out on console, on PlayStation at least, and it's already coming to Xbox. So that gives me some hope. Maybe there's something happening there. We start seeing more of those games, because the game Where Winds Meet is technically a mobile game. Right. So seeing it go additional places, I would definitely like seeing it come to Xbox for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, yeah, want all those games coming. Saw Xbox censoring themselves this week and not getting games this week as well. Again, I whatever. It's a whole different conversation. I just don't get it, man. MF, great. I see you dropping in here, brother. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you so much. Who else we got in here? We got Leo Holden Cross. What is going on? I said, personally, it should not have been a Souls-like. It should have been an action game, flat out, kind of similar to Vindicus. Must be talking about Berserker Kazan, because that probably was when you were talking about it. The first Berserker Kazan.
Vindictus and Berserker are actually kind of similar. I do think Vindictus is probably easier for sure. It is definitely leans more on the action oriented side. But it still has Souls-like elements to it. You're still 1v1 in the bosses. It's not so over the top. It's still focused on parrying and dodging. You have to do those things to defeat those bosses. Right. So, there's some similarities there. Again, Berserker is definitely more Souls than Vindictus is, but there's still similarities there. So I wouldn't say that they should have leaned one way versus the other. I think Kazan does it just right. That's the game that they wanted to make, and I think the style of game that they made works for if they're trying to pull additional people in, because it does have some forgiveness. Again, like I was telling you, like Pong had asked, it does have an easier difficulty. Most of the time you don't get that option in those games, right? So having that versatility and still be able to get that sense of progression, I mean, that's just my thoughts on it.
No, I mean, you know me, I since I don't play Souls, of course I wish every game was action instead of Souls, but it is what it is. Again, that's
But again, it also depends on what you mean by action, because like typically when people say action, they mean like a game like Devil May Cry, but even Devil May Cry has complexity to it. It's not the easiest game to play, right? Like unless you're talking about like you just want a game where you can press buttons and shit happens.
I can on Devil May Cry if I'm not playing on the higher levels. I can.
Yeah, you can get it done, right? But it still has that complexity to it.
Sure, and it's not like
it does have difficulty as well, though.
No, it's not like I'm just mashing. I will learn some of the combos, but I'm not going to go so deep where I'm going to play on hardcore, right? But I'm just saying that Devil May Cry and games like that just don't make you parry and dodge all the damn time. Like it's just not like it's not something you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Like
you don't have to. You don't have to.
No, on normal, and I'm talking normal levels. Again, high level gameplay is completely different, right? It is different. I'm just talking about for a normal dude who just wants to get in and have some fucking fun, like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry. You can pretty much just learn a couple of the combos and get through. Right, and use your specials and that kind of stuff, and you get through it. Right, even the bosses. Right, Devil May Cry 2 was famous for that, because I even saw some people reposting. Why I break that up? Because some people started reposting video of Devil May Cry 2 showing how you could cheese so much of that game.
Well, like Devil May Cry 2 apparently was also one of the. It is. I mean, I did some dig deeping on it too, because I do have some rose tinted glasses about that game as well. I don't remember it all. That's kind of why I want to go back through the series a little bit. They do have an HD collection and all that good stuff. But anyway, Devil May Cry 2 is actually considered one of the worst Devil May Cry games out of all of them, just because of what went into it. You look at the back, you look at the history of it. It was all kinds of convoluted shit happening behind the scenes. Wasn't a clear direction, and those are things that they did correct going into 3, which is why people feel strong about the first game, the third game, and feel weak about the second game. But I also saw people downing Ninja Theory's one, so.
Yeah, and I actually like Ninja Theory's one too. I played about 10, 12 hours of Ninja Theory's one, and I really enjoy it. I think it's cool. I understood why people didn't like the character per se, but I thought the gameplay itself was really well done, and it was cool as hell. I really had a good time with it. So, but yeah, Devil May Cry 2, bro. You could just juggle the bosses with guns, like so
Oh yeah.
like, infinite. Just sit there. It was crazy. Let's see here. Where did I leave off? Let me get back to the chat here. There's Leo Holdencross again. Leo, appreciate you being here. Oh, Back from the Dead, of course, is here. What's going on, Back from the Dead? Great to see you. Appreciate you. Says there was never a Destiny 3. That was the idiots in the community spreading rumors. There was only Destiny 2 because of act.
Destiny 3 is still a possibility. There's no concrete evidence. They are supporting their Destiny 2 right now. There's additional DLC that is coming, but I personally do think that right now it is the end of Destiny. They've kind of shitted on their own name as far as that's gone. Not saying that Bungie can't get that back, but they would have to do something extremely dramatic for Destiny 3. There's always ways to continue a story in gaming, right? You can retcon shit. I would prefer them not to do that. They've already done enough of that shit. There's already content that you can't ever access in Destiny to experience those games. So it'd be hard for me to see or understand how you go into a third game when you've already shitted on your own IP in a lot of ways and basically made it seem like certain parts of your game don't matter, or certain parts of their story don't matter. You're seeing some Star Wars similarities in Destiny. But yeah, I mean, their Destiny 3 right now is Marathon. And it's a PvP game that does have some PvE elements in it. I think that's going to be interesting to talk about additionally, since we've had a week to sit with it, seen some other people talk about it. I've been getting some information about it as well, from what I could find. So, we'll see what happens. I think right now they just need to make sure that fucking Marathon releases as a good game, because it is going to be a paid for title. It's not going to be free to play. There's a lot of things that they need to, and again, I won't know for sure until I get hands on. But when you hear stuff like they don't have additional characters to show, when you're hearing rumors like there's not a content roadmap yet, when you hear rumors like they don't even have this story together yet, it seems like a continuation of fucking issues that they had before, and that doesn't feel good either. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Jason Max, of course, is in here dropping in with just to remember, Xbox is number one. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you being here.
Xbox butter.
No, it's Joe Dunbar, of course, is in the house. What's going on, Joe? Thank you, brother, so much. Appreciate you being here. We got Calorie in the house. Is going on, Calorie? Great to see you. I said, what do you say? Level up my combat by doing well in the key to him is to level up my combat by doing well in the combat, not exploring every nook and cranny. That was annoying to me. I found exploring very boring after the first 8 chapters, so I just stopped. And he was talking about South of Midnight Steel.
Huh? One more time. Read that to me one more time. Read that to me one more time.
He said, he's basically deciphering a little bit here because it was a little bit out of the wording didn't make sense.
I got you.
Leveling up the combat. He would like the leveling up of combat and skills basically by doing well in combat, not by exploring every nook and cranny. So basically going off the beaten path to find the little, what do they call them? So that you could get enough skill.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that?
Yeah.
And maybe it's just a me thing. I never felt like I needed to explore. I never felt like, I'm going out of my way to explore. All of my upgrades I did by organically just going through the level. If I saw a cut, if there's a way for me to go straight, it's easily to understand where you're going in South of Midnight. So if there's a path that's branching off to the right, sure, I might go down that path, but it's not like the path is so deep I'm going completely out of my way and I feel like it's inconvenient. Not only that, South of Midnight also does something to where it allows you to traverse across its map. You're not gated to the areas, right? You can jump through areas. Like you could jump through, like for an example, if there's a landmass in the middle and you need to get back to the other side of that landmass, you can literally jump across and float over there if you can make it, right? So it's like you're also not gated into these different paths. So I disagree with you, Calorie. I don't think that I didn't feel like I had to explore every nook and cranny. I took the experience moment to moment. I wasn't purposely searching for nothing. I just Hey, I see a loom over there. I see this loof over there. Let me go get that. If I can see it in the distance, of course, that's a game thing. You see something in the distance, you're like, damn, well, let me see if I can go get that. I didn't work overly hard to go get it. It was very easy to understand. It wasn't difficult. That's what I mean. Like, to me, that just comes across off base, because it's like, did we play the same game? And I would love to say, oh, it's because of difficulty that I felt this way. But I'm not that dude. I'm not the achievement dude. I'm not trying to search for every nook and cranny. I am the dude who's going to play the game and say, hey, what is the game giving to me? Okay, I'm going to go through this experience based on what it's giving to me. I didn't feel like I had to go search for whatever for me to upgrade. And I just didn't feel that way. Now, was there a level where I felt like I didn't get many, so I couldn't progress through down my skill tree? Maybe, but then when I go look at my skill tree, I don't even have abilities available to me yet to invest into. Right? I essentially completed my full skill tree, except for a couple abilities. I didn't max those abilities out because I just wasn't using them like that. But I got everything. I essentially locked all the main skill tree, was able to do all the abilities in the game. Maybe I didn't get the additional things like, oh, if I pull them in, they explode, or like those additional things, but I also didn't feel like I needed to search for them. So it's like, I don't get that. But if that's how you felt, then that's how you felt. I don't want to invalidate how you felt about it, but that doesn't correlate to me. That doesn't make sense to me as somebody who, I'm telling you, I wasn't forcing myself to explore. I didn't find it boring. I don't know. I didn't see that, but that made this my experience.
Yep. Tip the Sorcerer. What's going on, Tip the Sorcerer? South of Midnight is amazing so far. Game is gorgeous looking, and the sound and music is even better. Yeah, it's
done well.
It is a gorgeous looking game. It's beyond, yeah, for sure. Lore Master Jasper from Outer Space checking in with us. He says, because all the combat encounters are basically the same and you just keep doing them over and over again. That's where people are saying it's boring.
But even then, Jasper, you can't, it's hard for me to understand that. Again, Jasper, I can hear that coming from you, right? Because I know we're on a similar level as far as skill goes and stuff like that. So I can get why you would say that, right? You may not have or see the difficulty or whatever the case. It's hard for me to imagine how it becomes tiring, or it's the same thing over. You're literally unlocking a new enemy type almost every stage that you go through. Like, you go through an entire level, and the next level, it introduces a new enemy type that you have to adjust to. And these enemies do different things. So you can't approach every single situation the same. Now, as you progress, you start having an understanding. Oh, I could do this. Oh, I can do that. I need to attack these enemies first. I just don't think that I personally don't think it's valid critique, mainly because there is a sense of progression that is there that people will complain when there's, oh, well, I couldn't experience the combat because it was too complicated. It was too hard, or the enemies were too difficult, man. And then the other side of it, this shit has more complexity than even Kana did. And people said it was fine in there. So it's like, I don't think you even have I didn't feel a mastery of the combat until I was almost in chapter 10. And there's only 12 chapters in the game. So to me, it doesn't quite line up. But again, it could just be a me thing.
Yep. Blind Giant 808. Thank you for being here, Blind Giant. Appreciate you. Said, I feel the combat was weak point of the game, but you can put together some satisfying combos. Yeah, again, it's. I just simply come to the conclusion that I understand why a lot of people did say what they said, just from my short time with it so far. Like, I kind of got that feeling, and I get what you're saying, Steel, because obviously the new enemy types unlock every time, adjusting to those. But just overall, the combat it's fine. Like, it wasn't bad at all. It just was fine. Like, and I knew a lot of people would feel that way when they put it to use over and over again in each scenario. But again, I think it's one of those games. And again, that's why I thought the reviews were probably pretty close to accurate in the fact that a lot of people found it to be really great, and then other people found it to be not as great. But I think overall the game has got a good, and more people are discovering it now too, which is awesome. I see more people on X posting the first time that they're playing this game.
Yeah.
And it's going to probably hit PS5 and Switch 2 again. And then a whole new crowd is actually going to try this game. And I think it's starting to get kind of that. I'm not saying it's going to be the biggest thing of all time. Of course not. It's not going to be. It's never was meant to be that game. It's not going to be for everybody. But I think it is one of those games that is going to have a little bit longer legs than some of your average games out there. And I think that more people are going to discover it, and people are going to remember it fondly because the art and the acting and the direction, like, phenomenal. Like, really phenomenal.
They did really good with it.
Yeah, they did really good with it. Who else we got here? Got anybody else in here? Oh, Ron Slusher, of course, is here. He says, I remember Snatcher on Sega CD. Yeah, Ron. Snatcher, the original Kojima. That's right. The OG Kojima. Not too many people have played Snatcher, but no, you're thinking, no, never mind. I'm not thinking, not Snatcher is, are you talking about Snatcher on Sega CD, or are you talking about the Night Stalker game? Which one are you talking about? Hold on. Let me double check here before I'm wrong. When I hear Snatcher, I think of, Snatcher. Yeah, it was Sega CD. That's right. And it was Kojima. Yep, that was Kojima. I was thinking for a minute, are you talking about the full motion video? Because I was talking about FMV with the girls and getting kidnapped that caused a whole thing where Congress talked about it and everything else, and they were talking about banning it and all sorts of shit. But no, you are talking about Snatcher. Yep, on Sega CD for the original Kojima. He actually wanted that thing to smell. He was trying to get the disc to smell when he played it in a PC. I'm not messing with you. It's part of the lore. You go back and watch the creation of it. Kojima was trying to get the disc to give off smells when it played in your PC. That's not a joke. That's how far out Kojima was. And this is all the way back in that day and
Interesting.
Age. Yes. Very interesting. Let's see here. Who else we got here? Brett. No, what's going on, Brett? He says, I've just put in over 86 hours in Assassin's Creed Shadows, probably 5 to 6 is idle AFK time, but this is the first game in a long time where I want to 100% it. Brett, congratulations. Sound like you're loving the hell out of it. Obviously, I can't wait. Again, I will be playing it at some time when it goes on a massive sale. I still have to play Star Wars Outlaws too. I do want to get that. I do want to try it. But I got to wait for a big sale. Def Leopard, what's going on, Def Leopard? Def says blueprints felt like a job. See, Steel? So you are going to get some of that too, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where people just, it doesn't click, right? I obviously it clicked with most of the reviewers if it's sitting in the 90s, but I'm just saying that there are going to be people who feel that way, and I totally get that. Like, I get why ACG might say he doesn't understand why it's gotten as much hype. I get there's going to be some people it doesn't click. To me, that's a chill game. Like that's a chill. Besides the puzzles that make you think a little bit, it's just a chill game. I love the music, or I love the atmosphere in the game. I just think it's a dope game. But anyways, understand, Def, not for everybody. As always. Yeah. Dan the Man Cunningham. What's going on, Dan the Man? Great to see you. He says, I had a friend that used to work at Westwood Studios that did CNC, Command & Conquer, and Dune. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Damn,
that's dope. That's a lineup.
But that friend's got some stories from the OG days, bro.
That's super dope.
OG dev studios, stories, because that's when there's a whole lot of passion. Not to say this is not nowadays, but just saying people were working with a lot of passion back in the day for video games. Let me tell you, it wasn't the cream. It wasn't like the, it wasn't the most, what I want to say, celebrated job in the world, because it was just for nerds, right? It was just for us. It was a small group of people. So I love the old stories from the old days. Dizzy Delta 99. What is going on, Dizzy Delta? He said, I had a neighbors with a cotton candy machine. So when we were done pushing each other off a hill, sometimes he'd come out with cotton candy. Yo, we didn't have anybody make cotton candy in our neighborhood. That sounds like an upper level neighborhood.
Yeah, that sounds dope. Damn.
That'd be dope as hell, man. Great memories, though. Great memories. Let's see if anybody else. Legendary Yobi, of course, was dropping by earlier too. I'm sure he might be still lurking around. Legendary, thank you so much, brother. You know what it is. Love you, man. Truth Serum, what's going on? Truth Serum came in here. What up, fellows? What up to you, Truth Serum? Thanks for dropping by. Sith Lord, who does awesome shout outs all throughout the week for a bunch of podcasts. Again, Sith, always appreciate you, man, so much. And thanks for even taking the time to stop in here and say hi, man. Thank you for being here. Let me see here. Still scrolling. Man, we've been talking for a long. Stanley Francois in the house. What's going on, Stanley? And of course, Nixie was in here earlier as well. Thank you for being here. I don't know. Normally, we do get a mass hole 1977. Sup nerds. I don't know if I didn't see mass today, and I think I can go all the way back to the beginning, but if I missed you, Mass, if you did come up with the sup nerds, sup to you. If I didn't see you, Mass, I hope you're having a great Saturday, brother, because you usually are in here to at least drop that. M. Gene, I see you dropping in here. What's going on, M. Gene? Wacko Games. What's going on, Wacko Games? Great to see you as well. AVIFTW. What's going on? He says, I knew South of Midnight was special once the Bungie music hit. Shout out to you. AF.
Music was good. Music was really good.
Yeah. Eastside Bando, of course, is in here. Always appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being here. I see you. Cold Start. What's going on, Cold Start? Great to see you as well. He says, the main reason I play video games is the adventure and the atmosphere. Combat is bottom of the list. Hey, that's awesome, man. I mean, again, that. Yep.
It's part of it, but that's for somebody like myself, at least, it's part of the game, though. It's part of the gameplay, and it can literally be one of the essential parts that it literally, at least for me, can either turn me on or completely turn me off of the experience. Right.
And not as that important for me. So, that's absolutely fair. It's the same thing with like adventuring and stuff like that. It just depends, but I'm also very aware, and again, that's why I always go back to like know who you are as a gamer as well. That I tend to stay away from experience. I don't have many games that I can even think of. I couldn't even tell you one right now where I felt like, oh man, the combat was bad in that game, so that's why I put it down. You know what I mean? So it's like it's very few and far in between, but it is something that I do tend to get picky about. It's something that I notice. It's a thing for me. And I understand it's not a thing for everybody, so that's fine. Yeah, no, and he also says, Cold Start says, I want to play games, not beat games, if that makes sense. Yo, listen, Cold Start. If you've been listening to us for a while, you know that's what I am. I'm a grazer. Don't care about beating games. I want to experience games. My experience, whether it's for an hour or whether it's for 300 hours in a game, whether I beat a game or whether I don't, doesn't matter to me. It's the experience that I get from that game. That's who I am as a gamer. Like Steve was just saying, as we always talk about, know who you are as a gamer. So
yeah, totally well, I'm a million percent. That's literally all you can do. I am seeing some funny stuff on the timeline to where apparently the Series X is outperforming the PlayStation 5 Pro on Indiana Jones. Yeah, in resolution and frame rate. But I was going to say to Cold Start about, the reason you play games. I mean, I'm right there with you as well. Although I do tend to more so want to beat my experience or play through because I like getting that conclusion to the story. Right. Sure. Because how you felt in the beginning may not be how you felt at the end. Right. Some things do change throughout the end. Right. That part of the art is at least I do think is getting the full breadth of the art. What were they trying to portray? Was it done well? Was it a good story? Because there's a good handful of games where maybe the first 20 hours are good, maybe the first 10 hours are good, and then you get to the back half of the game, you're like, oh wow. Like I'll give you a good example. Atlas Fallen. I think Atlas Fallen was a decent and solid game. They've released an expansion since and they fixed some things, but I played it closer to release. It's actually one of the games that shout to the team over at it's right there on the tip of my tongue, and I can't think of the name of the freaking it's right there, man. Shout out to the team who made Atlas Fallen. Focus Entertainment. It's actually one of the first games that I did a review on for this channel. I didn't call it a review, but I did gameplay for it, talked about it and everything. And that game literally fell off on the back half of the game. Like the story completely fell flat. It completely fell apart. It is the most Atlas Fallen is one of the most anticlimactic games I have ever played. And it could have been done so much better. And the way that they went about it, it's still a good game. I still give it a 7. I've really enjoyed it. And I think it's also a really good co-op game if you end up playing some co-op in it. But yeah, so
It was Deck 13. That's the dev and
Deck 13, and Focus was publishing. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. No, I just want to make sure that we got the devs their credit due because you were putting a lot of effort into remembering. So I just want to remember.
I was trying to remember.
Well, Mr. Waffles, I see you dropping in here. Says new Fatal Fury drops the 24th. Yeah, fighting fans are getting
I'm not interested, but yeah,
good. Eating good lately. Shout out to Fatal Fury and shout out to you, Mr. Waffles, for joining the show as always. Tim, the Sorcerer, member for 20 months, dropped in here and said, always a great show. Have a happy Easter, everyone. Yeah, happy Easter to everybody.
Happy Easter, yo. I don't really care.
However you do. Let's see here. Who else? Decado, $5. Thank you, Decado. Appreciate you, the 5 bomb. He got the 5 bomb in here, and he says, bring Wuthering Waves. Bring on Wuthering Waves plus Edge Runners collab. Yeah, I saw that they announced that. Yeah. They got the Cyberpunk Edge Runners collab. So yeah, Wuthering Waves fans are eating good too, and that should be a fun time as well. So I think I've got everybody now. Yeah, I think we can. I think we're caught up. Steel, we got the chat shouted out. Had some good conversations as we always are want to do during the chat shout out as well. We combine that. If you're new here, that is normal for us to do as well. It's just not a normal quick shout out to everybody. We get involved. We talk to you guys, and we like to see what people are talking about in there. So thank you all for being here, man. Nothing but love to each and every single one of you. So.
Yeah, greatly appreciate you guys coming through. Fahim, if I said Series S, I didn't. That was not my intention. I thought I said, Series X.
I heard you say Series X. I think so. But.
So, and I can also understand, depending on how I said it, it could have sounded like an S or whatever the case. I'm pretty sure I said X though, but neither here nor there. I meant Series X.
You said sex.
Oh, even better. That's even better.
Yeah, both. Xbox 6.
There you go.
Is beating PlayStation.
Yeah, it is, and a resolution frame rate apparently. We'll see. I don't really
don't care when PlayStation 5 was beating Series X. Don't care now. Just fucking whatever, bro.
As long as the game plays good, I just don't fucking care.
We're talking about 58 frames versus 60 frames in some areas.
Yeah, we're talking about like very minute shit. Like and
again, same energy I had for the PlayStation fans who always talked about how PlayStation 5 was kicking Xbox Series X's ass, and it was a 2-frame difference. Get the fuck out of here! I don't fucking care.
I mean, it's just it's the same thing with the whole tool conversation as well, right? That's all of a sudden. Oh, let's talk about the tools. It's okay to talk about them now, but now where's the tools at in this situation? As an example, if you really wanted to go that route. So, hey, it is what it is, man. Consoles are consoles. So long as they're on similar levels to each other. That's what makes the main thing. And Switch has proven what at least me and Pong have talked about here, what other people have hinted at to be true. You know, depending on what platform that you are, people can magically find ways to all of a sudden optimize their game to be able to run on your platform.
Oh, it'll be fixed. It'll be fine. It'll be a patch. It'll be over with. Yep. As always.
That's not part of the conversation.
We're
not talking about a completely different version of the game. We're talking about like it's the same game, lesser graphics, of course, but okay, it can work. It can run on Switch 2 though. So shout out to that. Shout out to Cyberpunk running on Switch 2. All right. So where do we go first? Do we get into some upcoming games here? Maybe. I think there's a couple that maybe I can chase down and find out. Doesn't look like there's too many on this list. So let me see if I can get that up for you guys. Boom! Bada bang, bada boom. I didn't set this screen up, so we're at. We are complete garbage for that. So what I'm going to do, instead of showing the games there, I'm just going to get off that screen because we're already knee deep into the show. I'm just going to kind of go through what we have, what I'm seeing on screen here. So it's past the 18th. Lunar came out yesterday, so shout out to Lunar. Then on April 22nd, you got Post Trauma coming out, a game called Steel Seed. I've been hearing stuff about this. I think it's the stealth action adventure game set in a dark sci-fi world where humanity is on the brink of extinction. I saw teases about this before. I think this is another one that did have my interest, and they did some additional work to it as well. So, matter of fact, I'm probably going to let me write that down in my notes because that was actually one that I did have interest in.
I remember this one.
It looked really cool.
Yeah.
And I think they actually got some, I think some people might have played it early and they got some critiques, so they changed some things as well. So it might release really good. Again, it's a person in a suit. I think it's a chick as well. I may be off on that.
It is. She's got a cybernetic braid. I love when they take things and make them cybernetic.
I love that
why
shit.
Why would she have cybernetic dread braid? Like, why?
Fuck it.
She does.
Why not?
It's a ponytail. It's great.
It connects to the system. Fuck it.
Right.
It's made out of wires. Fuck it. Whatever. I get. I like stuff like that. I think it looks funny, but I like it. So shout out to Steel Seed. Then on the 23rd, you got Once Upon a Puppet, Sunderfolk, Opidum, Old Skies, and then Disney Dreamlight Valley. I guess they're getting a Series X version, or it's releasing on the Switch. There's that. The one that is highly anticipated for this next week, we'll talk about it a little bit. You guys might have heard about it, but Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I think this is going to be a talking point as well. Where I could probably mix this in. But if you're not familiar with Claire Obscure Expedition 33, it's a players will traverse awe-inspiring landscapes in their fated journey towards the Paintress, featuring dynamic traversal mechanics to quickly scale impossible terrain and leap across huge chasms. Players will explore a richly detailed world filled with treasures, weapons, and imposing enemies in battle. Players will discover an innovative, reactive, turn-based battle system. So this is the game essentially where the game is turn-based, but it does allow for real-time interaction. You don't have to play it that way, but you can parry. I don't know if you can dodge and stuff like that in real time. I don't know if they spoke to that, but I know for sure you can parry and stuff like that in real time. So it just seems to be bringing something additional in as well. I was trying to see, this is done by, looks like Sandfall Interactive, if I'm not mistaken. Could be off base in that. I believe it's a French or an Italian team. Excuse me if I'm incorrect on that. But seems like a really unique title, speaking to that JRPG side of things, especially, but making it more westernized, seemingly, and really attractive, man, for people that are into it. So hopefully y'all can get into that Claire Obscure Expedition 33. The next one on that list that looks like that we got here is a game called Yasha, Legends of the Demon Blade. It looks like it's a top-down action style game. Shout out to Yasha. Next up, we got, again, another one we spoke out to was Fatal Fury. Shout out to our combat or fighter fans that are out there. Fatal Fury jumping out. I'm not going to be jumping into that, so I'm not too worried about Fatal Fury. Then the Switch got one coming. It's called The 100 Line. Shout out to The 100 Line. You got an Amazon dropping, Deep Nightmare. You got another one called Nano Apostle. Mind you, all the games that I'm speaking to are supposed to be coming to consoles only. I took out the PC releases because PC tends to have a lot of releases. They also do all the updates and everything like that, as can include that as far as PC releases. And I know since most people are more console acclimated, me and Pong can always speak to whatever we're playing on PC or what we're seeing on PC more so. And I think we've done a pretty good job about that. So when it comes to talking about upcoming games and releases, I try to just more so focus on the console side of things because I feel like that's the more important titles that are dropping, at least across the board, at least here. Then as well, you have Days Gone Remastered coming to the PlayStation 5, April 25th. So shout out to that. I thought that came out already.
No,
guess not. Oh, okay, so it's coming. Shout out to that. And then do I shout this game as well? Nope. That was it. There's another game that's on the horizon that people said, which I don't think is a leak or anything, but Forza Horizon 5. People got early access. I thought that was fucking funny as hell. People are like, oh, my review for Horizon 5 is coming, and look, I get that it's being ported. It's not being done by Playground Games. So from that aspect, to see if it's a good port, that's a good review for that. But if you want to know what Forza Horizon 5 is or how it plays, you can literally go look up gameplay right now. I could pull it up for you on stream right now and show you what the game looks like, plays like, feels like, and everything else. So other than that, I am looking forward to seeing what the port review is on it, seeing if it's a decent port. But other than that, I mean, again, it's one of the greatest racing games that are out there right now, point blank period. It's not even remotely close in my personal opinion. So and I think that's kind of been proven across the board as well. So I mean, that's pretty much it for the upcoming releases, ladies and gentlemen. But I think a perfect tale to kind of transition over. I was mentioning. Was another game that I was mentioning, but it ties into, it's Claire Obscure that we were talking about, but it ties into the whole Oblivion conversation. So I heard you guys talk about it a little bit last night on Xbox Ultimate, and I made some comments as well, because apparently if Oblivion comes out next week, and y'all brought that up in conversation, that can coincide or would coincide with Claire Obscure Expedition 33 releasing, which is also going to be coming into Game Pass. I know you guys were more so coming from the angle because there is Oblivion Remaster that is supposed to be coming. In case you are unfamiliar, don't know what we're talking about, Oblivion Remastered is supposedly coming, right? It's been all but confirmed by Xbox themselves at this point. There's leaks, screenshots that we now have, as well as the actual like cover art for the remaster that was done. So way too many avenues of proof to say that, this isn't happening. Now, whether it's going to release next week or not, we'll end up seeing. I can see it happening. But I personally don't think that Oblivion releasing next week and Expedition 33 releasing next week, I don't think that's necessarily stepping on any toes per se, but we can definitely get into that conversation on the back end of things. But Oblivion Remastered coming apparently next week. I'm going to be coming, this article is going to be coming from bsogaming.com, which is one of the first articles that I pulled. But it goes into say, and let me actually see if I can get that on screen for you guys, because I did reset this back up, so it'll be a little bit of a different setup, and hopefully it still looks good. Get that up here, boom, move that over, bow. I don't know why the gradient isn't working, but whatever. Because I got the window down here, and the gradients are supposed to be on top, but neither here or there. Oh, I know. I think I know what I can do. Maybe, or maybe not. So I'll just pull this back here. Make it blend nice and smooth, like as smooth as possible, at least. Anyway. All right. Anyway, so Oblivion Remaster versus the original early graphics comparison. This goes into say YouTube. Saisu1 has shared a video that compares the upcoming remaster of Elder Scrolls Oblivion with its original 2006 version. This early graphics comparison is based on the leaked screenshots that surfaced online a few days ago. Now, the cool thing here is that Saiku used identical scenes under the same weather conditions. In other words, this is a one-to-one comparison. As such, we can easily see the visual improvement that the remaster brings to the table. I wanted to see if they actually... Okay, cool. I think they got the screenshots here, maybe. So yeah, there we go. Maybe you guys can see that. Maybe you can't. Does it let me click on it? Boom, man, that's even better. I can't move it around. Let me see if I can actually do this so we can get a little bit of a comparison here for those who are interested.
Sergeant Sentinel, I see you, brother. Thanks for dropping in here, brother.
Because I will say, from what I've seen, just based off of these screenshots, this might as well just be a fucking remake. Because god damn the amount of work that they did.
That's why we were talking. That's why we were talking about like what's the.
And I agree with y'all. There's no
definition in video games. There's not, and there should, because to me that's a remake. Like that's because again, it's not just going to be visually. They worked on the controls. They fixed up.
They mentioned that. Yeah, there's mentions of that being done as well.
Right. So, but anyways, continue on. I don't want to.
So you guys can probably barely see maybe some of the differences on screen. I know it's hard to tell here. Unfortunately, it's a picture of a picture of a picture. So it's not high quality, but ladies and gentlemen, even if you just look at these two top pictures here, from this elemental creature or whatever whatever they are of the woods, it looks completely like a completely different game. This looks like me playing regular Skyrim and then me putting the 2,000 mods that I put in, right? This is essentially kind of what it looks like. This is much more than even I was anticipating when people were putting that information out there that, they're going to do a remaster of Oblivion. I was like, that's cool. I've never played Oblivion. Me having my newfound kind of liking for Bethesda, I'd be interested in trying it out because a lot of people say that Oblivion is the GOAT of Bethesda games. And if they did put all of this additional work into the game, there could be a lot of interest drawn here, right? So outside of the colors, right? And color wise, I think the colors and stuff is fine, especially in this top image. No, is it as green or as vivid as the 2006 version? No, but there's also other things to take in consideration, as far as technical things that they could have done, lighting, how it was baked in previously versus how they do it, more so real-time lighting. You can also see the shadows and stuff are way different in the new version than they are in the old version, which essentially the shadows are non-existent. Same thing with reflections and stuff like that. There's just a lot of night and day differences that you can see here that bode well for this game. They're considering this a remaster, but this is extremely interesting. Now, the main crux of this conversation, other than just kind of people's excitement, more so than anything, because I haven't really seen people too much complain. And Paul, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that or dive a little bit deeper into it. But just from outside perspective looking in, the main crux of the conversation that I had seen, because it wasn't just y'all, I saw some other people making it as well, is kind of Xbox stepping on their own toes as far as game releases go, maybe even possibly shitting on their partner by having Oblivion come out this week. Now, for me, I do disagree with that take, because people that are interested in Clair Obscur in Expedition 33, I do think are going to be quite different than the people that are going to want to jump into Oblivion. Them being both on Game Pass could just bode well, and it could be a metric for Xbox as well, seeing, hey, like, how do people interact with these games? What is the engagement like? Right, I do think there's going to be a good example for that, but we're talking about a brand new IP versus an IP that has already existed. And outside of people like me, right, who may want to jump into an Oblivion, I'm not going to play Expedition 33 day one, but I would be interested in dropping into Oblivion, but having both day one there for me, right? So that's kind of my perspective on it. I can understand why somebody may feel like, oh, well, we're stepping on toes and stuff like that. But at this point, we've already, at least for me, I think it's already been proven that just different style of gamers or different types of games that are out there, they're going to pull in certain people. And I think both of these releasing it's going to speak to a wider audience, and it's not going to see as much overlap as people might anticipate. So other than that, I mean, I don't have much else to speak on for Oblivion. Again, I didn't play the previous game. Me having this new liking for some of the Bethesda titles. Again, Starfield is kind of my echelon as far as what I see as the top. Skyrim kind of being underneath that, with caveats, of course, and maybe Oblivion will beat those out. So it's going to be interesting to see. But Pong, because you are somebody that does have that those ties into Oblivion, again, you have even mentioned that, hey, Oblivion is that top notch for you. Seeing the rumors now seemingly come into reality, in us now knowing as well that if it does release next week, do you think that is stepping on toes for Xbox? Do you think that this kind of, the people who are going to play Expedition 33 are going to be, I think they're going to be different than the people that are going to be playing Oblivion? Do you think that overlap is an issue? And what is your overall kind of excitement from what you've seen from the screenshots and your anticipation for Oblivion coming out?
No, let's start with the yeah, let's. I mean, I call it a remake, so whatever. But it is officially labeled as a remaster, so we'll say that. I'll start with the Clair Expedition 33 conversation. Do I think it's if it does? And again, we don't know for a fact, right? We're going off of Grubb said it's going to be announced next week. A lot of people were saying that they were going to shadow drop Oblivion, that was a potential. There's no official talk, right? So we don't know. Could they still just announce it next week, add a partner preview program, and then say it's dropping, let's say, at the beginning of May? Yes, absolutely. They could do something like that. Again, my point last night was that I think Oblivion is much bigger deal than a shadow drop, and I'd be kind of surprised. I wouldn't complain because I can't wait. We'll get to that in a minute. But I wouldn't complain, but I do think that they're kind of selling it short if they're not going to give it kind of a lead up hype time, because Oblivion, this is going to go everywhere. So they're going to be selling it on PC. They're going to be selling it on PlayStation. It'll be sold on Xbox. It'll be dropped into Game Pass. It's going to be everywhere. And Oblivion's a big deal. It's one of the GOATs. If they do wind up shadow dropping it on top of Clair Obscur, I don't think it's optimum for Clair Obscur. I do think there is crossover here still because it's an RPG. Now, you could sit here and say, well, Clair Obscur is turn-based, blah, blah. Clair Obscur is a Western style take on a turn-based JRPG. There is going to be crossover just from the simple fact that it's an RPG, and so is Oblivion, right? So there is going to be people like me who are highly interested in both of these. Like, I think Clair Obscur could be Game of the Year quality, right? From what I've seen, what I've heard, this could be Game of the Year quality. Oblivion obviously is one of the GOATs of all freaking time, and if it shows up and it shows well, should win Game of the Year this year. I'll just say it now. I don't give two shits what people think. But obviously Keeley blew the categories out of the water last year with Remake. So if this shows up, yeah, Oblivion can win again. Why not? Let's go. So I do think there's going to be some crossover. Yeah. And I do
especially
think
with
that,
the changes.
Yeah. I do think that it could take some people away, especially people who don't graze like me and who aren't willing to start one or the other. Now, I could see for sure that people would just start at Clair Obscur first and play that and say Oblivion's going to be there. It's in Game Pass. It's a first-party title. It's always going to be there. I will go hop in Oblivion when I'm done with Clair Obscur Expedition. I just don't think it's optimum. Right? Do I think it's going to be this horrendous thing? No, I don't think it's going to be this horrendous thing. I think a lot of people will jump into both since they're both in Game Pass. I think a lot of people will just jump into both and start playing, right? So I if I was doing it because I think Oblivion could be in the millions seller wise, I'm not talking 20 million here, okay? But between PlayStation and PC, and those that do buy it, and they'll probably have a deluxe upgrade path because there is going to be a deluxe version of that game. So I'm assuming they will have a deluxe upgrade path like they've done with all their other first party stuff. You're going to see a lot of sales. I think Oblivion, if it's done right and everybody comes out and it performs well and it's great, it's got all the DLC, which is the word on the street. It's going to have all the DLC in it with the regular edition. And let's just say Virtuos did a great job, right? Okay. And everybody goes, oh my God, I'm back in Oblivion again. You're talking about this could be a 2 to 5 million seller, right? This it's a bigger deal than what people are kind of making it out to be because of the fan base that's built in around Oblivion already. And it's massive. Like the Elder Scrolls is still massive, you know, again, and Skyrim to a lot of people even beat Oblivion as their best all-time RPG. So if Oblivion comes up to speed and they've done just a fantastic job of modernizing it, and plus the graphics are looking really, really well done here, then I think you're going to see a whole lot of Elder Scrolls fans, which are 20 million plus fans, come back around and buy into Oblivion again, and it's going to sell well. So I just think that they are kind of, I would like to see them announce it next week and then give us a release date, let's say at the beginning of May before Doom, right? Give us a release date in the beginning of May, first couple weeks of May, prior to Doom, and then call it a day. And I think that would be good. Like, it doesn't have to be some huge deal, but it should get a little space. Plus, that would give Clair Obscur some time, and people will have time with that. So that would be my optimum. As far as how it looks, I've already mentioned it. I sent it to DMs instantaneously. I posted on X right away. If this is what it's going to look like, and it's just going to play better, but all the original Oblivion is there, right? Underneath, there's this new finish, this new shine, kind of like we saw with Mass Effect, right? The legendaries, Mass Effect.
I think this is even more than that, though.
Well, it could be, but I'm just saying, Steel, if the original game and everything's there, and the gameplay's there, and everything is there, it's just that they spruced it all up, and it's just better looking, plays better, all of that, then I'm about to lose my soul to Oblivion again, because Oblivion, take your pick for high fantasy RPGs. Oblivion and Skyrim on any given day are my number one high fantasy RPGs, right? So you just pick your day, I'll say Skyrim, pick another day, I'll say Oblivion. I love both that much. And so if this is the case, I'm going to lose my soul. I'm going to put another 300 hours into Elder Scrolls, into Oblivion this year. And this is going to be the game that's going to take me away from even new games. And so, yes, I'm excited. Yes, I'm hyped. This is massive. And again, I'm being cheeky and saying it should win Game of the Year again, but kind of not cheeky too, because this is one of the GOATs coming back around, Steel. And I hope that there are people like you who did not get a chance to play Oblivion or just had no interest in the older Elder Scrolls that do
You're talking about 2006 is when Gears 1 released. So
right,
yeah,
right, exactly. Exactly. But just like Mass Effect, right? I hope that there are people like you that jump into it and there's a whole new fan base created and people understand why Oblivion was considered one of the best of all time and still is to this day. It has held that crown for a lot of people. I can't wait. And this is, I want to also mention, Skyblivion is also coming this year, which is a passion project for a lot of people.
I can read their note if you
if you want to read, I put that note in there so you can read it.
Yeah, that's perfect.
But I just want to make everybody aware that Skyblivion is also coming this year. And this is a passion project that's worked for a while. Let's still read their posting that they put out, which I think is totally cool. They've been working on that for nearly 10 years. Okay. And what it is a passion project from people modding Oblivion into the Skyrim creation engine. So they are taking the entire game and putting in, and it looks wonderful. Like it looks great. Obviously it's going to be for PC. I don't think they have a console launch plan, but it's going to be on PC. There is a fan base of Skyblivion that are now attacking the Oblivion Remaster, the official Oblivion Remaster, as if this was done on purpose to destroy Skyblivion.
No, bro. No.
And they're attacking it as if you should not even look at the official remaster. And I think that the Skyblivion dev has a very good outlook on this.
Yeah.
There's room for both. So go ahead, Steel, read their response.
Even if it's a professional opinion. He says, the Skyblivion account on Twitter says, we are on track for our planned release later this year. The prospect in an official remaster is exciting. Players will be the true winners, having the opportunity to experience both a community-driven reimagining and a professional version of Oblivion. Now, the other thing about Skyblivion as well, before I get into exactly what they wrote, I thought this was supposed to be crossing over Skyrim and Oblivion. I thought it was supposed to be a mix of both.
No,
it was just Oblivion.
In the
Skyrim engine. Okay,
yep,
that's it.
That's all.
Okay, so that was just my original interpretation of what was happening. I thought it was like they were combining both games, and it was supposed to be this massive experience. I was going to say, yo, that's, even if that was the case, that's phenomenal. But having more of an understanding that, it's okay, that's what it is, Oblivion in the Skyrim engine. But anyway. They continue to say, we've been following the buzz surrounding an official remaster of Oblivion. As dedicated Elder Scrolls fan, we are incredibly excited by this prospect and sincerely hope that the information proves accurate. The glimpses we've seen look fantastic, and we eagerly anticipate the possibility of experiencing a modern, professionally developed return to Cyrodiil. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. Bethesda... Okay, perfect. Bethesda has always been supportive of community projects like ours, and we don't see that changing anytime soon. As a PC mod, a console release is impossible for us, so the remaster presents a wonderful opportunity for console players to re-experience Oblivion. It's something our project could never directly provide. We want to emphasize that there is no need for comparisons or a sense of competition between Skyblivion and the potential official remaster. Both projects can exist and thrive together, offering unique experiences for our players. Skyblivion is a labor of love, built by a dedicated community for the community, offering a distinct way to revisit Oblivion with the familiar framework of the creation engine. Similarly, an official remaster would undoubtedly bring its own set of advancements with the full funding of a development studio. We see this not as a conflict, but as a fantastic opportunity for Elder Scrolls fans to have even more ways to enjoy the classic world of Cyrodiil. We extend our gratitude to our incredible community for their unwavering support, enthusiasm, and patience throughout our development journey. Your passion fuels our dedication. We also want to cheer on the talented game developers at Virtuos and any other teams potentially involved in bringing an official Oblivion remaster to life. We recognize the immense effort and artistry that goes into such a significant undertaking. Ultimately, 2025 promises to be a remarkable year for fans of Oblivion. We are confident that players will be the true winners, having the opportunity to experience both a community-driven reimagining and a professional, modern version of this beloved game. We look forward to sharing more about Skyblivion's progress as soon as we approach its release later this year. This team is also doing all the DLCs and everything, and this will be extremely interesting to see because fortunately, unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, when they do release their game, there will be comparisons made, and it's fantastic that they're still motivated to release this project, because what this can also do is potentially pull back some layers on the gaming industry if Skyblivion, for whatever reason, ends up being a better product, even if it's only on PC, than what the Oblivion Remaster is, right? You're talking about a team of passionate devs doing it that are not under any major publisher versus a major publisher doing it. So again, and the major publisher is also using Unreal Engine 5, kind of similar like they did with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, as a kind of a way to pretty things up. Right now, again, they are also doing some underlying things with combat, and there's supposedly some Dark Souls element of type of style blocking and stuff that is supposedly being implemented into the game and stuff like that. So that does bode well. But this gets me excited because me and Paul talk about this all the time. It does seem like there seems to be more innovation, more dedication, and more effort put in from these behind the scene teams, these modders, these whatever you want to consider them, devs, versus what we're seeing in the industry. So excuse me, I do hope that, hey, if they end up putting out a better product than what we're going to get out of Oblivion Remastered, that maybe Bethesda, as seemingly they've been known to do, they need to be better about, because I still hear some up and down things about that. But hopefully they get with these creatives, give them an avenue to come on board, especially if it's done pretty damn well. That could bode well for the future for Bethesda as well. So again, really exciting news to see them still be upbeat about it. Again, they do have a fantastic point by saying, hey, this is going to be only on PC. We can never imagine bringing this to console, right, for their team. So you're going to have those different perspectives. So maybe people play it, you people are going to get a perspective of it here soon, and then maybe you'll get that additional perspective of it later on down the line on PC, depending on how that project turns out. I think it's a win-win scenario for really. It can be seen as unfortunate, right? Especially for this team. I don't know if they're planning on paying for any of this. I thought the mod was going to be free. That's also an interesting aspect of it as well. Again, I just think it helps peel back some layers of the onion down the road, and that's where my interest lies in more than anything. And it's exciting times, man. This doesn't happen often, at least from what I've seen. So anything additionally that you want to add on, just based off of that, how upbeat the team still is and what your hopes are, and you kind of looking at it like me, where it's, again, those onions getting peeled back. Can this team deliver something that is more impressive than what we're about to see?
Well, obviously. I mean, I think there's always a potential of that. I mean, we just saw with Fallout the unfortunate scenario that happened with the Fallout London team, which is another passion project, right? And that update happened to Fallout for the current gen patch that Bethesda put out, which destroyed, basically, they had to go back and rewrite a bunch of the code for Fallout London, right? But that was a passion project too. Now that team was a little bit more heartbroken because they have spent a lot of time and money in that. Like that was another huge project. They, again, but I think that for anybody, yeah, they broke. I mean, but it wasn't done on purpose. Again, it was just this is what happens if you are not official, right? And yes, it would have been nice had Bethesda hit the Fallout London team up and said, hey, we're going to let you know kind of our patch ahead of time so you guys can prepare for your launch. Bethesda's been really good with the modding community. Again, it's a matter of perspective. You can look at other companies that hate their modding communities and never support them at all. And then you look at a place like Bethesda, which was one of the first big publishers and developers to embrace the modding community and actually hire direct from the modding community into the devs, into their core Bethesda team. And really have created tools to allow the modding community to work. And a lot of people will say, yeah, because they fixed the Bethesda games. Okay, but that's up to the modders. The modders have the choice to do what they want to do. Like, they don't have to work on the games. They don't have to do it. But people are passionate about it. So, I mean, if you're Bethesda and you support them and you give them the tools and they wind up going in and making patches for your game that wind up ultimately fixing your game, well, what are you supposed to do? Like say, nah, we can't have you doing that. Well, no, I mean, that's kind of part of the passion of the community. And so I look at it from both sides. I think this right here is the right take for the Skyblivion team. They knew the risk all along that eventually that Bethesda, and honestly, Bethesda probably should have done this before now. But the facts are the facts. Like, there's always a risk that a game like Oblivion, a legendary IP, is going to get remastered for current gen. And the devs knew that this team that's working on Skyblivion had to know the potential was there, that eventually Bethesda would wind up doing this and bringing their game up to date.
You can't predict that either. Like,
yeah,
you can't, especially for how long they've probably been working on their
they've been working on
their version.
Yeah,
it's you can't just like, oh, it was predicted that this was going to happen. Like, there's no for sure. There's no finalities. There's no. It's not like Bethesda teased it.
Right. No, there's no, but there's a risk at any time that this could happen. And I don't think that they obviously took it the right way. So these two things can exist in the same sphere. It's not a problem. This team obviously has a big group of fans who are, again, I don't think in the right way going after the official Oblivion remaster, but they have a big group of fans who are going to come out and support Skyblivion. There's a huge group of people who've been waiting for this and are going to download this and play it on PC and support this team. So I think that they're fine from that standpoint. Ghost Wolf asked about Ghost Wolf asked, is Fallout London a mod on Fallout 4? Yes, that's what it's for. So it's a mod. It's an expansion. How big it is, it's an actual expansion. But yes, that's exactly what it is. It is made by a mod team. Ghost Wolf also asked about the exploration in Oblivion, whether or not the exploration is good or if it's just a big open world. Ghost Wolf, if you played Skyrim, then you know what you're getting in Oblivion. And I would say that the Oblivion dungeons actually hold up and may surpass, in some instances, even some of the Skyrim stuff. So that's why people still count Oblivion as the GOAT. It's not just for nostalgia reasons. It's not just because Oblivion was the first Western RPG that really blew people's minds. For a lot of people, that's the case. But it is because the quality of Oblivion overall, the world, the creation of the world, Cyrodiil, the expansions, especially Shivering Isles. Shivering Isles is one of the greatest DLCs ever in the history of video games, hands down. It's one of the greatest expansions. People said that. In fact, it was considered the greatest expansion by a great many people until Witcher 3 came out and dropped their expansions like Blood and Wine, right? Shivering Isles was considered the best up to that point. So Oblivion in totality is an amazing exploration. It is classic Bethesda exploration. You will wander that world. Yes. Is it a big open world? Of course it is. That's what they do. It's a big open world, tons of stuff that randomly happens, right? That's another thing with the creation engine. Random shit happens to you, but just walking around, exploring and happening upon a cave, and you walk into that cave and that cave becomes an adventure itself, that you get that here in Oblivion. Like a lot. Okay. And like I said, the layouts of those caves, the adventures that you find just by exploring, a lot of people consider right up there with the Skyrim, which a lot of people think is the GOAT. So again, you just go back and forth between the two. This is classic Bethesda. So if you love exploration, which is one of my highest key points in these games, yes, that's why I fell in love with Oblivion as exploration. For sure. Yep.
Okay, dope. Yeah, I was gonna say I want that perspective on it is going to be interesting because I got that a little bit of that perspective of exploration when I played Skyrim, and just that feeling from moment to moment. If Oblivion kind of treads that same water, or even possibly does it better, then that's dope to hear, because that was some of the best moments in Skyrim for me. And I put over 40 hours into the game. That's light probably in comparison, but for most people, but even for me, it was just like, damn, I can understand why people speak about this game the way that they do. So hopefully I get that same feeling from Oblivion. So especially with all the changes and stuff that they're making. So
right, exactly. And the magic using and all that kind of stuff is different from Skyrim. And if they keep it classic Oblivion, again, there's my famous one is the invisibility spell. I cheesed the hell out of the invisibility spell once I opened it up in Oblivion, and that's what I love. Again, some people will say, well, you're cheesing. I don't care. I love the fact that I could walk into one of those caves, cast invisibility spell, and then run through, go grab the treasure, and then backstab every single enemy in that cave too, using my invisibility spell. Like that is just the stuff that, you know, again, they have bits and pieces of it in Skyrim, but they changed a lot in Skyrim too. So I don't know if they're going to convert everything to the Skyrim way or if they're going to keep it Oblivion, but there's a lot of loot, there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of magic items that were in Oblivion that you didn't get in Skyrim, and vice versa. Of course, there's a lot of great stuff to Skyrim as well, but Oblivion is more classic RPG too. So it's a different experience. And like I said, I don't know that they're keeping it all the same, but we will find out. But no matter what, I am so hyped to go back to Cyrodiil and play through Oblivion again. I can't. Again, it's going to be 300 plus hours. It's so much fun.
That's super dope.
It's endless fun, man. Especially if you're not the dude who just wants to mainline the main story. It's endless fun.
Typically not.
You go make your own adventures. You go make your own adventures. That's why I love Bethesda. Again, 300 hours in Starfield, and I haven't run a main mission outside of the opening. Okay? Again, I became a space pirate and lived my life as a space pirate for 300 hours. That's what I did. That's what I love about Bethesda. And Oblivion is that, for sure. So.
Yeah, 100%. Ghostwolf says, okay, cool. RDR2, as good as it is, that's Red Dead Redemption 2. As good as it is, to me, the exploration doesn't feel rewarding. I can agree with some of that, Ghostwolf. There's still something. I'm still surprised that Red Dead Redemption 2 didn't stick for me the way that it does for a lot of other people, you know? Yeah. But again, I've also spoke to the whole cowboy thing. But
it's different, and because I love cowboys and I love that era, right? It was different for me. It's not the same as, I understand what you're saying, Ghostwolf. I still found a lot of enjoyment in the exploration in Red Dead 2, and again, I still haven't finished that game, and even Red Dead 1. I found a lot of enjoyment because I was making up my own adventures. Like I go find a train and do shit, right? Or something like that. Yeah. And also in RDR2 especially, a lot of the exploration is kind of like Starfield in certain ways. And that's why I enjoyed Starfield, because it was finding those peaceful moments amongst the atmosphere and taking in the view and being in that world and feeling like you were a part of that world. And, you know, in RDR2, like coming up to the top of the hill and seeing this thunderstorm in the background with the mountains and a town sitting there and maybe some wagons, you know, maybe a wagon on a dirt road. But just the entire setup of what they created there when you come over to a rise on horseback or you see a sunset, like, you know, that to me is part of the exploration. And that's what I got a lot from the Starfield, visiting different planets and finding different views that you couldn't find anywhere else, right? I think RDR2's got a lot of that. Rockstar are really experts at creating an entire world, and that includes the nature of it, the natural beauty, the natural wonder. And I think that was part of it for me too with RDR. So, but if it wasn't for you, I totally understand too, because it wasn't like you were running around everywhere in RDR2 and coming across like abandoned caves and going in and finding treasure traps. Like it's not like that, right? And loot and all that kind. It's not like that. You could find random shit, but it wasn't to that degree that you do get out of high fantasy, and especially Bethesda games. Bethesda games are really good at doing that. So, you will enjoy it again.
He's using the he was speaking to it more so. He says he loves RDR2, growing up working on ranches and farms and still doing a lot of that work. RDR1 and 2 was awesome for me. But when I rode my horse 4 hours up the mountains and literally only found more snow, I was there's Exactly. It does have those moments. It does have those moments for sure.
Yep, for sure.
All right. I think that we can dovetail that into speaking of games that are coming into Game Pass. Game Pass isn't for everybody. Who knew? Could anybody have guessed that? Hey, chat. Did you know that Game Pass isn't for everybody? Did you know that? Because apparently that's been a main crux of conversation, at least this week, coming from Phil Spencer. That's something that he did say in an interview this week, and I'm going to be breaking it down coming from Windows Central. Shout out to this article being done by Samuel Tolbert, where it says Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer is trying hard to avoid leaking all his Xbox plans. Speaking in a recent interview, Xbox's Phil Spencer indicates that there are some unannounced Xbox games coming this year. I wanted to see if I thought this article touched on that. I guess it does not. I thought it would. Yeah, I thought it would include, but it's only talking about the games there. Damn. What happened? Excuse me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. It coming from, I pulled it from Windows Central. I thought I was going to cover a little bit more than that. Here we go. I'll just pull it from Vice. This is going to be coming from Vice instead. Excuse me. Vice.com. This one is written by Anthony Franklin II. And I need to correct that in my notes as well. I thought that article was going to be official. It's not. That's unfortunate. And I like to shout out Windows Central. They do good work, man. But it's all good. So, but this one says, Phil Spencer said Xbox Game Pass is not for everybody, which brings me to a point I've long held. In a little subtext here, this is Xbox boss Phil Spencer said that Game Pass is not for everyone, and he's right. The service isn't, but there's something deeper there. Oh God, how deep they're about to go? Let's find out. Pull this back up on screen for you guys so we can kind of read along together. And they go on to say, GameSpot pulled some of the most important quotes out of the recent Phil Spencer interview, where he said that he understands that their Xbox Game Pass service isn't for everyone and don't see the big deal. It's a pretty true statement. I mean, look at this. He says, it's not for everybody. If you play 1 or 2 games a year, Xbox Game Pass probably is not the right business model for you. You should just buy those 2 games, and that would make total sense. They're going to say, I have no issues with what the Xbox big boss said, and I'm not sure why anyone would, but there is one thing. He's right. Game Pass isn't just an option. Oh, excuse me. He's right. Game Pass is just an option. Purchasing games is still very much a thing, even in the Xbox ecosystem. However, when you're pushing the whole this is an Xbox idea and making it known you want everybody to be that, Game Pass becomes more than an option. It becomes the option. And this is where my problem with Game Pass has always been. I've had these conversations with friends in the past and got pushback for what they could consider to be a bit of an extreme thought. I've always believed that Xbox Game Pass was bad for gaming as a whole, which... We've had plenty of conversations about that aspect of and I don't want to take it out of context, but just that thought process is funny to me. We literally gaming more and more as the years progress, especially since we've been jumping into the community. More and more, I realize that there is a certain stigma towards gaming or certain like concepts and things that people apply to gaming that they don't apply to nothing else. But if it happens in gaming, it's a problem. The conversation, again, at the end of the day, I do think it's worth the conversation, but it's bad for gaming as a whole. You see some prominent figures say some things like that too. Oh, I don't know. I don't understand how it can be viable. There's no way that they're making money off of this. It's just unsustainable. How long can they really do this? Xbox is just lighting a candle and just waiting for it to burn down. Anyway. It's bad enough that digital entertainment is taking over with streaming movies and music. Gaming is the place it absolutely should not be. Gaming should never be like a Netflix subscription. Okay. And now we're seeing companies like Ubisoft. It doesn't explain, I get, but maybe he does.
Of course they don't.
Maybe he adds some additional detail.
Right.
And now we're seeing companies like Ubisoft telling you that you should be okay with not owning your games. Okay, in that aspect, no, Ubisoft is some shit. No, that's not okay. We need to continue to speak out towards stuff like that. And a company, especially Ubisoft, shouldn't be saying shit like that. Now, is Ubisoft Plus a versatile service and allows you to access their content and seems like a good way to access their content? Yeah, but I don't think telling people you should be comfortable not owning your games is something that you should say. No, you should instead be giving me a way to own my game, especially a game like Assassin's Creed Shadows, where it's a single player game. I should forever be able to play that game 20 years, 30 years, 40 years from now, especially as a digital piece of media. If I can download it and put it on my hard drive, I should be able to play this game. Even in offline mode, single player games, there's no excuse for it. And we, as consumers, have to make sure we continue to press that, right? So That certainly wasn't the case before. So what changed? Xbox's per month subscription that allowed you to access a massive catalog of games and some brand new ones on the day of release. But you know what you can't do with it? Take a game out of the damn console and replace it with a new one at your leisure because you don't own any of it. Maybe you guys can't see, you don't see me on camera, but I had to look away because this seems to be getting worse and worse in this article. I'm confused. We're going to have an interesting conversation.
You are reading Vice, so
I am reading Vice, but still, you'd figure that we'll have some nuance to it. It doesn't seem so far. Anyway, I'm gonna pass it off to Pong because I feel like Pong's gonna have some good lead ways that can jump into this. It says, continues to say, go back to buying physical games. Okay, so on their face, those comments regarding Xbox Game Pass aren't bad at all, but the larger problem is that they're true. The further we push gaming away from a physical gaming experience, the less connected we actually become to it. There needs to be a serious reevaluation of how these things exist. No more games that can be shut down with the push of a button, especially not on disc. That happens to games that are on disc. You can't play, you can play Anthem, but like if they decided to shut the servers down on Anthem, even if you had the disc, you wouldn't be able to play it. The single player version. So I'm confused at that. And there's a lot of games that are like that. If they decided to push a button, even if you have the disc, it's proven, it's demonstrated, you don't own what's on disc either. Anyway, we bought and paid for something and walked out of the store with something tangible in our hands. You can still do that today. But the concern is there's no difference between what you're buying in the store and what you're buying digitally as far as ownership goes. So having the ownership conversation is very funny in this instance, especially because you're leaning on buying physical games, but they haven't given us a clear way or at least demonstrated to us that they are figuring out ways to make sure that you own that physical piece of whatever that you got. It says we bought and paid for something and walked out the store with something tangible in its hands. It's ours. That's how it needs to be. So no, Xbox's Game Pass isn't for everyone, but owning your games should be. I mean, I agree with that. Everybody should own their games. And that is where they ended. Wrong. This is a very weird way to end this whole article, but I do think it opens up some very interesting concepts. These are things that we've talked about before, and I say interesting concepts because these conversations do continue to happen, right? It's not just this person that says that. It's not just Vice who is the problem. There are many people within the gaming industry especially who speak out and say, hey, these subscription services, the way that they work, you don't own stuff. We're continuously having that conversation about ownership and whatnot. But Paul, based off of what we've gotten out of this article and based off of what Phil has said this week about the main thing that people have pulled is Xbox Game Pass being not for everybody. I mean, again, ding, I thought that was obvious. But what is your thoughts on this? And then also, if you want to touch on this here Vice article that we went over.
No, we could throw the Vice article in the trash, bro, where it belongs. As always, again, these people are so strange and so odd. I don't think that they seriously are part of the gaming industry, and I don't think they ever had interest in writing for the gaming industry. They can have their opinion, right? I'm not saying they can't have their opinion, but again, to not follow up and explain what you mean when you give a statement and just stating it as if it's obvious or that your truth is somehow the real truth or the only truth. Like this is where it gets me all the damn time. This is not what writing used to be. It's not how things used to be done. It used to be a follow-up, whether your opinion was taken, it was taken good by people or taken well by people, or whether it was taken badly by people, you usually had an explanation for why your opinion was formed. Nowadays, we just get flat out a statement, and that's all we get. So, Matt and I talked about this on Thursday night. This shit is so weird to me. This is the weird part about the community. Phil's been saying this forever. This is nothing new. Now, admittedly, there is a reason why Game Pass was seen as the, for a while as the be all end all for Xbox because they were pushing it that way, especially at the beginning of this generation. Okay, now things have changed dramatically. Like they have taken an entire different shift to their business strategy. There is no denying that or trying to cover that up or act like that didn't happen. Of course it did. But the one thing that's consistently, even when they were pushing Game Pass and they wanted to hit bigger numbers, we've seen those internal numbers. They were shooting for 100,000, right? 100,000 subscribers. Like, of course they were. That was
100 million.
That was 100. Well, no, I mean, 100 million. Sorry, did I say 100,000? Yeah, 100
you
million.
said 100,000.
Yeah, sorry. 100. Yeah, that'd be. They blew that out of the water.
They blew that out of the water.
No, they were shooting for 100 million, and that's obvious. Like that is a fact. That is the truth. That Game Pass was going to be the main vehicle. We've had plenty of conversations. Go back and listen to all of our shows at the beginning of this generation. It's completely different. That was their strategy. And then through the years, through a variety of things that have happened, some in their control, some out of their control, obviously ABK being the accelerator towards a more third-party publishing deal than even some of us believed it was going to be. That is now different. But what I was saying was Phil all along has said Game Pass is only one entry point. And you can know this as a fact, and you can go back and look at articles. You can go back and listen to his interviews. Why? Because every time he was in a setting where he was being questioned on Game Pass, back in the day, it was, oh, you're trying to become the Netflix of gaming. And Phil would constantly say, well, no, it's different from Netflix because we still have the option for you to buy your games.
Yeah, 100%.
That's not going away. Right? He constantly was telling people that.
People forget about that for some reason.
Yeah, because in all the interviewers were trying to push this concept of, oh, you just want everybody to rent their games. You just want everybody to subscribe. And Phil was like, yeah, okay, no. Sure, you can kind of look at it and see similarities, but there's a completely different point to this because you can buy your game still, and we're not taking that away and never will take away. It is only one avenue that you have an option to play your games through, and that is a subscription service. And they obviously felt at that time that it could turn more people into people like me, grazers, right? And they obviously thought wrong. Again, the pandemic gave them false hope in a lot of ways because they saw a lot of people buying into that because there were a lot of people stuck at home for all days, all hours of the day playing video games. So people were trying more games. And obviously when real world got back to the real world, most of those people did not keep that grazer mentality. Most of those people went back to what we have found out from Circana is about 95 to 90% of the gaming industry, which is people who buy 2 to 3 games per year, period. And that's what they play. We are the very rare group of people, the enthusiasts who buy more games and play more games on average, a lot more games. We are the whales of the industry. And that is a very small percentage of people.
4%. Yeah, 4%.
Yeah,
apparently.
Xbox thought they could change more people into whales, and they didn't. So now they've come back to reality. They've turned their entire business model into something completely different. They've transformed it into more of a third-party publisher role while still producing, obviously, first-party hardware. And that's going to continue to the foreseeable future. They may license it out and have third parties make the hardware, but there's going to be an Xbox offering for hardware. So when Phil says this now, why people jump all over this? Like, oh, Phil's admitting that game. Bro, we already know that. How many more interviews have you seen of Phil saying that the console side of Game Pass is kind of capped out? They're capped. And that the place that they're seeing the growth is PC growth. Right, PC. And they want to expand it into other areas, hence why they're doing deals with TV and trying to expand even further. Like this is their, but they've admitted all of this, right? And that Game Pass is truly at this point just one entry point for people if they wish to go about and use a subscription service as an option to play their games.
Always been.
And it's time and time again, this has been said, no matter what the strategy was, there's never been a time where Phil said, We hope there comes a day where you only subscribe to Game Passes, and that's the only way you're going to be in the Xbox ecosystem. There's never been that moment, ever, because it would be stupid to say, oh, we don't want you buying your games. So that has always been a problem I've had around all the conversations in this community, because people have acted as if that was the case. People have acted as if that was the only way that you could play on Xbox was having Game Pass. Nope. It just so happened that if you like to play a lot of games, try a lot of different games, play more than 2 or 3 games a year, that Game Pass is the best deal in gaming for those gamers like us. And that most people who are in the Xbox ecosystem do wind up in Game Pass, whether it's Core or Ultimate, because the fact is it is such a freaking fantastic deal. And that's why they are at about 35 million, headed towards 40 million between everything. It makes sense. So they're going to continue to grow Game Pass. They're going to continue to push it on PC, obviously. Again, next gen, it changes again. If they pull off this Xbox Play Anywhere, if they pull off this new idea that they're going to have you buy one copy of a game and it plays on anything that you own where you have access to Xbox, well, that's going to change a lot for the devs. It's going to change a lot for Xbox. It's going to change a lot for Game Pass, right? But it's still going to be just an option. It's never going to be, oh, Xbox is now Netflix of gaming and you can only subscribe to them and that's how all their games are dumped. No, of course not. Especially now that they're third party and they're putting their games everywhere. There's going to be copies everywhere. You can buy it on PlayStation. You can buy it on Switch 2. You can buy it on PC. Like it's never going away. So again, these articles, this new revisiting the same stuff at this point still, 2025, as we're winding down this generation, is strange, man, that they don't understand that Phil's never said anything close to other than what he's saying right now. It's just an option for everybody, and it's not going to be an option that everybody chooses. I think it's like saying water is wet. I don't like, to me, it's just, it's ridiculous. And again, this article here, it's Vice. So whatever. The minute you said Vice, I was like, oh shit, here we go. But whatever. I think that's where I'm at with it. It's just dumb. I think people just like to talk. The victory laps have been taken for everybody who said that, Xbox wasn't going to compete 1-for-1 with Sony, that Xbox wasn't going to remain exclusive with ABK or ZeniMax. You all got your victory laps. I mean, more than appropriate. Take your victory laps. You called it, right? But now, at this point, I don't know what we're still arguing about over here. I don't know what we're still fighting about. I don't know what it is anymore that the console warriors want to do. I saw this week, to sidetrack just slightly here, Steel, because you brought it up earlier. I saw this week with the PlayStation creators like MBG and others getting codes for Xbox first party titles like Forza Horizon and talking about those games like Indiana Jones and Forza coming to PlayStation. They're talking about the games coming to PlayStation. Like they're talking about the games and having their chats upset at them for talking about games coming to PlayStation because it's Xbox first party. Gamers, what the fuck, man? What are we doing? MBG's not promoting Xbox first party. He's promoting games coming to PlayStation. You guys are getting new games to your ecosystem that have never been there before. They're like new releases. Yep. You should be excited for new games, especially since you already know the quality of these games because these games have been elsewhere. Everybody fucking knows that Forza Horizon is the best arcade racer, hands down. It's not even close. They set the fucking bar. Okay, this is not the Sim. This is not your GT. It's not encroaching upon GT. So why would you not be excited to be getting the why? Right? Why would you not be excited to get the best arcade racer, or a car RPG, whatever you want to call it, of all time, coming to your console? And you're going to be upset because the creator you listen to, the PlayStation creator you listen to, is talking about that game coming to PlayStation and being excited that it's coming to PlayStation? Bro, it's a fucking game, man.
PTK.
It's a game. You guys win. That's all you guys talk about. You win. You get everything. So why aren't you excited for everything?
Because that wasn't the point. That wasn't the that wasn't their focus. That wasn't their conversation.
You just want MTG to continue talking about Xbox and shitting all over Xbox as their games are now coming to PlayStation. What's the point anymore?
Well, that's why I will always continue to ask the question, or why I've been asking the question. It's like, what matters more, the platform or the games? And arguably, or not even arguably, every time it's going to be the games. If somebody is showing you a different way to enjoy whatever product or whatever software, whatever you're into, right, and it's giving you more options to access that content. Again, a game like Forza going to PlayStation. Yes, I get people with the old mentality, like, oh, it's on my platform, it's going to a different platform. That's a problem. But I can just say my argument back to that is always going to be, if PlayStation had so much confidence in what they were doing themselves, if you guys had so much confidence in what PlayStation was doing themselves, then why has PlayStation allowed, if it's really about competition, if that's something that even matters in this industry, gaming at least, then why is PlayStation allowing Xbox to deliver games on their platform? If those games aren't good, quote unquote, then why is it acceptable on your platform? Oh, well, if they want to give it to us, then, oh, well, whatever, we'll take it. It just devalues their brand. No, it don't. Sure, if you want to say, oh, it devalues the console, I don't really have a reason to get the console the same way like I did before. Why? How can you say that? Because the right reasons were you're going to get a console, but previously is going to be the same reasons you're going to get the next console. And if it's not the reason for you to get the next console, then what are you going to do? Buy PlayStation. Guess what? You can still play those same games. You're still supporting the brand. You're still going to be supporting Xbox. Whether Xbox gets those favors in return or not is irrelevant, because the point has been proven. Gamers want those games. It is completely contradictory to what people have been kind of arguing about, whether you want to do like go down the console warring route. It completely nullifies an entire conversation and tells you it is about the games. If it ends up being successful, if it is the best racer on that platform, then that is going to expose so many more and open so many other doors that people will have to be face to face with. PTK Blam says people don't understand that the big three operate completely differently. Xbox does not need to do what Sony and Nintendo does to be successful, just like they don't need to do what Xbox does to be successful. Yeah, they're all doing something different. If Xbox says, okay, we've been playing the game this way for X amount of time, let's swap up the game. Let's start playing the game from a perspective that we're good at. And guess what? Now, not only like the people have the whole dream, like people keep going back. Oh, well, this is going to be like the Dreamcast, man. It's going to go away. It's going to be like Sega. It's not going to be that, because Microsoft has already proven that it's not that. People are still getting their games. They're still going to deliver hardware. Matter of fact, they're teaming up with other hardware manufacturers, Asus as an example, to create additional hardware. You're still going to get your console. You want the console experience. They understand that you still want that console experience, but the console experience ultimately comes down to the UI. You easily being able to turn on a device for you to play whatever games that you have access to, for you to be able to still access your library. And if somebody doing something different gives you additional options that you didn't have before, I can't think of another ecosystem that allows me to take my saves everywhere. I can't think of another ecosystem that allows top of the line games. South of Midnight's dropping in, Claire Obscure's dropping in, so many other titles that are dropping into Game Pass. EA Play is part of that. Those games, Dragon Age Veilguard was out for some time. If you didn't want to buy it, guess what? You got Game Pass Ultimate. You got the EA Access enabled. Boom, you're gonna get Dragon Age Veilguard even dropping into your subscription. Ubisoft Plus has some ties in. You can connect your Ubisoft Plus account, and boom, you can play the game on Xbox, play the game on wherever, and you will still be able to continue that progress. There are other ways to do business. And if we're going to say, oh, well, the companies are going to do whatever they want, sure. So look at what Xbox is doing. No matter what the moves, I'm probably, there's people out there that say, oh, well, I'm the true Xbox fan because I still believe in the console. And again, my argument back to that is going to be, I don't see how you see that just from a console perspective, because if you were a fan of Xbox, you would be looking at the moves that they're making and say, damn, what am I getting as an Xbox consumer? It's not just about, oh, am I getting the PlayStation games? Does that give me value? Because again, I am somebody out that's maybe on the outside looking in as far as PlayStation goes, especially now because I don't have any general interest in diving into that space. Now, if they gave me similar thing that Xbox was providing me on that ecosystem, I'd be invested in that ecosystem as well. I wouldn't have a choice. As a gamer, I would want to, but as a gamer, I also believe in owning hardware that actually does something for you, that has value for you. And they got plenty of games. There's so much of a variety that's out there that I do like the thought of, as we move further into the digital era, of me being able to pick an ecosystem that I like, that carries that moves my library forward, that cares about my back catalog, that does all these enticing things. And I would rather see them innovate on the hardware. If this is what it's going to take for them to innovate further on the hardware, then great, because we're not getting the innovation now. The PlayStation 5 Pro, this is supposed to be their next iteration. Again, I know we were playing a little tongue in cheek there, but if Indiana Jones isn't running significantly better, 20 to 30% better, in comparison to the Series X, was the Pro really worth it? That's not innovation to me. You know what I mean? And that's what they're telling us that we have to be satisfied with, or that we just need to take. And then people will tell you, oh, well, you don't know what all goes. I know that we're not getting the differences that we were getting before. Why exclusives made sense. Exclusives made sense not only because you wanted a way to sell your platform, because you needed a way to sell your platform. Games were being made differently, coded differently, done differently, not as versatile. Can't put them in all platforms. Now, seemingly it's changing because games can be available everywhere, but it's more so limited by deals that are being done in the background, which the ABK deal, and people forget about this, but they want to be high-level intellectuals. We just had this whole court ordeal, and people pretend like we didn't get proof and documentation that Sony does deals behind the scenes that nobody is aware of, because somebody told us that, oh, they got to tell us every deal that they do. Obviously, they don't. We've getting more information about a game like Black Myth Wukong, which is only available on PlayStation and PC, that apparently there is probably a deal in place for that. It's becoming more and more irrelevant. There's more information that's come out about it. So if that's the way that we're going to go, if the only thing that's going to be a separation is, oh, I did a better deal than you, then that's not what we even grew up with in gaming. Because before it was the differences. Oh, this has this and this has this. Now it's ecosystem differences. So again, no, Game Pass is not for everybody. Game Pass is not meant to be for everybody. It was never intended to be for everybody. Would they like it to be for everybody? Sure. But again, that's why you can't compare Game Pass to Netflix, to Hulu, to all these other subscription services, even to your music. Although you can buy your music the same way that you kind of access Game Pass, right? So I can see that as a comparison. But just because you're in a subscription service doesn't mean that you can't buy the games. But even when you buy the games, you don't own those games. So at this point, it doesn't matter how you access your content as long as you can access that content. And I think that's what it's coming down to. And I don't want to null and void this person's perspective on how they may see things on Vice or whatever the case. And again, to Paul's point, Vice can be very divisive a lot of the times. But this perspective is 100% off base. It doesn't carry any consistency. It doesn't, just in this article. But it doesn't stop at this article. This is not this is a conversation because of one person. Colin Moriarty, he's one person. Shout out to the dude. I don't have no hate for the dude. I don't mind mentioning people who speak on these things. He doesn't agree with it. He doesn't see it, doesn't understand it. He makes his own games, right? Cool. You don't have to understand what Microsoft is doing for them to continue to tell you that it's working for them. And Xbox has pulled back their conversation pieces, or wanting to talk to the community, at least seemingly, because of some of that backlash or lack of understanding of whatever their vision is. And at the end of the day, let Xbox prove what their vision is. Because if they're doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down, getting deals, cutting deals, there's Eastern games coming, Zenless Zone Zero is coming, all these different things, you're getting more and more and more into Game Pass. That doesn't show me signs, if you know anything about business, that doesn't show me signs, oh, they're slowing up. It's not successful. So they're trying to find a way to stop. No, this is signs of they're going to keep doing it because they see it as an avenue. And I think that's more important than anything else. I believe in what Game Pass is doing. I do again agree. We've mentioned it plenty of times here. Game Pass is not for everybody. Buy your games if you want to buy your games. Sub to a service if you want to do it that way. And speak to more so your rights and your ownership for the things that you purchase, whether they're physical or digital. And I think that's where this conversation should more so be than anything else. Because just leading with, oh, you should buy physical because you actually own it. That's not an argument. It's not a conversation piece. That's just wrong. You're not even leading with a statement that's based in fact. Because the EULA is different, even on your physical copy. So, yeah, good conversation nonetheless, though, man. Anything else additionally that you wanted to add on? See you drop back in here, Paul, on the Phil saying Xbox Game Pass is not for everybody.
No, not really, brother. Again, sorry, I got to drop out. Just got to take care of the dog, and she's been not good today. So, yeah, no, I don't have much to add to it, brother.
Like you need to drop out, or you just
no. I'm
just
just saying step away. I
gotcha.
Don't like doing that. I do it on Saturdays because there's usually a lot of shit going on but I hate doing it as much as I've been doing it today. So, but yeah, no, I don't have anything else to say. I mean, again, I don't know if you're going to dive into any other parts of the interview. I think it was a really good interview done by Variety.
What else you got?
If you want to hop into it, I think that
just anything that kind of stuck out to you, because I didn't get a chance to see the entire interview. I was more so the main perspective that I see more than anything was just the Game Pass not being for everybody. If there's some additional points that he brought up that you definitely want to get into, we could definitely dive into them.
Yeah, I guess the other big one that everybody was talking about that Phil did say that there is some unannounced stuff more. Now, this interview was done, right? We got to take this into perspective prior, to Minecraft, the movie coming out. So this was done a little bit ago. Obviously Oblivion Remaster could be one of the things, but he did say there's some things that have not been announced this year. So a lot of people got excited about that because that means that even though Fable has moved, potentially we're getting even more first party stuff even than what we know about, and we know about a shit ton. And so I think that was a big one. The other thing that they kind of talked about was the success of Fallout and Minecraft and what that meant to Xbox and Microsoft. And it sounds like they're getting more excited about hopping back into transmedia again, Steel. I think the latest, obviously Halo, the show didn't go as well as I thought it would.
It did decent. It got highlighted for 2 seasons. It got out to an audience. It didn't hit the way that it needed to, though, for sure.
It did. Not for Halo. Not for Halo. But they found success in Fallout, and now they found success in Minecraft. Now, Minecraft is a little bit of, as Jasper called it, meme-ish at this point, because the success they're finding is because everybody's just going there to yell chicken jockey and create.
But it's deeper than that. But that should tell you something. That should tell you something.
Right. But it is still deeper because Minecraft is so gigantic that there's enough people that care about it to actually go do that for whatever the reason. Again, it surpassed over $500 million just 3 days ago. So that's crazy success. So it sounds like they're getting back into the excitement side of transmedia. Which is good, as we've talked about. We started speculating last night again whether or not that means that maybe future acquisitions, something like WB comes back around, which we know they were looking at originally. Are they going to look at potentially getting studios for movies and TV, much like Sony has, and owning the actual studios that produces the content based upon your IP? So I think that was another interesting part of the interview. And the other one was the success of Indiana Jones and The Great Circle and what that meant. And Phil being Phil, and this is where I I shake my head at him sometimes. Oh, I shake my head at him more times than most people know. Because I do like Phil, and I do think overall the dude's done. Again, we wouldn't have Xbox if Phil wasn't there. I'm sorry. Nobody's ever going to take that away. Xbox would have shuttered if Phil didn't come to the vision that he had, along with other people, but present it to Satya in a way that he sold it. So again, I don't care what you want to say. We're not going to go back and rewrite history. We're not going to go back and relitigate anything. Xbox still exists. I have Game Pass Ultimate as the greatest deal in gaming today for me personally because of Phil. So nobody's going to take that away. Phil's Phil. But I do shake my head at Phil because they brought up Indiana Jones. They asked him about it. And he said that they were extremely, and the interviewer asked if there was going to be something more in the future with the franchise now that they found success. Here, let me read the exact. I'll read the exact quote on this one. I'll bring up the article here real quick because I've got it right here. Where is Indiana Jones? Okay. So the question was, with the successful launch of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle back in December and the upcoming release on the PlayStation, do you have larger plans for updates to that game as well as a potential franchise? Quote from Phil, I will say we're really happy with Indy and the players and the reception. We do think there's life in that franchise, and I'm just going to leave it at that. We're launching on PlayStation here pretty soon. I think that'll be a cool moment. I was really inspired by Machine Games taking someone else's IP and doing something so unique, and I'm inspired about what that team can do next. Certain people were kind of pushing them on the first person versus third person, and I think once you play it, you realize you are indie. But going forward, I also want to give the teams the ability to do our own games and our own franchises. We have a lot of room to tell new stories as well, and I want to make sure that's an option for us. Phil, brother, I get that you don't like licensed IP from other people. I get it. And there's valid reasons to not like it. We've seen the numbers of what it costs PlayStation to make Marvel games. It's insane. So there is valid reasons. But there is also power in licensed IP when it's done right. Yeah. And again, I hate when Phil does this, but we just still want to kind of do our own thing, and I want to make sure, I understand he's not closing the door. Obviously, from his initial comment, it sounds like they are, if not already signed a contract, they are in talks to do another Indiana Jones. Obviously, we heard early on that Disney was super happy. Of course, Disney's happy. Indiana Jones has not done well at the box office. Not the greatest reception for the past couple movies now. But they've got a new medium now, and Machine Games took it to a new level. Troy Baker, as I said, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it, Troy Baker showed that he could play Indy now. The Harrison Ford version of Indy, voice-wise, he can play that into the future. And if I was Disney, I'd be looking at animation Indiana Jones, and I'd be signing Troy Baker to a lifetime deal to play Indiana Jones. I don't care. If you want to revitalize Indiana Jones, I think there's a great path forward for Disney to do so in the animation and video game side of things. So be that as may, I just hate when Phil does this whole, but listen, you got another studio in Arcane, Leon, that's working on Blade right now. If Blade comes out and hits, you better damn well be ready for that conversation that you now have a studio who can do Marvel and who can take Blade and run with Blade, which would be massive.
Blade needs
and you better be ready, Phil. And this was our conversation on Thursday night between me and Mav, and I want to get your opinion on it, Steele. Because Mav brought up a good point.
Okay.
That Phil can have this thought process about licensed IP. But if you're finding success in it and the power behind it for your brand, Steele, for your worldwide brand, not just United States, but worldwide, and that's what licensed IP does of this caliber.
Yeah.
Then you've got to expand your teams. Then you've got to grow out Machine Games and have a dedicated group of devs that work on Indiana Jones, the IP, and then have the other dedicated group that works on Wolfenstein. If you don't already have that internally, then you've got to grow out that studio. Same for Arcane Leon, because we know Arcane Leon still does make original IP, Game of the Year quality original IP, in fact. So you don't necessarily want to take them away from that if they have success with Blade, but you definitely want to capitalize on doing something well with Marvel. So you do the same thing there. If you don't have enough people, if your studio's not big enough for 2 teams to work on dedicated projects, both original IP and also licensed IP, then you have to grow out the studios. And you have to be ready to do that, because you can't let this go by the wayside, Steel. You can't find success with licensed IP and then go, yeah, but Machine Games is now going to go back and finish up or work on Wolfenstein, that part of the trilogy. And we'll touch Indiana Jones after that. No, you have to capitalize, Steel. Just like how Bethesda wasn't ready to capitalize on the success of Fallout. Luckily, they had Fallout 76, which definitely saw a huge boost from the series, and they also had people go back and play 3 and 4. But it would have been much better had that team been big enough to be working on a mainline Fallout game that would have been ready for the next year or 2 years while the success of the TV show was still continuing forward. That would have been the perfect, and Phil does talk about it in here as well. You can't really plan that out perfectly. No, but if you had big enough teams that were working on multiple projects, you could make that happen. So I want to get your opinion, Steel. Do you think that Phil is, again, maybe I get irritated with how he does this sometimes, but do you think Phil is poo-pooing licensed IP too much, or do you think that he realizes that he has to take this forward and this has to be a part of the business model for these dev teams? And do you think the best way to go about doing that is to grow out these teams so that you can have multiple teams working on multiple projects due to the success? It warrants it because of the success. You're not doing it willy-nilly. You're not doing it on a hope and prayer. You're doing it because you have it in front of you, and you got to take advantage now. What do you think?
Again, I understand why he does it with the licensing stuff. Again, because we're just seeing how costly this stuff is seemingly becoming, and even when it's successful, it's not like you'll give it a break on it seemingly. Now, there may be a break being given in there, and for example, we use the example of Spider-Man. We know how much that cost to get done, 300 million plus. The first game was essentially half of that. The second game ended up being more. So the third game we could predict would even be more than that. We're talking about a $500 million game, and us wondering, well, the question being, again, because you always see, you get your first iteration, the second iteration is typically the better game, which that didn't happen this time around, which historically, that doesn't happen either. So is that on Sony's fault? Or is it Disney's fault and their new direction, how they want to approach things? Was there some crossing wires where seemingly you don't have that we don't know what the deal is with Indiana Jones. We don't know what it costs or what they had to pay out for Indiana Jones. But maybe because Indiana Jones was on a downturn, he's not a character like Spider-Man. Maybe you were able to cut a decent deal. And Disney said, hey, do what you can with it. We got a movie coming out. The movie didn't do good. You guys can think you could make something successful. Great. You see the numbers from Indiana Jones. And again, I still don't think it is. I will say it is proving to garner a little bit more attention than even maybe I anticipated. I still don't think it's as much as it needed to be, but it does seemingly hit harder than whatever the most recent movie did, right? It has a lot more people like, oh, damn, well, I need a second game of this, right? Oh, Indiana Jones can still be done right, even though, they're worked off of some nostalgia and introduces some things. But again, you have to with characters like that. But they also set it up to where, depending on how the licensing goes and how Disney feels about it, as long as they're not overly greedy, that maybe that is something that they pursue. But Phil, knowing all the behind the scenes information, maybe that's part of why this makes him feel this way. Him being the guy at the top, essentially is going to get the brunt of everything at the end of the day. Doesn't make sense for us to keep this. And I do agree with you, Pong, that if they do agree to keep it up, again, especially with a studio like Machine Games that made Indiana Jones, then I don't know about Wolfenstein, because Wolfenstein would be, I don't know. It depends on how you want to look at it. Wolfenstein doesn't have the film pedigree, right? They only have it more so in games, right? So you have the classic nature of it. Are people expecting more Wolfenstein at some point? I don't know. All right. Over the last couple of games, it seemed like it hasn't gotten the best credence. I used to love Wolfenstein back in the day, right? But
people love it,
and I know people still love it, but it's also become very divisive now with the direction that they took the game with the sisters or whatever.
Yeah, you do,
again,
but that was
debatable.
forced. That was forced upon them with the sisters, right? Everybody's talking about them going back to the main line and finishing that, right?
But even if you do that, okay, so so now you got to establish with people, okay, where do you pick up? Or it doesn't really matter in a Wolfenstein game because it was always just about, oh, let's get down with some Nazis. You tell a decent story. It's all action packed. And from what I remember about Wolfenstein, that's what it was always about anyway. It was about those moment-to-moment segments that over the top, you're doing the fucking most, but it feels cool as fuck every time, right? And it has some of its own difficulty, but they should. If Indiana Jones is something that I think they have already greenlit the second game, it's already in production. If I'm not mistaken, I could be off base in that. Maybe that's just rumors, but I thought we had some clarification on that. Clarify me on that if you can, chat. But I do think that they should, if they're going to do both, you got to expand the team out, unless my only pushback on that is I don't know how big of a team Obsidian is, but maybe the team size that they got is the perfect team size because seemingly they can just churn out games. Or maybe they just have they have the best example of what a dev studio should be. Maybe they got their scope in check. Maybe I don't know what it is, but what is it? They got 3 games that are going to be fucking releasing. I think that's what it is. So you got Grounded that came out. They continue to support that. And then you got Outer Worlds 2 that is coming out that people are saying that apparently that they feel like it may get delayed or whatever. It's like I don't know if it's going to get delayed. But there are people who are kind of down on it, saying that it didn't show well. Okay, whatever. So if you want to take that, and then wasn't there one more?
They just launched Avowed.
And then Avowed, yeah, there you go. And then they just launched Avowed. And I would arguably say
they're about 300 total people. So
300 total people. So even if you split 100 people up on the 3 different games, which we know that's not what happens. Obsidian, apparently, you can tell that they're a well-oiled machine. They're talking to each other. They're passing information along. They're going. Maybe that's the thing that me and Pong speak to all the time. That's where we need the industry to be. We need more teams like that. What we thought Insomniac was, who seemingly can only do a Spider-Man game now. They can't churn nothing else out. You got other ideas like a multiplayer, but that's too much. You know what I mean? Like maybe Obsidian is the easiest example that we can go to for what needs to kind of happen with some of these other studios. Are they that big? Is Machine Games that big?
I gotta look real quick. I don't think they're that big. I could be wrong, but I can't. I think they're 100. Maybe they're 100.
So if we got any information on that, because I mean, again, that would just give us a little bit of light to what we're speaking to. I mean, if we got info on it, then cool. If not, then no biggie. I know sometimes it's hard.
As of 2024, they were 162. So yeah, about half.
So 162. They got together Indiana Jones. The last Wolfenstein came out some time ago now at this point, 6 years ago, 6-7 years ago. Maybe I'm off on that, but so is Indiana Jones going to be the thing that you do moving forward, or how do you introduce the Wolfenstein back into the mix? And so, yeah, I mean, using the other studio as an example, and maybe you need to grow it up to 300 so you can do both, or at least, start incorporating another IP that you would like to work on, because obviously they got the talent. So.
Youngblood was 6 years ago, 2019. That was the last one.
Okay, so yeah, so they got some time. I mean, 6 years. You turned out a really good game in Indiana Jones. You made it more relevant than it would have been before, at least at this point. I think the right thing to do is to grow them. So yeah, that's why I do definitely agree with you on that.
Yep, perfect. I like it. We got to capitalize.
Let's see. I gotta step away here for a second. What would you like to get in? What would you like to get into here next, Paul? As we're gonna go ahead and ride into the next thing so we can get people set up.
Yeah. So, let's see, where should we go?
Nintendo doubling down on the coming back from the tariffs and saying that, hey, we're gonna hold strong on the price.
Yeah,
there is that. I mean, that's a shorter conversation. I don't know if there's any additional details that you want to drop into that.
No, I mean, they increased the prices on the accessories, but they're keeping the console the same price. So the prices on the accessory did go up according to them based upon some of the world economic situations that they currently are experiencing. Sure, whatever. Nintendo, I mean, again, when things go back to the way they previously were, when the tariffs end and all that kind of stuff, are you guys going to drop those prices on those accessories back down again, or no? I probably believe no, they would not. Let me, like Steele said, it's a smaller conversation because I don't think there's a lot more to be said here about what Nintendo's doing. Nintendo's going to do what they're going to do. They believe that they have a fan base that is willing to pay for their games the way that they are, and they're not wrong. And they believe that their fan base is going to pay for this new system and the accessories now at a premium price, and they're probably not wrong. Is this the perfect launch for Nintendo? Is this Nintendo's best lead up to launch? No. I think that there has been some negativity garnered by the announcements, by how they've gone about all doing this, whether it is the price of the games, not being transparent with them up front, having it kind of come out after the show. Some very big confusion around those pricing points because there is some different pricing depending on where you are in the world, which is nothing new, but I'm saying as far as people saying that there potentially was going to be $90 games and then them saying, no, there's not going to be $90 games, but then them admitting that Zelda is not going to come with the DLC and that they are going to sell you the DLC separate on a game that has already been launched. And, well, if you include that DLC, now you are up at the $90 price point. So I don't think this has been a flawless lead up and kind of introduction to the Switch 2 for Nintendo. I do think that they are showing some signs of some bruising. Do I think it's going to affect this launch? No. I think that they will sell out of this system as much as they're saying they're trying to avoid selling out and having shortages and having scalpers. They're doing everything possible to avoid scalping and all that kind of stuff. I still think this is going to be a fabulous launch for Nintendo. I think everybody's going to eat up the accessories. I think everybody's going to eat up the games, even at the new price points. And I think that they're going to smile all the way to the bank as the big greedy corporations do. I don't think that this could be troubled waters for them. Now, could I be wrong? Sure. But I think it'll take a bigger hit than this stuff to cause that. I think that there would have to be some type of flaw in the system itself, like a Red Ring of Death situation, or something to that degree to really stumble Nintendo at this point. I think they have a built-in ready to buy base that is going to be their day one for the Switch 2. And I don't think that that's going away. So they're going to make their money, and they're going to make a whole lot of their money, and they're going to be wildly successful, which again, for the Nintendo fans, if that's what you're a fan of when it comes to the Nintendo style of games, that's a good thing, right? As we talk about, Xbox changing to their new ecosystem and it being a benefit to us as gamers in this ecosystem, because we believe that their success elsewhere will allow them to reinvest into Game Pass more and more, like they are. They're not backing away from Game Pass and the investments. I think that this, Nintendo's success will lead to more Nintendo games, more Nintendo products, more Nintendo for all the fans. So I just don't see this as a big deal, right? A major big deal. And so I think that we're not going to see any issues here up through launch. And this will be remembered as a moment in time when $80 games became the norm, and pricey accessories kind of became the norm. And it'll be Nintendo who did it first, more so than anybody else. Not that any other company hasn't raised prices, but they will be the ones with their new system to kind of make it the norm. And we'll just remember it this way. But I think Nintendo is going to be wildly successful, and Nintendo fans are going to be happy with everything that they're given. So I don't see it as a problem. And Steele's still not back, so we can get his thoughts when he gets back if he has anything to say about Nintendo. But let's touch on, if you guys weren't paying attention, you guys know, been kind of excited. There's been rumors and conversation about a Star Wars. Well, we found out there was going to be one. A new Star Wars tactical. This will be another small topic. Tactical turn-based game coming. And of course, we got the announcement this week that they were going to show it first at the Star Wars Celebration this weekend, which happened actually this morning, early this morning. But it's called Zero Company. And this is from BitReactor and Respawn. And BitReactor has history with making tactical and RTS games. So Respawn went to them, obviously, with the Star Wars license and that EA has, and they created this game. And it's called Zero Company. And they showed it off this morning, first gameplay, real quick. It was a brief trailer, kind of the lead into the story. I thought it was going to be, now I'll say this, personal opinion. The artwork for Zero Company is terrible. Okay. I again, the character design, we talk a lot about this in gaming nowadays. I don't like the character design here. It's just personal taste. It always will be. Of course, the bounty hunter looks fine. He's got the Boba aesthetic to him. That's fine. Of course, the clone trooper is fine. He looks like a clone trooper. But the other characters look generic and bland as fuck. And I think it's crazy that you have a licensed IP like Star Wars, and you can't create something cool. But that does not matter to me overall. So you got Zero Company. We get the lead up to Zero Company today. The trailer introduces them as what I thought was going to be a mercenary group. It doesn't seem like they're a mercenary group more than a special forces type group for the light side. Doing the dirty work, kind of behind the scenes stuff. And they're kind of a mix mash group, which obviously you get if you look at the picture. But they kind of bring all of their talents together. And obviously those talents represent different classes. When you're talking about a tactical turn-based XCOM type game, you're getting different classes through each of the characters. What I saw, the gameplay, classic XCOM gameplay. So it's going to be strategy setup. It's going to be using each one of those individual characters to their strengths. You got a sniper, you got a Jedi, you kind of got a do-it-all Han Solo type guy as the leader. Then you've got your clone trooper as your tank. And of course, you've got your bounty hunter type character as your kind of maybe your more stealth player, right? So you got all the classes represented here, and obviously the Jedi as your magic user type class or your specials. So what I saw, what I care about when it comes to these types of games, the gameplay. And obviously the stories, because this is going to be heavily mission focused based type game like XCOM is. It's going to put you into many different situations, and which you're going to have to strategize to get yourself out of. And I loved what I saw from that standpoint. The quick bits of gameplay, it's exactly what I thought it was. Now, people were thinking that it was coming this year, 2025, but they did announce that this will be a 2026 game. So it is not making this year, which is fine. We got plenty of shit to play this year. We got more than we know what to do with. So 2026, cool with me. Let's go. But that was interesting. And I, again, if you want to go check it out, the trailer's out there now, and I'm sure many of you did. But if you are interested in tactical turn-based, got to recommend this. So for sure, it's looking good. It's looking real good. So, let's see what else can we get into while Steele's gone. What's the chat saying? I should look at you guys. What you guys got to say? Anything interesting? He goes, a Ghost Wolf says, I bet most of them non-Xbox people looking away to get Game Pass now because of Nintendo. Again, it goes back, Ghost Wolf, when we talk about that, to whether or not you are a gamer who buys a lot of games. Now, again, there's going to always be the argument from the physical. What do I think about Diablo 3? What do you mean? What do I think about Diablo 3? Ghost Wolf, what do you mean about Diablo 3? Do I like it or not? I think the Game Pass argument still comes back to whether or not people are buying a lot of games, or whether they find value in owning games, or whether they're good with the grazer mentality of renting games. And again, even buying physical now doesn't guarantee that you own the game. We're finding that out. Steele brought up the Ubisoft stuff earlier, and that's because of a lawsuit against Ubisoft brought against Ubisoft by a group of gamers over The Crew being shut down. And that's what's kind of started this conversation again. But even owning physical now, we know, is just a lot of times a license to play the game. It's not actually, you don't own that whole game on that disc, right? So I think that's the perspective you got to keep in mind. Is there might be a group of people who do start looking at Game Pass differently when the prices of gaming going up. But if you're a Nintendo fan, the only place you can get Nintendo games is Nintendo, right? That's the power of exclusivity still, and developing a whole ecosystem around exclusivity. There is a power to that. And literally with Nintendo, you can't get them on PC even, unless you go to emulation. So if you want Nintendo games and you're a fan of Nintendo games, and that's what Nintendo has built, is a whole group of gamers who just enjoy, for the vast majority of them, Nintendo type games, then you got to go into their ecosystem and you got to pay. And Nintendo fans are willing to do so. So again, that's the perspective I take on that. You're talking about Diablo just in general, Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is completely different from 2 and 4, or 1, 2, and 4. Diablo 3 is a cartoony mass appeal type Diablo, but they fixed it greatly. The gameplay and everything else in Diablo 3, I enjoyed the hell out of it. I enjoyed the hell out of it originally when me and the kiddo played through it and beat it. And I enjoyed the hell out of it again when Steele and I ran back through Diablo 3 again. And with all the fixes that they've done, Diablo 3 is a very good Diablo. It's just a different atmosphere from 1, 2, and 4. It doesn't have that dark, realistic look to it. It's got a more cartoony feel to it. But it plays well. The loot system in Diablo 3, if you like loot, and that's why you're playing Diablo, which is most people, you'll enjoy the hell out of the loot system in Diablo 3. There's lots of cool stuff to find. So I would play it. It's in Game Pass. Go play it. If you haven't played it, go check it out. No risk. They got lots of cool classes in there, lots of different ways to play, again, as all Diablos do, but I would play Diablo 3 for sure. Yeah. And they're still supporting it. Still supporting that. And Jago, I get that, but not everybody's going to go emulate. And that's a reality of the situation too, right? You can definitely say, like, if I really wanted to play Nintendo games, I could emulate right now on my PC. You're absolutely correct. But most people don't do it. Just like I have access to mods now on PC, and I still don't mod my games. I'm not like that. I'm not. Maybe someday I will be, but most people aren't going to take the time to learn how to emulate, to go download an emulator and to emulate. They're just not. There's going to be a group of people who do, and there might be more people now that start doing that with the price of gaming going up. I'm not, it's a pirate's life. There's going to be more pirates sailing the seas, I'm sure. But overall, is it going to change people's buying habits on Nintendo, specifically their fan base? I don't think so. I think that they're going to willingly pay it. And again, now we have, what did Bowser call it? Variable pricing. So if Nintendo's going to variable price their games, not every game's going to be $80, right? So they're going to have different games at different price points. Yeah, I know they can sell. I know it's simple, Jago. I still don't do it, right? I'm just saying, like, I'm just using myself as an example. I know more than the average gamer, and I still don't emulate. Not because I don't think it's fine. It's fine. I don't have a problem emulating.
It's just because I don't take the time to do it because I've got too much other shit to play anyways. But you're right, Jago. It is becoming more accessible and it is becoming more viable for people to do that and easier for people to do that. So I do think overall you're going to see an increase in people doing it. I just don't think it's going to hurt them. I don't think it's going to be a big enough percentage that they're going to go, ooh, maybe we shouldn't have increased the prices. I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe in the future it will. Maybe in the future, Nintendo will cave eventually and put their games on PC. That's a possibility, right? That's a possibility for sure. Let's see. Where else can we go here? Steel back yet? I don't think so. Nope. Steel's not back yet. Let's see here. What else we got, folks? Anything else? We can emulate on Xbox, but I still pass. Yeah, did you see, JB? Yeah, you're right. You can put it in dev mode and emulate. To your heart's degree on Xbox too. Would I like to eventually take a look at that stuff? Oh, hey, no problem, brother. We were just running through stuff. So I gotta put
that's
my allergies are going
highly apologize. No, you good.
No. Don't worry about it. Bro, I gotta leave. I've been out in and out too. My eyes are killing me. I'll be right back.
I think he was talking to JB1521. That was the last thing I heard. I was hearing y'all talk the entire time. He said we can emulate on Xbox, but I still pass. Yeah, you can emulate on Xbox. I know it still takes some work or whatever, and to unlock it. But the fact that you can even do that in the first place, I think that's super dope, right? And again, I could do it. You can't emulate. I see Jago mentioning in the chat too. He said people can also emulate on cell phone now. It's a simple app. Yeah. And it's only going to become easier and easier. It's only become more versatile. So, as far as like my thoughts on Nintendo and everything, especially with the Hotera situation, them keeping the console the same price. Again, I do think that the console should be $399, right? Across the board. Doesn't matter. I think $450. I also don't necessarily have a problem with $450. But I do have a problem with those prices, even $400, if you're charging $80 for games, if you're charging additional $10 for amiibos, if you're charging ABC extra price on these things, because you are the last company that can say that you could do that this is okay for you to do. These are not consumer friendly practices that they're doing. And I would never be okay with that. And if anybody that is standing on the fence of and saying that, oh, well, I'm going to invest in it anyway. Hey, look, man, invest in whatever you believe in. But at the end of the day, you also can't in turn turn around and say, oh, well, I as a consumer, I watch my pockets. I as a consumer don't have all the money in the world. I as a consumer, yes, you do. You making an excuse for whatever you want to get. So you as a consumer should not speak out against what is right or not right for the consumer. Because it's not okay. But if that's the path that Nintendo wants to tread, they're going to continue to pull back some of the curtain that has been put the wool over our eyes for a better way to put it. They are going to continue to reveal a lot of those a lot of the shades and stuff off of the industry as we progress. Because if you see more second and third party games, even first party games continue to release on the Switch too, going into the future, then somebody has been lying to us. And that proves the case that we can get better. They just don't give us better. So that's all. I mean, that's really all I had to add on as far as Nintendo goes, as far as pricing goes, as far as what we can expect out of them. I don't know. It's interesting how things continue to play out into the future. It's going to be interesting to see how the release goes. People we're raging and ranting about the pre-order date. Oh, I want to pre-order. Why can't I pre-order Nintendo? What are you doing? It's like, look, and that's why they're going to continue to do and make the moves that they make. Because y'all like that shit. It's just, if you never make a stand, then the company's always going to do what they're going to do. Ghost says, I feel like with Nintendo raising their prices, a lot more people are going to emulate their games. There might, unless Nintendo found a way to eliminate some of that. Still a potential. If you make it harder for people to get into to emulate your software, then less people are going to do it. But at the same time, I also still will never understand why Nintendo just doesn't make it available on those platforms, because it's also been proven that it becomes less piracy when you make things available in more places. There are places like there's some places in Well, in the Middle East, as an example, where they didn't have access to. I remember back in the day, it used to be a thing. The only way they could play certain games is if they pirated it. So what are you expecting them to do? If it's not available to them and the only way for them to access that content is through other means, then what are they going to do? If you're telling people that the only way they can access your product is this way, what do you think people are going to do? Because not everybody wants to play Nintendo games at Is anybody telling you 4K? I understand that they put 4K 120 on whatever box that they're going to deliver, and have been saying that a Nintendo Switch will never deliver 4K. I don't even think it'll do it on Smash Brothers, on whatever new version of Smash Brothers they do. I don't even think it'll do it on whatever Mario game that they release. I just don't think it will. If they're going to continue to innovate, make their games better, I don't even think the new Donkey Kong game is going to be native 4K. Docked. They're using DLSS. It's going to be upscaled. So again, they're using the same marketing tactics that we got in the beginning of this generation. And people are like, oh, well, isn't it unique that they can do that? That they even said that it is possible? No. No. It's just acceptable to that audience. So, Jago says they're going to find another way to play those same games. Yeah, a la emulation. Again, you got to give people options. But that's why I say I think it makes sense for Nintendo to go ahead and make that transition. Hey, release. I'm not saying it has to be all of your games, but if you could release Smash Brothers, the most recent Smash Brothers is old now. You can release it on PC tomorrow. Guess what? You know how many people are going to buy that damn game? You know how much of a blow up that's going to get? You know how much now you may have to look at getting dedicated servers because you have such a wide audience that it turns into this whole other phenomenon? Because there's no fighter that plays like Smash Brothers. And I would tell you right now, if I had Smash Brothers on an Xbox or I had Smash Brothers on PC, I would still touch on Smash Brothers because it's a fun game to play. It's the most party-friendly fighter that's out there. You can easily pop it on the TV and everybody get involved and have a good time. So why doesn't Nintendo see that? Oh, we just want to keep it to our base. Oh, we just want to keep it to our console. We want to keep things old school. Well, this isn't the old school. I get that it's working for you, and it may continue to work for you. But I thought if it's about money, that's why I don't think it's always about money either. Or maybe it's just about money for certain people, for certain corps. Because if it's about money, if it was about, oh, we need to make the most money possible in gaming, you should be releasing your shit in more places so people can access it, especially like Mario Kart. I'm speaking to the party game. I'm talking about the games that are like multiplayer games that have substantial possibility. I'm not even talking, if you want to keep doing this thing with your single player games, hey, it is what it is. I can't take your time. I still hold strong on that. You could release it everywhere and still see, you would get an astronomical, at least I would say, if Nintendo started releasing their games day one on PC tomorrow, they would probably see at least a 80% uptick in sales. At least. Software sales. And people who want to buy the hardware are still going to buy that Switch. Why? Because it's the most versatile game console that is out there. Unless Xbox proves different, unless Sony proves different, Sony would have to release a PSP to be even in that same conversation. No, like dead ass PSP. Everything native, play it right there, same kind of device, easily accessible, all tuned into their network. That's what they would have to do. It's just interesting to see where they choose to play these things out. And that's why that's why I have my gripes with Nintendo. So I don't want to play Metroid Prime 4 on a Switch. Maybe yes, that's a me problem. But why it doesn't have to be a me problem. I thought it was about the games. I thought it was about the art. That is something that's proven to me that maybe it's not just about the art. These companies tend to prove that as well. So
shout out to the Tempest Rising devs real quick. Shout out to the Tempest Rising devs. They just got rid of the early access for everybody and said if you buy the standard edition, you can play now. They just dropped it for everybody.
I mean, that's what it was anyway. If you bought the game, then you had early access.
No, No.
Oh, no, they changed
only
it?
if you bought the deluxe. Only if you bought the deluxe.
Oh, it was the deluxe. Okay, gotcha.
Standard edition, you did not get the early access, but they said screw it. No, literally said Frederick Schreiber, he's the head, he's the director, said screw it. No need to wait for 24th of April. Everybody can play Tempest Rising right now. See you on the battlefield.
You know what that tells me? You know what that tells me? That they've gotten
Yeah.
positive reception.
Yeah, they have.
And they said, hey, there doesn't seem like anything's broke. Doesn't seem like we need to adjust anything.
Yeah.
I do think that that's sometimes why some people do this early access is to see if there's the people who do invest find issues. Because most of the time those people are going to speak out. Oh, I bought the game early access and there's a bug. You know what I mean? So I think that's a good tactic. Like I heard that conversation happening this week again, the whole early access aspect of thing, and it's an option, bro. Like people are saying, people will say, oh, well, the 24th isn't the actual release date. The actual release date was the day of early access, and it's like, okay, sure, if you want to look at it that way, but it's not a negative. Oh, that person got to play earlier than you did. I don't think that's a negative. We're not talking about a multiplayer game. We're not talking about PvP. Jump in, play it. Like, if you're going to pay the ducats anyway. So, that is super dope, though. Super dope. I want to actually see more of that happening. To where you have an early access title and people jump in, you get good reception, and they say, hey, I know it's a week out, but we'll release it today. I think that's a good way. There's just so many things being put out there in the gaming sphere that show you what are good examples of how you move into the future. Like Bungie with this whole marathon situation as an example. I think it's a good transition. Bungie announced that they're removing the NDA off of the alpha. That's exciting news. Why? Because now everybody can speak out on how they feel about the game. It literally speaks exactly to what we're trying to sell the game. Hey, we're trying to build this game with a community, Some people felt the way because of it being NDA. It felt like maybe they were hiding some things still and weren't very confident. But Bungie said, you know what? Alpha releases on the 24th. You could stream it. You could talk about it. You could do whatever we want. We want all the opinions possible out there. We want as much information out there as possible so that we can deliver the best experience for you. To me, that gives me more confidence in Bungie because that shows me that they get the point. No matter how far away. I mean, again, you have enough time between now and September when you release to make positive changes. You do multiple betas. And again, it seems like it's in perfect condition for it to be done that way. Run a test, let it go for a week. Cause it's not like it's not like it's a weekend test either. The test is literally from like the 24th to the beginning of May. It's like over a week-long test. So it's not like and it's not like quick responses. These are, and if every beta is this way or every, the next, cause I doubt they're going to do another alpha. I mean, I know this one was a closed alpha, but maybe they do an open alpha. I never seen anybody do that to my knowledge, but maybe the next thing, depending on how maybe we get that same kind of thing here. Hey, we got good responses from the alpha. We made some changes. Now we're going to do a closed beta. And then you do the open beta, maybe a month, 2 months before release. So we're talking about August time. You do that open beta, get your final round of critique. And then the last 2 months, you're really nailing down the things that you're going to feel are going to be integral to the experience. So, and in speaking about Marathon as well, I mean, I've seen a lot of up and down information about it. I've gotten some additional information as well about how it's going to work. There was an actual match, like the one thing that I asked for from Bungie at that when they showed the gameplay and everything was just showing a match, because I think that would have done better. Cullen Prime says, then you have the master beta. Not you stupid. I like what you did there, but you stupid. But and that lets you watch what a match would typically look like. And I do think there's going to be some versatility to it. Whether you're more on the PvE side, I can see me and Pong Mav jumping in. Maybe we don't win every round or whatever, but we can do some exploring. Maybe we do end up getting out, because it's not like everybody in there is going to be top of the line. Maybe they get the skill-based matchmaking right, which they're apparently going to implement depending on level. Some people may try to make some like fake accounts and stuff like that so they can get those hardcore players that start a whole brand new account and now they're sweating on all the level 1 players. I can see that happening. I know Bungie's implemented things where you can't do that to a certain degree. Nonetheless, there's a lot of things seemingly leaning in a positive direction, but also leaning in, because this week we also got some additional, I would say more so rumors that Bungie may be behind as far as content goes though. Right. I saw people talking about the discussion of, it's an extraction shooter, but they got 4 maps. You know, extraction shooters typically only have 1 map that I know of.
They came out and said that they're still working things out too. So they kind of alluded to the fact that they don't have a roadmap straight yet as to how they're going to do this.
So that again, I go back into having some concern because again, when did things start finalizing for you to the point to where now the game is coming together? Seemingly that's how it comes across. Oh, now the game is coming together. You got all these cryptic stuff going on. Why is there more effort being put into the cryptic stuff than seemingly like show? It's like it's two-faced to me, kind of. It's weird.
Could it be Sony holding back a little bit too still? Like again, after
as far as what?
Like, committing.
Just information?
Having them commit.
Committing.
Well, that and having them commit to
But you would have to imagine if you're making this style of game, you know it's going to be a live service game. You know it's PvP focused. You would at least want to have some form of an outline of what your roadmap would be. Like, hey, this is kind of what we're thinking. We can always change. You know, there's things that we can change, but this is what our idea is. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe they lock it down. I mean, they got until September, right? When it launches.
So, but damn,
they can lock it down later.
But when you have somebody come out, when there are rumors swirling around that may be the thing, that there may not be a roadmap, that they may not be additional characters on the list right now. It's like, how long have you been working on this game, and why aren't these the additional things there? Did y'all just get stuck on making these 6 runners and the 4 maps and just were trying to refine that experience all this time? Because you've been working with actual, like, I would consider quote unquote pro gamers, right? People who are getting paid to game. All this time as well, right? Those people are coming for, hey, I've been working with Bungie for 6 years. I've been working with Bungie for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. You know, Paris came out and said, hey, I played Bungie. I played the game 2 years ago. Yeah, and I know it's a difference from then and now. So it's like in this live service space, especially for me, looking at it on the PvP aspect, it's similar to what Gears did, going from Gears 4 to 5. You went from 4 that had all this content, all these characters, everything that was in there. Again, Destiny being the thing in this example for Bungie. Destiny has all this customization, all these things. You know, yes, it took 10 years for you to finally get to this point, but this is what you have right now. Some of those same design philosophies or some of those same ideas should transition over into your next game. Like with Gears 5, unfortunately, they didn't transition nothing. It was a bare bones ass game, had very minimal maps, had, you know what I mean? Had very minimal characters. How you earned characters was complete ass. And sure, and yes, they did fix it, but it's like, what was your thought process behind this going into this? And that's more so what I'm coming from, because to me, that's more so where it's like, oh yeah, you know, on one hand, you know, you want to build the game, the community, but on the other hand, like, you're supposed to have content, at least ideas for content that you're going to want to deliver. I mean, shit, Space Marine 2 gave us a fucking roadmap for their multiplayer and their PV in their additional mode. They're not the most successful game, and they've become successful, but they're not the like most renowned game in the world. So that's what I'm like more so speaking to. That's where more so my concern comes in. Just like something is still off at Bungie to me, right? And I don't quite know what it is. Maybe getting to this gameplay is going to expose it. Maybe everybody getting their hands on is going to show it. I don't know, but it does seem that something is still off, at least for me.
We're gonna see. All I gotta say is the artwork's on point.
Yeah, no, I told you last
night
that people say they don't like it.
I don't know. because art's subjective. But I just look at the artwork, and I told you the DM's like, I just want this game to be successful for the merch. I want to buy T-shirts. I want to buy posters of Marathon. I love the cyberpunk look that they're going with.
That looks really cool.
The minimal type cyberpunk. I just love it. I just love how clean it is, man. So, anyways. But no, I think our concerns are valid. I don't think this is while Bungie still has a lot of people from the old days of Bungie, they aren't the Bungie of old, and they've had enough slip ups now with the community and with the leadership at Bungie, and obviously, Bungie, most of the team's been absorbed into PlayStation at this point. I think there's enough there to question whether or not they can pull off another new IP like this. I don't think that your questions are misplaced or out of line at this point. Like, yeah, it's fair to say, well, we got to wait and get our hands on it. Of course, that's with any game. But I think just up front in general, when it comes to Bungie, I think there is a lot of questions here, Steel, what they're going to do with this game and whether or not they're ready to carry this game forward for long term. This game was supposed to be much bigger, and Sony told them no and told them to cut it down. And so we got the official word that this was going to be a much smaller project than originally planned. So, I would hope that they have some content already kind of planned around what their original vision was, that they are going to work on or have a roadmap at least announced prior to September. But as of right now, no. I think that there can be some head scratching going, well, I'm going to kind of sit back and wait and see. And I will still say that the price point, whatever they're going to put the price point on this game officially, is going to determine a lot. And I think that is going to make, it's not necessarily going to make or break the game, because if the game is great and it's fantastic and a lot of people coming out of the alpha are loving it and the hype is real, then I think that might carry it. But I do believe that the price point is going to affect it one way or the other, negatively or not, or positively. And I think that that's going to give its greatest chance forward. As stupid as that is to say that a price point can have that much say nowadays, like I said, it's the reality of the industry.
It's going to depend on the content in the game. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Definitely going to depend on the content in the game. Because if you're telling me there's no earnable cosmetics in the game, or it's just only skins, or you don't have additional content, again, that's what makes that whole content aspect of it feel weird to me, because it's like, that doesn't bode well for the rest of the things that you need to make sure that this game is going to be what you need it to be, right, or at least what it should be, right, if you do charge for it. So it's interesting. Ray says Marathon fails, they would just do a lot of layoffs. Maybe. I mean, you can say that about anything. You can try to say that about anything, though. Hey, if this fails, then there's going to be a bunch of layoffs. I mean, again, you're in the gaming industry. Your games are based off of how much people interact with your content. If you don't make a good game, so guess what? You're not going to continue to keep the staff that you have. And that's the thing that, like, it makes this even more egregious, like when we see these decisions being made in the gaming industry, because it's literally like people playing with your life. You have people up top playing with your life. You think that I'm just putting my best effort in to make whatever game that I want to make, and then boom, the game doesn't end up being successful, and the first thing that these companies try to do is blame the gamer. Oh, it's the gamer's fault. They just didn't like it. That's what they try to do with Concord. Oh, it's gamers. No, man, it just wasn't good. And I see people constantly, if it was just the characters that were different, it would have been better. I don't even think that you just fixing the characters would have made it better. I think it was just the game. It wasn't interesting. And even in the comparison, you compare Concord to Marathon, I do think Marathon is more appealing. And again, if you look at Marathon and look at Concord, and if I tell you that Marathon has more of a soul than Concord does, and you don't understand why, I can't help you. No. Maybe it's just personal opinion, but I can't help with that. But yeah, but that should be the whole. Ray says, yeah, build another game so they can sell you content that one day get vaulted. So fun. See, in the extraction in this game, they don't have to worry about that. But I 100% agree with you on that, right? That's part of the reason why I stopped playing Destiny for quite some. It only became a PvP dude, and then started falling off the PvP when I saw they weren't even supporting that. I don't like that feeling either. But when you have a game that's an extraction that's based off of, again, it's hard for me because people are complaining about extraction shooters. Oh, why would they do this? Oh, I don't like the thought of me not keeping my weapons. Y'all play fucking these battle royales all the time. Y'all pick up guns off the floor when you land. Approach it like a battle royale. Sure, there's a little bit more into it because there's guns that you can carry over. There's things that can happen. But if you get your shit dropped, back to battle royale. I got to pick up a gun off the floor. I got to go find something. So what's the difference in the way that they're approaching it, right? There's a lot of potential there. Some things to be concerned about for sure, which is why I'm iterating on that. So we'll see what ends up happening. Jesse B says it took 8 years and had competition 8 years ago with an entrenched player base on your competition game. What are you talking about? Talking about Destiny? Or are you talking about Marathon? Black John says Rivals is a cheat code with the Marvel IP. Hey, much love to you, Jago. John, the only thing that I will say to that, I will say one, yes, it does help.
Later, Jago. Yeah.
But there's more that goes into that because they could have had the characters and had bad gameplay. They could have had the characters and had bad designs. They could have had the characters and not have a clue how to move the gameplay forward. Marvel Rivals released, and seemingly Overwatch can now do third person. They do an update, right? Seemingly now Overwatch is implementing other things.
But they even got Marvel. Steel, they even got Marvel bringing back the swimsuit issue. Think about the influence.
That's impressive.
Has had.
That's impressive, bro. Because I hear people talk, oh, Rivals is only successful because of the Marvel IP.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it, but it's not all of it.
No.
I think it's a good example of being successful with the Marvel IP. Because you could say the same thing about what was the game that you and Mav liked a lot? Midnight Suns.
Yeah.
So why didn't that game succeed if it was a cheat code?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
look at
people
Avengers.
liked it. Avengers, same thing. Yeah. Oh, it's a cheat code. It's an action adventure game with Marvel characters. It's a cheat code.
At the height of Avengers popularity, too, by the way. At the height of Avengers popularity, and it still failed miserably.
Because there's a lot of aspects of it that didn't fucking make sense. Ray said gameplay combined with amazing designs, people love it. Yeah, but that gameplay part of it, that chase, that is a big part. You got to combine the two. That's something that me and Pong speak to all the time, though. Like when we say we want attractive characters and everything, it goes deeper. It goes down to exactly that. Good design and good gameplay make a good game. And it being free is 100%. That's a good boon. But that's a lot of those games are free to play, right? Those style of games. They typically end up free to play, but this one hit. And I think it's more than just the Marvel IP that caused it to hit, because we could arguably say that Marvel is on a downturn right now. As far as popularity goes, they haven't had a smash hit since Infinity War. Jesse says there was Paladins, Overwatch, Rogue Company, other small hero team shooters, and they were late to the party by far. Paladins didn't make it because it wasn't as good as Overwatch. Rogue Company didn't make it because I think it had some of those similar issues as well. It just didn't have the staying power. People got tired of it. Again, I still think those games could be decent games. Those games could even be good games, but they're not good games as far as live service games go. And when you're fighting people for time, at the end of the day, if that's your main metric, oh, we don't have enough people spending time in this game, that's the choice that you made when you decide to make that type of game. You know what you're competing with. You may never meet that. And if you never meet that, if you don't provide competition, none of those other games made Overwatch make the changes that they have as much as Marvel Rivals has. None of those other games did.
True.
And I think that's what's impressive. Because guess what? People are going to jump back into Overwatch to play third person. I told y'all before, I think I would enjoy Overwatch a little bit more if it was in third person. That style of game. I enjoyed my time with it. I do think, again, I think Marvel Rivals is more fun to play. It feels more competitive. And yes, the Marvel IP helps. They're recognizable characters. Oh, man, look. And it's done well. And Ghost Wolf, yeah, that's a good way to break it down. He says, I believe more people gave Rivals a chance because of the IP, but people stayed because it's a good game. Mm-hmm. But it's not solely good because of the IP. John says another thing with Rivals is that they have a treasure trove of character to pump out but that's using an IP in the smart way. You have all these other games. Even Spider-Man from Insomniac doesn't lean enough into the amount of Spider-Man content that is out there for them to pump out content or to make their games better. There's people who are arguably saying the older Spider-Man games may be even better than this second game. It's introducing Venom and all this, and the symbiotes and all this other stuff that's going on. Like, what is happening? Other people do it and it doesn't hit the same. But it tells a lot about a team when they take something and they actually make something successful out of it. Jesse says, I just meant that Concord came out with all that already established. And Concord also came out and was an average ass game. I had no interest. I had no interest, and obviously many other people didn't have an interest. The game couldn't break fucking 1,000 people. It's telling. There's more people playing Fragpunk. And that game is on a decline. Because it's attention. And that game is actually good. It's rated positively. It's mostly positive on Steam. It's rated very well in the Xbox store. But you're fighting for time. Fragpunk is a new IP with their characters. And it's not doing the same. But it was successful. It was more successful than Concord was. So far. It's still open. It didn't close a week later. And that game was free to play too. At least if I'm not mistaken. That's supposed to be competing with like things like Valorant and CSGO. Look at the games you're comparing it to. That have years of like time and lineage, like a new IP trying to compete with that stuff. It's very very telling. Jesse says you're absolutely right. It took a Marvel Rivals to make Overwatch feel the heat. And I even play Marvel Rivals where I've been off of Overwatch for years. It happens, bro. Ray says, are we going to downplay how good all the characters look, though? If all the characters were ugly, I don't think people would have given it the time of the day. Rivals just look like the comic book character. But that's what makes it successful. That leans into the point, though. And again, me and Pong will always continue to mention that. Why are we creating unappealing characters in games? Why are we doing that? Sure, if you want to throw in one every now and then because you want to be a little diverse, you want to have people to feel a little included, sure. But guess what? You're still going to need cosmetics for that person. You're still going to need something cool. So they have to have some kind of cool factor. No matter what. So, I don't know about that. Yeah, but I mean, that's essentially all I got. You guys are having fucking phenomenal conversations. We could probably go on for some time and just about the conversation that we're having right now. Nonetheless, I mean, honestly, with that, I don't have anything else to put on the table for you guys, man. Unless you got something else that you would like for us to touch on, ideally, we can start winding things down. Pong, if there's anything that you might have in the tuck, we might dive into that as well.
No, I'm good, brother.
If not, then what I'll do is, what you got?
No, I was just going to say fantastic
okay.
Conversations are all day today. I mean, again,
Yeah,
from the
beginning.
we dove into something in the beginning that was completely not game related, but again, it was awesome to have those conversations. That's why, that's why I come here every Saturday and love it to death with all of you and Steel, because we can do that. So I think it's great, man.
No, it's fucking phenomenal. So what I will do is we'll do This Day in Gaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect. Let's go.
This Day in Gaming. It's been a little bit. Pong's video is out of place. That's fine. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Nothing. It's just the layout. It changes the layout and shit.
I know.
So let me fix that real quick for your guys' viewing experience. And of course, we got our boxes. I got my boxes in the wrong place because how this shit was set up before, but we can make everything shake and bake like Ricky Bobby. Shake and bake like Ricky Bobby. Talladega Nights, baby. Let's see. Okay, that's good.
Last. Let's go.
That's a fact. That is a fact. All right, I got multiple screens now. I can change some things. I can make things a little bit bigger now. But it looks good. There we go. Boom. All right. This day in gaming, ladies and gentlemen, if you're unfamiliar, there's been people who have not been here for some time or have not experienced this day in gaming for some time. This is essentially the section we used to do all the time. And I'm going to start picking it back up, but where we go 30 plus years in gaming history, right? So any games that released on the April 19th, those are the games that we kind of go back in history on this day in gaming and just kind of remember. It's really unique, one, because gaming is art and should be always treated as such, but two, every year games are going to land on a different day because the days don't always land on the same. So we're always going to get some a game highlighted that you might have forgot about previously. So let's get into it. And this week we are starting with the arcade games in PC releasing a GOAT called Dig Dug. Shout out to Dig Dug.
Oh, shout out to Dig Dug. Lots of quarters going
Dig
on
Dig
that
Dug
game.
is Dig Dug was fucking phenomenal on, I think I played that shit a lot on PlayStation 2.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think I did it on PC as well. Played a lot of I love Dig Dug. Dig Dug was you can get lost in Dig Dug, have a lot of fun. All right, then next up on that list, you got Game Boy releasing Cave Noir in 1991. Then in Japan, you had Super Nintendo released 1996. Horai Gakuen no Boken.
Nice. We got a little steel Japanese. Gotta love it. Let's go. Been a while. Been a while.
Gakuen no Boken. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Maybe I'm not, but either way, shout out to Super Nintendo. What else we got? We got next on the list in 2000, PC releasing Tachyon the Fringe.
Yep.
I believe I'm saying that right.
Yep, you are.
And then in 2002 in Japan on PC, you had Battle R.
Is that censored for some reason? I was going
R-A-P A-P-E. No, I don't. I guess not.
It's just
it's an action game. Yeah, it's called Battle R Star, I guess. Okay. It's an action game developed by Dreams and published by Illusion. Okay. It's an action fighting game. Interesting. And they made a second one, Battle R2.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up to see what that's looking like. See if it's what I'm expecting for it to be. And next up on that list in 2005 on PC, you had the release of Psychonauts.
Psychonauts on sale right now for like $1.97 on Steam. So if you want to go pick it up.
When you type that Battle R Star game into Google, it don't even pop up. It just pops up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Anyway, interesting. Then next up in 2007 in Japan on PlayStation 2, you had Fate Stay Night, Realta Nua. Not the Fate Stay Night. I need to watch some of that shit at some point. They do some really good animation in there. Illusion is porn, Steel. What's porn? Battle, what? Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe I just don't. Yeah, I'll stay away from that. In 2007, you had the release of PlayStation 2 putting out Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3 FES. I guess this was like some downloadable content or something? Or a different version?
No, it's a different version. Yep. They had multiple versions. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Is there an ED on the end of that?
Oh God, I hope not. There's no way.
Is that what it is?
There's no way. No. There ain't no way.
There's no way. I mean, it releasing it in Japan, I guess that makes sense, but no. Especially for that time. But I hope not. That's a wild name.
Far, bro. They didn't go that far.
That's a wild name for a game, though. Anyway, I hope that's not the case. That's crazy. All right. Then in 2011 on the Wii, you had a game called Conduit 2. Okay. Or ER. Wow. Okay.
Really?
Interesting. That's interesting. Then in 2011, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Mortal Kombat 2011. Shout out to Mortal Kombat. No,
I'm looking. I can't even find it. I'm looking at everything.
that's what it's called. It's with the ER on the end.
Is it?
And it's
It is. Yeah. I see now. Yep.
And it's got
Oh wow.
IGN did a review on it. IGN did some.
We got boobs out and everything, man.
It's got one rating. It's got a 10 on IGN.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's probably one of those where you fight the character and they're probably close them off as you fight or whatever the case. Kind of like what Soul Calibur is. Soul Calibur started doing that too.
Yeah. 3D fighting.
Yep. Game. It's a 3D fighter and I guess you can knock their clothes off. That's what it looks like.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
That's it's probably why the game didn't do well, because the fucking title of the fucking game. Jesus Christ.
That's a hell of a name there. I mean, just to roll with it.
Yeah,
why
would anybody buy that game?
The sequel featured the ability to dress up your fighter as well as 6 playable characters, 5 female and 1 male. They were definitely going for a thing.
Oh, okay. Woo. Interesting. There's some history for you there, guys. That threw me for a loop.
Oh god!
All right. Then in 2011, on the iOS and iPhone, you had Pocket Academy that released. And then in 2011, on PlayStation 3, one they still will not come back with, you had SOCOM 4, U.S. Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
Got the SOCOM.
Shout out to SOCOM. It'd still be a thing.
Then in 2011, PlayStation 3 released The Fancy Pants Adventures.
Oh my god.
Okay. Then in 2012, Linux, Macintosh, and PC released Botanicula. So like Dracula, but Botanicula. That's a mouthful. Then in 2012, Japan on the 3DS released Code of Princess. Okay. Then in 2012 in Japan, 3DS released Fire Emblem Awakening. Shout out to Fire Emblem for those into that. Then in 2013, Linux and Macintosh and PC released Surgeon Simulator 2013. Shout out to the sim games, man. They've been popping for a while. Then in 2016, you had on the 3DS, you had Langrisa Reincarnation Tensei. Shout out to that. Then in 2016, this is a game I do remember releasing, Linux, Macintosh, and PC Speedrunners. This game was actually kind of fun. Some fun to be had in there. Side-scroller roller game, runner game that you could play with multiplayer. It was competitive, pull people back, pull yourself forward. It was fun. Then in 2016, Macintosh and PC released The Banner Saga 2. Hey, shout out to The Banner Saga. Another one I never jumped into. Then in 2017, you had on PC released Theater of Doom. Shout out to that. Then in 2018, on Macintosh and PC, you had Don't Pray to Satan. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. You probably shouldn't do that. Then in 2018, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Vita released Metal Max Xeno. Then, next on the list, I think this might be everyone's favorite. 2024, Linux and PC released MILF's Plaza. Yeah, you know exactly what that game is. You know exactly what it is.
Yep. You know what that one is. It's not bad.
Yep.
Sorry.
And then in 2025, maybe this is coming out. This is always weird about these Switch releases. Nintendo Switch, apparently this year, you have Dragon's Legacy Monsters Lair.
Okay.
Decado says people who like the anime Fate Stay series should stay away from the games. Why do you say that, Decado? Are they not good? They're not as good. Don't do it justice. Because I will tell you, a Fate Stay game that does do it right is Fate Stay Remnant. The game that I played previously, I showed gameplay of it here.
Yeah.
That game is fucking phenomenal. Fate Stay Remnant. If you're unfamiliar. Fucking phenomenal game. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. With that, I want to say thank y'all for coming and joining us on this Saturday morning, leading into the afternoon on episode 183 of the Living Split Screen. We had a lot of passionate conversation that I had today, man. We came in hot. I actually like when we do that. We might have to start implementing that a little bit more into our further streams, unless we got something personal we need to talk about or anything like that. We'll keep it in mind.
Yeah,
we'll keep. I think we'll start doing more of that. Just like no matter what, things aren't set up or not, I'll make sure our mics are hot and working, and we'll just load it up, because we be having some good ass fucking conversations back there sometimes that maybe should be recorded if we wanted to be recorded. But we'll see. So we might get a little bit more of that backstage access moving forward. But nonetheless, what a fucking fantastic episode. Didn't know how this one was going to go. We did have an OBS crash. That was unfortunate, but we picked it right back up. It was flawless. It was in the middle of our South of Midnight conversation. Audio side, you guys probably won't really notice it other than the kind of break in conversation. But everything's looking good. So phenomenal, man. Phenomenal. With that, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. Once again, that T is a 7X, otherwise known as Twitter, is where you can find me mostly. You can also get me on Blue Sky if you want to follow me there. I don't really frequent on there. I need to do a little bit better, maybe build an audience. I saw all these people like clamoring on how easy it was to build an audience over there. It's different for different people, man. So it's okay for me. I don't use it often. I still use X more than anything else still. I don't have necessarily a reason to pull away. I do wish that there was more engagement, I guess, on just getting people to see stuff, because I'll post gameplay and it's like, damn, nobody saw the gameplay. Like, it's a game people are playing right now and nobody saw the gameplay. Damn. And I feel like I'll be like one of the main ones that be posting a lot of gameplay and shit like that. Like, I'm posting gameplay damn near every I started because I used to not record gameplay. Well, one, because I didn't have an easy way to do it, but two, because I was always self-conscious about shit. Like, this gameplay clip ain't that great. So now it's just like, if I feel like it's a decent moment or whatever, even if I feel it's decent, record the gameplay clip, I'm uploading to Twitter. There's no other place that I can do that to. That feels like just on top. Maybe Facebook could be another one. I've never interacted on Facebook. I mean, groups and I see conversation on that platform all the time, but still, man, more gameplay than ever, continue to post. So check me out for that if you're interested in that. Other than that, just type my information in Google and you will find me. As far as Living Split Screen goes, you want to get some merch, as you see here. Also got a beanie as well. We got shirts, we got hoodies. Definitely hit that link. It's in our description if you're interested in that. Let us know how the quality is so I can get with them, because they've already sent me an email out saying, hey, how did you like with the little promo stuff that you got? So we'll see how that goes. But Paul, another fantastic episode with you as well, brother. But let the beautiful people know where they can find you as well. And again, greatly appreciate the combos, man.
Brother, it's all good, brother, and great to see everybody coming back out. No, Ghost Wolf, I did not try to do mod for Starfield, so I haven't been back to Starfield yet, and I don't do mods. I might eventually try that one though. But no, great to see everybody out here. Thank you all for joining us on another absolutely amazing Saturday morning to get the day going the right direction, right into the afternoon. I love that. And appreciate all of you again, whether you're here for 5 minutes or the entire time. It's all the same love and respect. Yeah, man, the conversation is great. And Steel, again, everything you do behind the scenes, brother, to make this shit go. Without you, there is no show, brother. So appreciate you more than you will ever know. And thank you for all that, man. So everybody knows how to find me. Pong Soul everywhere. Hasn't changed one bit since I started here. One bit. Since I started this whole thing. A little bint. It actually kind of works. Otherwise, Pong Soul everywhere. Otherwise, we are still on hiatus for Shop Podcast. And again, PTK did put it out publicly. So if you guys have any, a spare second to send some energy, send an extra prayer, love, whatever you guys believe in to PTK and his family, his kiddo is back in the hospital again. So please do so. And yeah, absolutely. So, but we will eventually come back to Shop Podcast at some point, I imagine, because we all missed it. So, but keep your eyes and ears open for that. Otherwise, next week, all starts over again. Double Barrel Gaming's channel, Boomstick's the man, 5 days a week. But Tuesdays, it's all good things green for the Xbox Factor podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Check out that crew there. My week starts on Thursdays with PM in the PM Pong and Mav in the PM over on the Fun Speculation Network. We go live 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, most of the time. But him and I are extremely busy, and next week is month end for me, so we will see how it goes. But usually 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time for that. And then Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate, where the family gets together. Last night, we actually had 3-Bit show up and Jasper show up, so we actually had a pretty close to full crew, which was nice. We still miss Brother Psychonauts not being there, but be there Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time for Xbox Ultimate. And then, of course, God willing, back here with my brother Steele next week for Saturday. Living split screen. Otherwise, it's the golden age of gaming, people. Whatever your plan, please get out there, enjoy it. Also, if you celebrate Easter, happy Easter to you, your family, and enjoy that tomorrow. That's where I will be spending my time tomorrow is with the family. So enjoy it. But otherwise, play what you love what you play. We'll talk to y'all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Real quick, breaking news as well, apparently.
What we got?
From Marathon, it says, new. Marathon leadership was reportedly nervous after the gameplay reveal reactions and hoped lifting the NDA for the upcoming closed alpha would help shift the narrative. It goes in quotes saying, after the reaction to the gameplay review, leadership was nervous, but they tried to reassure teams. Ultimately, they figured it would shift the narrative if the NDA was lifted.
Okay. So they heard it. They heard it, brother. I mean, they're got to be nervous anyways underneath Sony's eye. I mean, the PlayStation eye. I mean, they have to be at this point.
It's just crazy, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't even know where to start with that. It's just like, damn, is your confidence that low that you were nervous after the gameplay review?
I just the conversations around it, yeah. Because there was a lot of negativity around it.
There was. No, I mean, it's fair. Yeah, there was a lot of people who were kind of down on it. Yeah. I mean, but again, it also just didn't show well. So it's like,
right.
There's videos, and again, like the video that I saw of somebody playing from start to finish in a match showed in detail more of what the experience was going to be like than what they showed in that game. You can't show a bunch of high level gameplay and think that that's the way to demonstrate, or just show clips from PV. Like, you can't just show clips and think that people are going to understand what you're selling. So, like, to me, it's like you can still have those you can still have that nervousness, but like, you didn't even lead into it the best way. So of course you're going to be nervous. You didn't show your game right. And that seems to be an ongoing thing as well. So like, I got faith, man. I got faith, but Jesus Christ, that's, again, we'll see. I mean, they opened it up. Yeah. The only thing that we're going to do at this point, I mean, it's next week. we're going to find out how people really feel about what's there right now. So
right.
It's interesting. Picado says, I'm waiting for Skeletor to give his 2 cents. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely is an uphill battle. So, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, much love to y'all. Y'all be safe, and we'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Later, all.